For investing for a sustainable tomorrow, actually that we have to invest quite a lot. Some of the areas which I will say that where the investments have to flow, first thing is with regard to the soil and water conservation, whether it is the watersheds, whether it is creating a kind of a sustainable infrastructure. And the next one is the clean energy. Actually, without going into that kind of a fossil fuel energy, we should go into the solar, wind and other things. And there also investments are happening. And beyond that, actually what more which we can do is increasing the water use efficiency, increasing the crop productivity, creating the new seeds, new genetic kind of a systems. All those things are also required. So there also the investments have to happen. Now, this is one part. Actually, now these are the things happening and some other things. But thing is, what is the latest buzz on the whole of this thing? It's the startups. Earlier, maybe some 7 or 8 years back, actually startups was a very new word. Actually, nobody was aware what exactly meant by startups. But today, in the country as a whole, we are having 80,000 startups. We are world's number 3 after United States, China. Then India is the world's number 3. With regard to agriculture startups, we have around 3,000 startups in the country. And when I go into, because every time, many times actually many people ask me to be their mentor and also to be on their board. But now actually I look into various startups, actually really how they're doing. Actually I found that out of these 3,000, at least some 100 are very, very promising. And they attained a scale and also they are doing quite well. Actually that, if you really look into it, actually how the startups, actually entire thing has been arranged. Some of them are into agronomical issues because they are going to the crop production, giving the precision farming tools, then the advisory, equipment, everything is one part. Then the next one is with regard to improving the biological kind of a thing, that is the genetics, recombinant DNA techniques, and also creating the new kind of a varieties, and also the microbial structures, doing so many things with regard to this thing. Then the third one with regard to the mechanization, because now that mechanization is the one which is really gaining quite a lot of an importance because of reduced manpower to do this kind of a work, and also the intricacies involved with regard to the wages and everything. So that's why many people are opting for the mechanization. Now actually I could see one of the machines here, which is an electric robo, and there are many such kind of a versions are there, Farm Sathi, Electric Bull, X machines are such kind of a things. Now these are the things where farmers are going to rely upon in future. Now if that is the case, are we really doing anything to support them and also integrate them into the kind of an agricultural systems which we are trying to look into it? So now, likewise, in animal husbandry, actually that many of the people with the agricultural university, actually we never look into the animal husbandry as one of the major things. But otherwise, if you take the entire agriculture as a kind of a segment where allied activities also have got a big role, animal husbandry and fisheries are contributing substantial amount to the GDP, the agricultural GDP. So now I finished, but anyway, I'll just take few more minutes to do this one. So now, when these animal husbandry things are happening, how actually 2 or 3 path-breaking things have happened. Some people have created animal malls, because generally animals are purchased just like that, but now actually there are so many startups that have come, where they say that they first take the animals, then they examine them, they grade them, they put the price for them, and they are trying to deliver it to the farmers who are going to buy it. So in that way there is a guarantee. And there are some people in the animal husbandry which are doing the quality control of everything actually which they are doing. And some of them are doing into the genetics part of it. And likewise, so many things are happening with regard to these new startups that are there in this one. So now, when so many things are happening, what exactly is the maybe the scale actually they attained? Actually, if you look into this one, out of these 3,000 startups, 2,950 startups, at least I can say might be in the range of around 1 to 2 crores, not beyond that. But the remaining 50 have reached a level of around 500 crores to 1,000 crores, and some of them are going to be unicorns also in agriculture. So now, that is one thing which we have to look into it, actually which kind of ideas which we have and what kind of a maybe the funding which we are going to get out of this and all those things. So now, The latest is that the startup culture is right now, startup winter is happening, that is venture capital wintering is happening. Many of the startups are not getting the money from the same venture capitalists. So now the government of India and the normal banking system is trying to pitch in for such kind of a thing. And the SVB Bank of United States collapse had really created a dent in the startup funding. And today, actually, if you have read the pink papers, they say that now that Indian Banking Association has started a new startup kind of a funding platform within the banking system through the Gift City. So now this is the one. So finally, I'll say that ecosystem has to be built, agriculture has to be rejuvenated, and the new innovations have to happen to keep the things very this thing. And also, in case if you have to be in the future, because you cannot be hungry in future, you cannot have clothes in the future, you cannot have a kind of a bad kind of a weather in the future. So for all that, we need to invest today, and maybe some of the investments like this Ag Hub is a very small thing. Likewise, actually, so many investments have to happen. So I'll say that future is very bright, but the policy makers and thinkers and also the students have to come up with their ideas as to really how we will do it. So finally, before winding up, I will say that investing for sustainable tomorrow, people should invest in their health also. Without going through yoga, without going through a kind of a regular regimen of exercise, you cannot enjoy the fruits of tomorrow. So I will say that invest in health today for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
I would also like to request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Garu, Registrar and Director of Ag Hub, to kindly come on stage and give his insights.
It's my pleasure to be here for this inaugural session on the workshop Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating the Sustainable Developmental Goals. As you all know, this is the year that India takes G20 as presidency, where there are several engagement groups like B20, T20, C20, etc. In tune with this broad thinking, we at PGTASU saw an opportunity for conducting this one-day workshop. So thanks to Tadas as well as Kalpana Shastri for making this workshop. So thank you, sir. And here we are in this inaugural session. Professor Jaishankar Telangana Agriculture University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country, and it aims to become a center of excellence and one-stop destination for agriculture entrepreneurship, encompassing education, research and extension with all its faculties, farmers and rural communities towards greener prosperity and to create, foster and present to the world entrepreneurs who will strive to work for ecological and nutritional balanced future for the state, country and the world at large. The university has established Ag Hub, a Section 8 company in hub and spokes model, where the hub is at Hyderabad and the spokes are at rural innovation centers. And the main aim is to encourage agri-food startups and aspiring student entrepreneurs. The rural innovation spokes promote rural entrepreneurship among the farmers, rural youth, rural women, and FPOs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of Telangana. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Chintala Garu for your financial support for this establishing the Ag Hub at the university. So till date, Ag Hub has nurtured more than 45 plus food and agri startups, more than 1,500 decision thinkers, 500 plus ideas, more than 10 rural enterprises, 20 grantees, more than 2 seed-funded startups, and impacting the lives of more than 5,000 farmers in the state. This workshop provides platform to propose process, pathways, and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness. The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors. These solutions would resolve the common challenges of all the G20 countries, such as food insecurity, gaps in global value chain, crop productivity due to climate change, and employment generation. This workshop, engaging with all the stakeholders, policymakers, academia, innovators, incubator fraternity in this region, and farmer is the ideal platform for understanding the needs, blocks, challenges, and the balanced economic growth and sustainable development. What we needed is the major 4 efforts, that is sustainable environment, sustainable production, sustainable nutrition, and sustainable livelihood. The government, private sector, and all the stakeholders need to collaborate and maintain harmony with nature, address inequality, create resilient, sustainable global value chains. The collaborating of this ecosystem players is perhaps the first step in this direction. Research Innovation System for Developing Countries and its Global Development Center and IKP Knowledge Park is a clear sign of putting it into right practice. Sir, we warmly acknowledge the presence of Gareth Owens for his interest and sparing his time to be with us today. We would be happy to explore more linkages in future, especially with research and academic programs of this university. Having Dr. Chintala as a keynote speaker in today's session sets the tone for the theme of this workshop. Sir, truly your support, guidance, especially in the area of innovation-led pathways and building agri-entrepreneurs in this part of the country has been path-breaking, and university truly acknowledges your inspiring and leadership role. We are also thankful to Dr. Arvind Kumar, our friend and supporter of PJTSAU. Sir, your presence is indicative how both global, national, and local programs work together in agri-food sectors. The approach of ICRISAT in imbibing the Sustainable Developmental Goals into its program is worth emulating and a useful model. We look forward to hear you from this about your experiences. So with these few words, I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all to all this green campus and look forward for fruitful deliberations in this one-day workshop. So thank you one and all.
Let me now take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Gareth Owen, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission. His role includes promoting business and trade talks, strengthening scientific and education cooperation, and working with partners and tackle climate change and ensure a transition to clean and sustainable growth. So we look forward to have your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I'm really pleased that we, the UK government, can support such an important day's discussion. Thank you all. Thank you to all our partners. There are many of you. We really appreciate your support bringing together this day of discussion, and we're really pleased to be working with you all on some of these key development and SDG priorities, especially in the area of agriculture. I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply, to ensure everyone around the world, everyone, all of us, have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. How do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe. I think we can all agree there's enough food out there. How do we ensure everyone enjoys what most of us in this room do? And I certainly believe what's important is collaboration. Governments, businesses, civil society, universities. So it's great that today, across the discussions and in this room right now, we have agricultural professionals, we have innovators, we have people representing businesses, investments, students, and policymakers, to name a few. And I believe that is vital if we really want to accelerate how we are going to tackle the SDGs going forward. Because it's important we do not lose focus on the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Together, we all must tackle and deliver on the SDGs. It is vital for us all, whether you live in the richest country in the world or the poorest. Because for the SDGs, it's important because our planet needs us to deliver on the SDGs. The population of the world needs us to deliver on the SDGs. And I certainly hope from the discussions today will come out an actionable framework which will help accelerate delivery towards the SDGs and sustainable agriculture and tackling global food insecurity. Because I think you'll all agree, and that's probably why we're all here today, that the most important thing for the SDGs is that no one is left behind. And I certainly believe, and I certainly know, that we have it in us to achieve that, but we all must work together to do that. So thank you very much for organising this day. I believe, and from what I've seen already in the discussions I've had, it will be very successful, and I look forward to seeing the results. So thank you again for all our partners. It will be a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh, and then Gujarat. My role, I work as a business associate. I help micro entrepreneurs to plan their business, make a business plan. And I am closely associated with the farmer producer company in Bihar. So currently we have all farmers with us. All of these women are farmers. So by now the farmers who are from Bihar, what they are doing is, so now agriculture cannot be done single-handedly, like only based on harvesting. We need to incorporate animal husbandry into it. So we are promoting integrated farming. What the Behan, like this is Urmila Behan, she is a board of director of Karn Bhumi Farmer Producer Company. So what her farmer producer company does is they provide better quality crops to the farmers, like the seeds also. And then they do cultivation in groups, like the same variety of seed is cultivated by a group of people so that they can sell the harvest together. So that's what they are doing. So we have all, like her company has already done the paddy sale last year of up to 70 metric ton, like all women organization. and they have earned the revenue of up to 8 lakh from that sale. Also, they are working in perishable products like sponge guard and have done a sale of up to 2 lakh in sponge guard. So that is her work mainly. This one is Sadhana. She's working in a goat rearing center. So what they are doing is they are promoting farmers to have goats, to adopt goats and then rear them, do the farming of goats. So firstly, they made a group of farmers and then taught them what are the benefits of having a goat. Then they are also research based. They are supported by the research organization, which help them provide the medicines also. So, Bakri ke doctor, they are making goat doctors. They have a group of women who are treating goats by going to the homes of the farmer. They are providing vaccines, injection, and everything that reduce the mortality rate. They have they have shareholders, members of up to 16,000 in Bihar. So that many women. So you can imagine the scale they are working on. Yes, so they have made this new product. This is called the goat milk soap, Gotique, they have named it. And we have already, this is just started 6 months before, and we have already sold 5,000 soaps. And we are out of stock currently. People are asking for it. Yeah. We can move further to the Behan. She's from Ladakh. So she is a apricot farmer herself, and she's making different products from apricot, like apricot oil, juice, and different sorts of products. So this is she's bringing farm products to table directly. There is no middleman involved in the process. So she is getting the margin, or the farmer who's producing it is getting the margin out of the product. So that is something that Seva is promoting, eliminating the middleman, and the producer is getting the right price for the harvest. And then this Ben is from Rudy, from Gujarat. So Rudy is a well-known enterprise of Gujarat. They are making everything you can find in a kitchen. Anything you will say, they are making it, they are packaging it, and they are selling it. So their business is a little developed than the others. They are also available on the online platforms, and they are a profitable enterprise. They are making a sale of in crores. So there are many numbers is difficult. So we make members and we support all our members in whatever capacity we can. We also work on their social status, their economic status. So the motto of Seva is Swabhilamban and Purna Rozgar, getting employment for women for 365 days. So that's what we are aiming at. And to increase her social status, to increase her status in a family. She can also make decisions in her family. So those types of, formalizing the informal economy, that's what we are working on.
The discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country. With this brief introduction, I request Mr. G.A. Tardas, the chair of TF6, to come and brief on what is the task force.
In this August gathering, discuss on the sustainable solutions in agriculture. And I'm indeed thankful to collaborate with the Global Development Center RIS, of which I am also a part RIS, and the Professor Jai Shankar, Telangana State University Agriculture, then FCDO UK government, Ag Hub. In fact, we were going through some innovation stalls which are put up when we were entering. It was indeed a good learning experience for me. We were, thinking of how we should have a sustainable agriculture, and then I could see that we are indeed progressing towards that path. I did not know much about what sustainable solutions are available. We keep talking, in academic and research that we should be doing this or that, but today I could see that it is happening on the ground. That is indeed a very heartening development. As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030, where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate-smart agriculture. There are important, other sub-themes relating to gender equities, women-led development, health, one health approach to all mankind, and then we have blue economy, water conservation, and then we have the gender biodiversity, gender equity, and then ultimately we need to discuss on these themes so that we arrive at some suggestions, recommendations which we can forward to the G20 deliberations, so that the views and the suggestions that are put forth in these various important events are deliberated in the G20 summit as well. And hopefully that we'll be able to make some recommendations in the final declaration that may come at the end of the India G20 presidency in November. I don't think, because we are already running late, I understand, I will not take much of your time. We have a full day long to go through various important topics, and I am sure that we will be able to come out with important suggestions and policy recommendations. We have galaxy of experts who will be addressing all of us, and we look forward to a very fruitful discussions day long. And thank you once again all of you, and I thank again the collaborators for this very important event. Thank you.
So this app called Farm AR. So in this app, everything will be in AR. And for instance, if you want to grow a plant and don't know how to do it. So in this app, you can see everything in a form of AR. And if you want to experience more, you can also use this Oculus, not Oculus. These are VR headsets for that. And you can also it will give you some products what to use, and what products, what chemicals you can use, how you can grow organically also. And we also developed the feature called plant disease detection. So in this there is an option community also, like farmers could ask questions, and the agri students are integrated in this. So the students may answer, and the professors and the scientists are also part of the app. So in this there is a feature called plant disease detection. So can I? So you could simply it's a real time, you can just detect it, and you get the information of the disease and all that stuff, and everything will be in AR. If you want to, you can also have the VR experience of the farm and how plants are growing. For instance, if you want to grow a plant and know about it, you could everything have in AR and virtually. From AgUp, we got so much information about the plants, and how the plants are, about the disease, and some tech support, and also from database point of view, from providing in particularly about in Telangana state what crops they are going and what diseases we have. We got so much tech from AgUp.
మేము రైతులకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ఇన్నోవేషన్ తయారు చేశాము. ప్రస్తుతం రైతులు వాడుతున్నటువంటి మాన్యువల్ స్టార్టర్ వలన వాళ్ళకి తరచూ విద్యుత్ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగి మరణిస్తున్నారు. అలాగే వర్షాకాలం సీజన్లో అక్కడికి ఫీల్డ్ అంటే పొలం దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కొంచెం బురద సమయాలలో పదును ఉండటం వల్ల, తేమ ఏర్పడటం వల్ల ఎన్నో విద్యుత్ ప్రమాదాలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. అలాగే వాళ్ళు ప్రతిసారి మోటార్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి ఆన్ ఆఫ్ చేసే క్రమంలో ఎంతో శ్రమకు గురవుతున్నారు. ఇవన్నీ నేను గుర్తించి ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎంతో కొంత తగ్గించాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఒక చిన్న రిమోట్ కంట్రోలర్ ద్వారా ఒక డివైస్ని తయారు చేశాను. ఇది ఆల్రెడీ రైతులు వాడుతున్నటువంటి మాన్యువల్ స్టార్టర్కి ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. దీని నుంచి మనము 1 కిలోమీటర్ దూరం నుంచి ఆపరేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దీనివల్ల రైతులకి ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగే అవకాశాలు ఉండవు. అలాగే వాళ్ళకి ఎంతో శ్రమ కూడా తగ్గించే అవకాశం ఉంది. దీని ద్వారా చాలామంది రైతులు కూడా ఇది గతంలో మేము చేసిన ఇన్నోవేషన్ వాళ్ళు వాడుతున్నారు. ఎంతో హ్యాపీగా వాళ్ళు సంతోషంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ని మేము అందరి రైతులకు ఇవ్వడం కోసం నేను గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం కనుక ఉంటే అందరి రైతులకు ఇవ్వడానికి నేను సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాను.
We are doing ready to eat and ready to cook millet chapatis using a very unique fermentation technology. With this technology, we've been able to make millets much softer and more palatable compared to the regular millets. And we've also been able to increase the shelf life to 3 times without the need to use any preservatives. So we have jowar, bajra, ragi, chapatis, the parathas as well as the fulkas. And we also have a very unique product that is the jowar methi paratha. The cost of each product is the fulkas are for a pack of 10 is for rupees 120 and the paratha pack of 10 is rupees 150. And these have a shelf life of 25 days in the refrigerator. Currently, it is available. We take orders over the phone and Google Forms, and we will supply it directly to your house. We are incubated in AgHub. We had come up with a product that was developed in the kitchen. When we came to AgHub, we were introduced to the food scientists here in the Agricultural University, and with the help of the food scientists, we standardized and validated the product. Also did the testing for shelf life, testing for other, the nutritional parameters. AgHub has helped us get a space inside the Agricultural University to start the pilot production, and that is where we are currently producing our chapatis. We also got a bootstrap grant from AgHub to do the initial, to start with the initial production and initial costing of the business. This is a biotechnology. So currently we are done with production. We just need to do a bit of package development and other things, and we are ready to go to the market.
సో ఇది డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు వ్యవసాయంలో ఏంటంటే రైతులకి ఏంటంటే పశువులతో వ్యవసాయం చేయడం అనేది దూరం అయిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఏ రైతైనా సరే వ్యవసాయం చేయాలంటే టెక్నాలజీ అనేది ఆహ్వానించాలి. సో మేము ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే స్ప్రేయింగ్ పర్పస్ డ్రోన్స్ అనమాట. సో మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే స్ప్రేయింగ్ పర్పస్ డ్రోన్స్. సో మాది ఏంటంటే 10 లీటర్ కెపాసిటీ ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు మామూలుగా మనిషి కొట్టేటప్పుడు రోజుకి 100 నుంచి ఒక ఎకరాకి 100 నుంచి 150 లీటర్ల వాటర్ నీళ్ళు అనేది అవసరం ఉంటుంది. అదే డ్రోన్స్ యూజ్ చేయడం వల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి 10 లీటర్ల ట్యాంక్ కెపాసిటీ కరెక్ట్ గా మనకి 1 ఎకర్కి కరెక్ట్ గా సరిపోతుంది అనమాట. పైనుంచి కింద వరకు మీకు మొత్తం అంతా స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసి యూనిఫామ్ గా స్ప్రే చేస్తుంది. అది ఒకటి ఇంపార్టెంట్. సెకండ్ ఏంటంటే దీనివల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి మనకి 80% వరకు వాటర్ని మనం తగ్గించుకోగలుగుతున్నాం. సో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 10 లీటర్తో మనకి 1 ఏకర్ అయిపోతుంది. అలాగే మనకి కెమికల్స్ పరంగా చూసుకుంటే ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ కూడా మనం ఒక ఏకర్కి ఒక లీటర్కి 150 లీటర్ 200 లీటర్లు ఫార్మర్ యూస్ చేస్తాడు. సో బట్ ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఒక 30% 20% కెమికల్ రిడక్షన్ కూడా మన కెమికల్ కూడా తగ్గించుకోవాల్సిన పరిస్థితి ఉంటుంది అనమాట దీనివల్ల. అండ్ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు ఈ రోజుల్లో చూసుకుంటే మనకి లేబర్ షార్టేజ్ అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యమైనది. ఎందుకంటే ఫార్మర్ కి ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఒక 10 ఎకరాల రైతు ఉన్నాడు అనుకోండి, మనకి 10 ఎకరాల రైతుకి పురుగు పట్టిందంటే 10 ఎకరాలు ఒకేసారి కొట్టలేడు. అలాగే మనకి లేబర్ కూడా దొరకట్లేదు అనమాట. సో అదే డ్రోన్ యూస్ చేసుకుంటే మనకి 1 డేలోనే మొత్తం స్ప్రే చేసి వచ్చేస్తాం అనమాట. సో మనకి దీని కెపాసిటీ ఏంటంటే రోజుకి మనకి 20 నుంచి 30 ఎకరాల వరకు మనం స్ప్రే చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఒక ఏకర్ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఒక 7 నిమిషాలు టైం పడుతుంది. ఒక ఎకరం స్ప్రే చేయడానికి మాకు డ్రోన్ ద్వారా అయితే మనకి బయట ఛార్జ్ చేస్తుంది 500 నుంచి 650 రూపాయలు అలాగా. అదే లేబర్ కూడా మనకి 500 రూపాయలు అయిపోతుంది. బట్ అది వన్ డే మొత్తం కొడుతున్నాడు. సో మళ్ళీ సెకండ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మొక్కలు మెట్టేయడం కానీ, ఇంకా థర్డ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మేజర్లీ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్. ఇప్పుడు చాలా మందికి క్యాన్సర్స్ ఇవన్నీ ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేయడం వల్ల దానికి తగ్గట్టు ప్రికాషన్స్ తీసుకోపోవటం వల్ల సో మనకి ఈ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ వస్తున్నాయి. సో వాటిని కూడా మనం తగ్గించుకోవచ్చు అనమాట డ్రోన్స్ యూస్ చేయడం వల్ల. అలాగే మరి ఏంటంటే కంపెనీలో మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే కంప్లీట్లీ డీజీసీ అప్రూవల్ అండ్ టైప్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ అన్ని సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ ఉన్నది. అంటే మేము ఆల్రెడీ అంటే బ్యాంకులతో కూడా టైఅప్ అయి ఉన్నాం. ఎవరైనా తీసుకోగలిగిన వాళ్ళు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ వాళ్ళకి లోన్స్ కూడా ఇప్పిస్తాం విత్ ఇన్ 1 వీక్ లో. అలాగే వాళ్ళకి ఒక యూఐఎన్ నెంబర్ కానీ అన్ని ఉంటాయి అనమాట. కంప్లీట్ లైసెన్స్డ్ డ్రోన్ అనమాట ఇది. సో సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ద్వారా అంటే అప్రూవల్. సో అది చాలా తక్కువ కంపెనీలు మాత్రమే ఈ టైప్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ ఉన్న డ్రోన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అందులో మన సౌత్ లో మార డ్రోన్స్ ఒకటి.
అంటే మనకి 3 వీలర్ మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ ఉంది మనది. ఆ మిషన్లో ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ ఆందేల్, మొక్కజొన్న, కందులు, జొన్నలు, గోధుమలు, శనగలు ఆల్ క్రాప్స్ మనం థ్రెషర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అంటే పాత బళ్ళకి ఆయిల్ ఇంజన్తోన మన ట్రాక్టర్తో నడిపిస్తారు. దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ట్రాక్టర్తో నడిపించే దాంట్లోకి 4 లీటర్ డీజిల్ ఇదవుతుంది. ఇది మన ఆటోతోన 1 లీటర్ డీజిల్లో గంట సేపు వర్క్ అవుతుంది. ఇది గంటకి 9 క్వింటాల్ ట్రాక్టర్ తీస్తుంది. ఆటో ఇంజన్తో మనం థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ ఏమో మనది మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ 14 క్వింటాల్ తీస్తుంది. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ అనేది దీంట్లో జల్లెళ్ళు రూటర్ చేంజ్ చేస్తే ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ మనం తీయచ్చు. అంటే ఎక్కడన్నా తీసుకోపోవచ్చు, ఎక్కడన్నా తీసుకురావచ్చు. మనకి మామూలుగా ఇంతకుముందు అది పాతకాలంలో బండికి తీసుకెళ్ళి గుంజుకుపోవాలి, ఎద్దుల బండితో ఆయిల్ ఇంజన్తో పని చేసుకోవాలి. కొన్ని ఫెయిల్ అవుతుండే, కొన్ని క్రాప్స్ డ్యామేజ్ అవుతుండే, పల్పు రావాలి. అలాంటివి లేకుండా మన థ్రెషర్ మిషన్లో నీట్గా ఏ క్రాప్స్ అని శుభ్రంగా తీయవచ్చు అన్నట్ల. తక్కువ ఖర్చులో ఎక్కువ గిట్టుబాటుగా వస్తుంది మనకి. చిన్న రైతు కానీ పెద్ద రైతు కానీ దీనికి అందరూ వాడుకోవచ్చు ఈ వర్క్కి. దీని మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ కూడా అవుతుంది. ఇంకోటి వాటర్ పంపు కూడా ఉంది మనది. అది 500 ఫీట్ నుంచి గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ తీయవచ్చు. అంటే కొన్ని చోట్ల మనకి కరెంట్ ఉండదు. అక్కడ లేనప్పుడు కరెంట్ లేకుంటే ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే మనం బోర్ వేసుకొని ఈ ఇంజన్ పెట్టుకొని మనం వాటర్ తీయవచ్చు. వేరే పవర్ అవసరం పడదు మన అట్లా కరెంటు. ఈ 1 లీటర్ డీజిల్లో 3 గంటలు నడుస్తుంది మనకి. 4 ఇంచుల పైపు వాటర్ తీసేది. కిలోమీటర్ వాడతాక మనం దానికి పైప్ కనెక్షన్ పెట్టి తీయొచ్చు, వాడుకోవచ్చు, సప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. లూజ్ వాటర్ కానీ గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ కానీ 2 వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఇంకోటి మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్లో ఏముందంటే డీజిల్ అనేది చాలా సేఫ్టీ. ఇప్పుడు ట్రాక్టర్తో మనకి ఏమవుతుందంటే ఒక 8 లక్షలు 10 లక్షలు ట్రాక్టర్ కావాలి, మళ్ళీ మిషన్కి 1 లక్ష 2 లక్షలు కావాలి, 12-14 లక్షలు కావాలి. ఆటోతో ఎట్లా ఉందంటే 1 లక్ష రూపాయల్లో మనకు మిషన్ వస్తుంది. ఆటో ఒక 3,50,000, ఒక 4,50,000లో మనకి ఈ యూనిట్ తయారీ బయటికి వెళ్తాయి షోరూమ్ది. ఇక మనకు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్లో మనం సబ్సిడీ మన వస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే అది కూడా మనకు ఇంకా తగ్గియచ్చు రైతుల కోసము. దాన్ని బట్టి మనము ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాము. మనకు గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం చేస్తే కంపల్సరీ అది కూడా కంపల్సరీ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
It's a greenfield enterprise. We're making FMCG products out of agri-produce. That's the DNA of Motion Daughters. And presently we are here at AgHub, and here we are displaying skincare products which are made solely out of agri-produce, with zero chemicals, zero preservatives, no fragrances, and they're so safe that you can actually eat them and there won't be any harm to the body. It's that safe. The skin is the largest organ of the body, and it's one of the sense organs. Just like our eyes, ears, this is also a sense organ. If I give you something which is filled with chemicals and I ask you to put it in your eyes or on your ears, will you do it? No. Why? Because he'll say that it has chemicals and it's not safe for my eyes or my ears. It's a sense organ. The same way, your skin is also a sense organ. You need to give it the natural nourishment. And if you want to add any chemicals for professional, maybe for professional use, like people use makeup and all, so use it on top of the natural skincare products so that your skin remains protected and nourished. And it will say thank you, because we don't realize the chemicals that damage the skin, they're also there in the environment. So whenever we are exposed to those chemicals, the skin goes on absorbing all those chemicals in our body. And that affects our internal organs too, which we don't realize while we are using the chemicals over the chemicals that is there in the environment. Okay. So I got connected to AgHub through my friend Nalini, who is, of course, the founder of Levine Bakers. And it was, when I came to AgHub, I was a bit lost. I didn't know where to start from. But then we have an excellent team here with Dr. Kalpana and Vijay as the CEO of AgHub. And they have been helping me not only with the incubation of our product Mati, the brand Mati, which is about convenience packaging for tea that we are doing here, that we are getting incubated for at AgHub. They're also helping us with the brand Miralq, which is about natural skincare. And for this brand, we are basically getting incubated at NIT Trichy. But they have been really supportive and helpful to enhance the experience of an entrepreneur and also create the sustainable ecosystem all around.
NutriCircle Limited is an innovative company where we are isolating plant protein, especially from pulses, millets, and oil seeds. As you're aware that every body requires protein for your body, and we are the first company to isolate plant protein from millets and pulses and oil seeds, as I said. So India being a nutrition deficient country, you need a regular source of protein through your food. That's how we actually are developing product, as you can see here. For example, a very simple example, this is regular use of masoor dal. We use it on a daily basis. The percentage in the green is about almost 26%, but when we are isolated the protein from this, we fractionated to about 46%. So this is our end product, which will actually be going to a B2B market. For example, let's say an atta company want to fortify this with a high protein atta. So this will be an ingredient for them. Or this can be used in nutraceutical companies where they will fortify with their protein based product. This can go into ready to eat like cookies, bread, beverages, industry, because it can also go to cosmetic industry because your skin also requires protein. So this is an application for the cosmetic industry also. This can also be for the hair care. So the application of this plant protein business is very, very wide. For example, we require about 5.5 gram of protein every day for your daily consumption. And generally if in case you are a non-vegetarian, the source is either through chicken and other egg and things like that. But largely for a vegetarian consume, when you are a vegetarian, you want to consume, you require certain amount of protein. As I told you, let's say one food require 5.5 gram of protein.
So this particular protein you can add into a regular food also from a consumer point of view. So you can fortify this particular plant protein in your atta, like the way you use your turmeric powder or a masala powder. You can add it in the vegetable, you can add it with your soup, you can add it with your beverage in the morning, you can add with the fruit, you can add with the fruit juice. So this is how for end consumer this could be in the application for that. So on the larger scale it is for the B2B market. Currently what we are doing is we are focusing on the B2B market. But as you rightly said, over next 6 months time, we'll also be coming with the sachet. This could typically the protein powder sachet. This can be used in the household segment also. So currently what you see is we are now in the pilot scale where we are able to derive protein extraction through some of the pulses, like as I told you, grain, masoor dal, then you have kala chana, where we are isolated almost about 44% from kala chana, which is like a hot gram, which is easily available. Then for the first time now, this being an international year of millet, we also have isolated protein from foxtail millet also. So we are the first to isolate plant protein as far as the millet is also concerned. So currently we are focusing on B2B market. Way forward, we'll also be getting into consumer market also. Well, I think AGA being, especially for a startup like this, you need certain platform, in terms of your innovation, in terms of your product development, in terms of networking, with different scientists and food scientists. So the whole idea of we coming to AGA and to incubate there was in terms of the product development, and in fact, thanks to AGA, they have helped us in product development also. Second is in terms of networking with the stakeholder. For example, obviously to take the produce we need the farmers, so we network directly with the farmers and FPO, so we take the raw material from them. And of course, in networking, when you need sort of policy makers and networking with other stakeholders, AGAB is the right platform for us. That's how we got incubated with them.
My name is Prajwal. I am founder and CEO of Oscillo Machines Private Limited, Mysore. And we build electric farm machinery for paddy and poultry farmers. And our special, we modernize the farming with indigenous solution on local problems. So our current products, we have a poultry raking machine, paddy transplanter, paddy weeder and brush cutters. And all are electric driven. And we are the two products are already in commercial stage. Other two products are in piloting stage. So it's a completely electric based, where the fossil fuel has been eliminated. And if you take the poultry raking machine, the drudgery these machines will reduce the drudgery up to more than 50%. And these are the main advantages to the farmers, as well as they can gain an income by reducing the labor cost. The primary target is the small and marginal farmers, and if you take in a case of a poultry raking machine, our targeted customers are the 5,000 to plus bird capacity. The cost is between 42,000, and the paddy transplanters are more than that, but we are catering and we are targeting the micro entrepreneurs basically to cater those small and marginal farmers as a rental basis. So their work is still in progress. The system is already there. It's called a customizing centers. We want to cater that with our own machine, indigenous developed machines, where the Indian farmers can be used. If you take a paddy transplanter, which we are developing, is where the traditional seedlings can be grown. The mechanized paddy transplanter is always there in India from past 20 years, but the adaptation rate is very, very low, is less than 5%. Why? Because the adaptation of growing the other technologies in the Indian soil condition is not maybe suitable. That's why we are tackling that problem and want to introduce these machines. So AGAB, we and AGAB are the Agritech Innovation Pilots. We are connected through a pilots program. We are conducting upcoming pilots with the AGAB team. So we like that.
Hearing from all the delegates who have been there, the startup exhibitors, a lot of other investors, everybody have been very vocally telling me that there has been a lot of networking and a lot of exchange and learning experiences. All this has to culminate, and now we are about to start the concluding session. It's going to be in a different mode, but before that, may I request Ms. Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, Mr. Atul Kaushik, Dr. Satyanarayana, Madam Sushila, please come on to the dais. Mr. Anil Ipur sir, kindly. Vijay, please come. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We have with us, of course, I'm sure everybody now knows Madam Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, and you all know that she is the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park. But in the afternoon session, she comes before us as one of the founder members or foundation members of the Startup 20. Her role in this concluding session, apart from being a partnering organization from IKP, is more on the role which the Startup 20 is playing in the entire year's activities of the G20. And can there be some sort of a link between Think 20 and what we call Startup 20, because there are many overlaps. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Atul Kaushik, the GDC fellow, who is based in Delhi in the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, which plays a very crucial role in trying to converge and synergize some of the developmental activities, and which can be lessons for us. I'm sure many of you would have seen today some of the nice films which were played on the screen, digital screen just outside the hall. And there were already a lot of success stories and lessons which we in India can probably look at and try to see and maybe even improve those. So a warm welcome to you, sir, also. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Anil Ipur Garu, unknown face in PGTSU. He has been very, very closely associated with all the activities. I'm sure everybody in this auditorium will remember the CIE Tech Conclave, which has been very judiciously being taken place every May. I had just requested him to be part of this session, and he just said yes, and a big yes, and that shows the commitment and the way he supports all our activities, not only in AgHub but also in PGTSU. He has been in the forefront. He has been the what we call president of the Confederation of Indian Industry, and continues to play a major role in the state and as well as in this entire region. And I have utmost pleasure in welcoming Madam Sushila Chintalagaru, who is the CGM in NABARD TSRO, as the guest of honor. I also take this opportunity to welcome, of course, through the online medium to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, the Principal Secretary and Department of IT and GSC of Government of Telangana, who was gracious enough, despite the fact he is very busy on a 30th and he's traveling since 1 week, but he said immediately when I requested him, he said, I will come, I'll join you virtually. We have to be innovative. So I'll start without even talking about what has happened since morning and play a small video recording, which you all, I would love all of you to see. Maybe some of the students will feel pleased because they'll see their faces. On March 17th, we at AgHub, in partnership with IKP and NABARD support, we had organized an event which we called as Youth, the Game Changers and Challengers. So instead of my telling what we really did, we'll just go through this clipping. But the basic idea was, we thought everybody has talked today in the final day on 29th, but the youth need that platform and voice to voice their ideas. And I think that has been a great way of communicating, because we found some fantastic ideas coming from the minds and brains of the students of the university. My full compliments to them, and they did a great job. This we called as Gen Y, deliberately Gen Y and not Z, because I feel some will be in the Gen Y generation. That youth here also from this geography have a great idea, and their contributions are definitely articulated. We hope, if RIS can consider it as a request, that the extempore were great, and if there's an opportunity in the task force final meetings in any time, we would be very happy to, take our youth and give them a chance to participate in that. With this, I would also now like to just a small brief that we had 4 thematic sessions after the inaugural in the morning, but the whole idea was to set ourselves to thinking about it. And one feedback I can give you from Mr. Tadas was, this workshop should have been done much earlier. The Task Force 6 would have had a very great, base background, as we have started our work since December, but if we had this before, we would have had better platform to articulate to the other members of the task force. So I take that as a credit, that there was a lot of participation, there was understanding of research and agriculture, the toolkit of new emerging technologies coming from non-agriculture, how are they getting into the system, and use them as the ideas coming as processes, coming as technologies, coming as products, and then becoming businesses. The whole, chain of events was what we were looking at. We had different modes, and I'm so happy that all the panel discussions were very intense. Many of the panel discussion wanted more time. Many of the startups had questions, but I'm sure in all forms there has to be some sort of a gradation, and I'm sure all of you at one-on-one, I did see some B2B meetings also happening in the round tables here. So all in all, it has been a good way of things. I must compliment and all the exhibitors who have come. We insisted on them to come by 7:30, the technology showcase and exhibition, by the participating startups, by my Bens who have come all the way from Ladakh, from Gujarat, from also Jharkhand. They have come all the way, and which shows some of the efforts being made at the grassroots level in the rural communities. Those are also lessons for India to take it on in this. With this brief about the 4 sessions, I now take this opportunity first to call upon Madam Dipanvita to talk about the convergence of Startup 20 to T20 program.
See how people took to the theme of Think 20 Task Force 6 on agriculture and sustainability, inclusion, and debated and deliberated on the 4 topics that you had selected. Regarding, you mentioned about Startup 20, most of you would know that in India's presidency for G20, Startup 20 has been put as a new engagement group. There are several engagement groups already present. India thought that this is time to talk about startups as a separate engagement group. What this engagement group is doing is, we have split into 5 task forces under the chairmanship of Dr. Chintan Vaishnav of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. One task force is called Foundation Task Force, the second one is Alliance, third one is Finance, fourth is Include, which is basically to say what would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak on, because startup is defined differently in different countries. India has a certain definition which has the age of the startup, like 10 years. It talks about a revenue cap. It talks, in some countries, in India also, innovation is defined. In some countries, like South Korea, they say all SMEs are startups. So the definition itself varies from country to country. The task that we have taken up is to come out with a handbook of definition and terminologies of startups. So it's a framework that we are going to offer, and probably other countries are going to adopt from the framework so that we have a common language. This would be required even if there is a fund that's set up which is across the G20 nations, a G20 fund for startups. That would require a common language of what a startup is, and so on and so forth. So that's been very exciting. What I liked about this, and Dr. Kalpana, in my session, we were talking of startups. That would be an important aspect, because what we can carry from the Think 20 task force, the discussions today, and link to the Startup 20 group. Actually, in terms of inclusion of startups and inclusivity group and sustainability group, agriculture is part of that group. There's no separate agriculture group within the Startup 20 engagement. But we can actually look at what groups, the task forces that are working on inclusivity and sustainability, and how the Think 20 communicate that goes can be linked to. Because ultimately what will happen is we produce either a few documents or have a communique from each engagement group. So Think 20 would also have a communique which for the G20 Sherpa and the leaders of the G20 countries. And if there is a common language of communique between the startup group, at least part of it can be with the Think 20 task force. That will be something very useful. I also wanted to mention in the passing, Create, which is a partner of the Startup 20 Secretariat, has come up with a G20 fellowship, which is basically a fellowship for studying. It's a one-year fellowship, 75,000 or 80,000. They said roughly $1,000 per month for a fellowship for a year to do research on startup ecosystems, which I thought was, can we actually from Think 20 do on agriculture such fellowship? Is there a possibility for RIS to actually institute a fellowship of a similar kind where you do agricultural systems research across these countries? It is not about a startup research, it's an agricultural systems research. And if there are some benefits that we can gain out of it. Because the idea of what we are doing in Startup 20 and how we can link, I thought let's mention that. And I have also mentioned to Dr. Chintan Vaishnav that IKP will launch a grand challenge. We have not decided on the topic, so I'm unable to announce that, among all the G20 countries. So that will be announced probably in the next task force that we have in April, 17th, 18th April, we have another meeting. Probably we will announce it then or in the May one. But from the Startup 20 side, there are these sideline events which are relating to all the 20 member states are doing. If it is possible for Think 20 to do, it will be, I think it will be a great thing. So thank you so much.
Now request Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of ITEC, Government of Telangana. Before I call the dignitary on stage, I have opportunity and privilege to introduce Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is the member of the Indian Administrative Service of the 1992 batch and has been working in the state of Telangana. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a degree in business management from the IIM Kolkata, and a master's in public management from Lee Kuan, New School of Public Policy, National School of National University of Singapore. He has done short courses in the University of Birmingham on environmental policy analysis, JICA Training Institute, Tokyo, on drake remediation, London School of Economics on global and leadership, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University in public policy, and Swedish Institute, Stockholm, on sustainability and CSR. He is All India topper of his IAS batch of 1992. So we have this wonderful opportunity. We are having a very diverse group of stakeholders led by eminent dignitaries from various partnering organizations from the global ecosystem and Indian ecosystem. We also have stakeholders from the Agricultural University, the scientific ecosystem, and a group of students and entrepreneurs. We'll be very privileged to have your talk, sir. I request you to kindly enlighten the audience. Thank you so much.
In Telangana, as some of you would be aware, agriculture is a very important focus for the government. In fact, eight and a half years of our new state of Telangana have gone by, and I can share with you that almost 60% of the state's budget year after year in these last 8.5 years has been spent on creating and improving agriculture infrastructure, which of course which includes irrigation facilities, but also agriculture extension work, direct agriculture support to the farmer, which today has become a national policy, and so on and so forth. So when so much is happening in agriculture, we feel that this is the right time to find out if technology can also enable higher productivity, higher production, reduction of losses which farmers incur otherwise as well. And therefore, for the last about approximately 4 years plus now, we have designed this program. In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture, or improving agriculture, or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed. And all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields, till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved. We also noticed that the practices throughout this chain, which a large farmer undertakes, is very different from what a small farmer or a marginal farmer undertakes. So obviously the inefficiencies for a small or a marginal farmer are even greater than that of a large farmer. And then for almost 2 years, more than 2 years in fact, we spent time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps, or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, some are again relying on devices like a drone or a robot, and so on and so forth. But potentially 80 plus technologies through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses. And again, with the help of our partner here, the State Agriculture University in Hyderabad, we have decided that some of these some of these solutions which appear promising will be first tested and tried out, and then we will scale it up. And as you would have learned by now, Agriculture University has its own farmlands of different soil types, of different microclimates, and we have been able to implement, of the 80 odd solutions that I spoke about, approximately about 18 of them. And we monitor those results very closely. And again, I'm very happy to share with you that the meticulousness through which the solutions were sourced, that is reflecting on the fact that a majority of the solutions, when the field trials have been conducted, have yielded very, very positive results, very encouraging results. And we are ready right now to at least scale up 5 of these technology solutions which have been identified. And this approach that you look at end-to-end solutions, use all possible technologies, is kind of something which is working well. Since I mentioned earlier that we are also looking at the challenges that the small and marginal farmers face, we have decided to make these technologies as easy to implement and as affordable as possible. Because again, all of us know, farmers, most of them, a majority of them themselves do not have very high levels of formal education or too much of familiarity with gadgets or technology, etc. So unless you create a version which is very, very simple, more or less it is self-explanatory, you will get a huge pushback from the farmers. There'll be a mindset that these technologies are not for us. It is only for those people who live in the cities, who speak English and all those things. So we are very careful in ensuring that the usage of the technology, the adoption of the technology is at the level of the farmers. I again feel very happy to share with you that most of the 80 solutions that we have compiled in our compendium are sourced from young innovators and entrepreneurs, from startups essentially. And this again has happened because of a very progressive policy on innovation and startups that Telangana has, which mentions, first of all, the Telangana state itself offers lots of incubation facilities. So you would have heard about IKP, you would have heard about the Ag Hub, which is there in our agriculture university. These are just 2 of 70 such facilities which are there in Hyderabad, not 5 or 10 or 15 or 20. Hyderabad has the largest number of innovation spaces for any city in the country, which includes incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces, and 9 of these incubators, accelerators and co-working spaces are dedicated to agriculture. There's an incubation facility at ICRISAT, which is called again IHUB, NARM, Manage, Indian Institute of Millet Research. Many of these institutions have focused incubation programs for agtech startups. And we also have another feature in our policy which mentions that if it is a homegrown startup with a solution which is of relevance to the government, then the government will procure it bilaterally from them. So normally one of the biggest challenges that startups face is that finding their first customer gets very difficult. In Telangana, we guarantee that the state itself will become your first customer. And many of these 80 odd solutions that I spoke about have been developed by startups who are incubating in one of these facilities in Telangana, in Hyderabad. And because we have this policy, we have been able to onboard them very, very quickly. So our turnaround time is very short. We don't run any complicated procurement process like RFPs and bids, and you have to outbid someone. These things don't happen here. And that is one of the reasons why lots of very innovative activities are happening. So of course, when I spoke about these innovation centers, these are not just brick and mortar buildings. Of course, they are buildings, but what happens inside these buildings is much more educative. So T-Hub, for example, which is the jewel in the crown of our city. Inside T-Hub itself is built in a very large space, very beautiful architecture, etc. But what happens inside T-Hub is much more interesting. So we have a list of almost 200 plus domain experts who are instantly, the moment a startup is onboarded, they are instantly made to own up some number of startups. They guide them, they mentor them, they evaluate their technology. 3 big technology institutions of the city, IIIT, IIT and BITS, their top faculty collaborate with these startups. We also arrange for funding to every startup, whatever is their stage of evolution. We find some agency or the other which can help provide funds, venture funds to these startups. I already spoke about how government assures that we will be the customer if the product or solution is of relevance to us. And then we also help them scale up. We recognize them, we encourage them to participate in global awards, national awards, etc. And many of them do well. Many of our agtech startups have won national recognition, etc. So again, as I said, this is something which people would not really encourage governments to do. The typical thinking would be that government should stay away from the world of startups, from the world of enterprises. The market forces will take care of all these things. But we in Telangana have actually demonstrated a contrary model, that the government can actually step in provide very strategic kind of support and supervision, and help startups not only come up with important products and solutions which matter the most to us meaning to the citizens of this state, but also help them expand and grow and conquer domains outside of Telangana as well. So I'll be very happy. I heard Kalpana Shastri Garu, Dipanvita ji speak about how you want to proceed further regarding the T20 stream of the G20 work that you are doing. And I would like you to keep the overall ecosystem that the government and all of us have together created in the center of this work that you plan to do in the future. And any agriculture related work, we will be very, very happy to support. In fact, as I said, initially the idea was just to improve efficiencies, improve production, productivity, etc. But now we are doing much more than that. In fact, it is slightly premature to announce it formally, but I can share this with you. Just a very quick snippet that we are now setting up a full-fledged agriculture data exchange. We have already brought out an agriculture data management policy. We are setting up a framework. We are setting up a data exchange. And India Stack that we all talk about, for example, when we make digital payments, we know about the UPI, Aadhaar, etc. During COVID, we saw the India Stack being replicated for vaccination monitoring, etc., etc. Similar India Stack is being developed in Hyderabad by some of us related to agriculture. So certain things which even advanced countries are not even visualizing at this point in time, we are making a breakthrough, and we would like to showcase all of that work that we are doing. Nothing is secret, nothing is proprietary. We want as many states of our country, as many countries across the world to benefit from this innovation that we are carrying out. And I would like the opportunity that T20, G20 create to really do so. So once again, I'm grateful that you gave me an opportunity to speak out of turn. And my apologies that I could not be there in person. But once again, thank you all for accommodating me, and hope to meet you some other time in person somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts, and you've always been a torchbearer of the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem of the Telangana. We are very thankful to the support of the government of Telangana, and especially the support from Department of ITEC. We look forward for your patronage in the coming time. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time despite a hectic schedule. I would like to request now the next speaker, Mr. Atul Kaushik, GDC Fellow from RIS, to kindly give remarks on this session. But before that, I'll take this privilege to introduce the speaker. Mr. Atul Kaushik stays the Global Developmental Center at RIS, the retired Additional Secretary, Government of India. He was India's negotiator in the WTO for dispute settlement and intellectual property rights, in the UNFCCC for climate change, and also served in the permanent mission of India in Geneva. He has delivered multiple development cooperation projects in Africa, trade capacity building of developing country missions Geneva, and an Indo-US Triangular Development Partnership Program in New Delhi. He lectures at the National Judiciary Academy, the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and the Institute of Secretariat Training and Management of the Government of India, among others. He has also co-edited a book published by Academic Foundation entitled Reflections from the Frontline, Developing Country Negotiators in the WTO, and by the Government of India entitled Transforming India, Governance for Atmanirbhar Bharat, contributed chapters in dozens of books and several articles in various national and international journals. So we're very happy to have you here. I would like you to kindly come on the podium and kindly address the gathering. Thank you so much.
I had come with the thought in my mind that I'll take some time out of these sessions because they are going to talk a lot of technical stuff that I don't know about and may not care about, but I could not go out at all. It was so interesting that I spent the whole day with all of you, and I really learned a lot, and you spoke the language that I understood. So thank you very much, the university, for hosting me. I want to use this opportunity to talk a little about why I am here as a representative of the RIS and the GDC. So I have a small presentation, if you could put it up. You know, the Research and Information System for Developing Countries is a New Delhi-based think tank that works in the areas of research and development cooperation started way back in 1983-84, working on trade and economic development areas, but has now expanded to many verticals. And one of the verticals that it has, that it has started in January 2019 with the support of the UK government is called the Global Development Centre. So why did RIS decide to establish the Global Development Centre, and what is the Global Development Centre all about is the topic of my presentation. You know, I don't need to reiterate what all of us know, not only because it has been emphasized as a part of the Indian G20 presidency, but also because our Prime Minister has taken particular interest in becoming an active part of the Global South, a terminology that has started coming in currency more recently. But suffice to say that with the North-South and the South-South cooperation joining hands and now forging also triangular development cooperation, which involves a northern partner, a southern pivotal partner, and a development partner from the south, which benefits through this mutual exchange of knowledge and ideas. It has become imperative that the southern countries, they get together to do things for themselves. Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the Global South, we do need to first know what do we have. Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. If you remember the Millennium Development Goals, which are set up without thinking about the interconnectivity of all the goals, the 8 goals at that time, that mistake was corrected during Sustainable Development Goals setting up, and the participation of not only governments and negotiators, but also the entire set of stakeholders, including parliamentarians and civil society. It has created a situation where we do need to localize, we do need to find out how to curate solutions that are relevant for us, that are relevant for the southern countries. And that is where the idea of the Global Development Center came. So this was established in 2019, as I said. The premise of its establishment was collective growth. It promises to promote development programs showcasing not only Indian expertise, but mutual exchange across the Global South and sharing of peer expertise across the southern countries. And these experiences, expertise, and good practices can then cross-pollinate across the Global South. And that is the idea of the Global Center. So at the moment, we are working on these 4 verticals that you see on the slide in 4 different colors. But let me go forward to show you the connect between what we in the Global Development Center do and what you are doing today. Look at the first column here, which is on agriculture and nutrition, relevant not only for SDG 2, but particularly for SDG 2. So we have worked along with a clutch of Indian organizations, particularly central government organizations like the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, the National Water Mission, the National E-Agriculture Market or ENAM, and the Climate Smart Agriculture, PM Kusum, which found voice across two of the thematic sessions that we had in the morning and the afternoon today. Now, keeping in touch with these organizations, we identified a number of experiences, successful experiences that India has had in the agriculture sector. And when we engaged with other southern partners, we talked about it. And when we talked about it in global forums, in multilateral forums, or in our bilateral interactions, that generated interest in those countries to know more about it. And that is how the Global Development Center became a vehicle for South-South cooperation. Now, I will not go into the details of how it has become a vehicle of South-South cooperation. I will leave a copy of this presentation with the university and you can have a look at it. But I wanted to say that through this realization of South-South cooperation, this is the outreach that the Global Development Center has already undertaken since its establishment in January 2019. These are the various verticals in various regions of the world where GDC has worked, and this is despite the fact that we were established just a year before COVID happened, and most of our work until mid last year was virtual. So I wanted to talk about this outreach in particular to showcase that there are a number of areas relevant for agriculture in which we have been going across to Asian countries, to African countries, to the countries in the Pacific Islands, which are relevant for the kind of startups that we saw today, for the kind of engagement that we had in the thematic sessions today. And although I have taken notes, I would wait for a more detailed summary of the proceedings of not only today, but also the work that your brilliant students did on the 17th of March, and create out of it a new set of experiences and expertise that India can demonstrate to other countries, and take this across as a part of the Global Development Center's outreach to these all countries. We have already been to these all countries. We have interacted with these all countries, some of them virtually, some of them in person. Only last week, my colleagues came back from Ethiopia after talking to their ministries of agriculture, Ministry of Health. They wanted to know a lot more about how agriculture innovation is happening, how dryland farming is happening in India, what is ENAM, and they are planning to come to India also, and maybe we'll bring them to Hyderabad if time and opportunity permits, to continue this relationship that we are establishing with PJT SAU with this collaboration that we have had today. So once again, thank you very much.
We understand the coverage and extensive work that the GDC has worked in pioneering and spearheading the initiative of G20, and with your initiatives under T20, we are very happy to have you as an esteemed partner, and we look forward for more active collaborations and active participation in the coming time. Thank you for your wonderful insights. May I now request Dr. Kalpana Shastri, MD of AgHub, to kindly give a small memory from our side to present it to Mr. Atul Kaushik.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम साधना है और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं। और वो साबुन हम लोग का ये गोट मिल्क के साबुन जो बनाते हैं उसमें गोट मिल्क रहता है और पाम ऑयल रहता है, कोकोनट ऑयल रहता है, फ्रेगनेंस रहता है। फ्रेगनेंस हम लोग अभी वेनिला और लेमन ग्रास का यूज़ कर रहे हैं। तो इसका हम लोग जब स्टार्टिंग किए थे बनाना तो 3 मंथ जो हम लोग बनाए तो उसमें 3 मंथ जो बनाए तो हम लोग पहले खुद में ही ट्राई किए तो उसका फीडबैक अच्छा रहा। फिर हम लोग बहन को गाँव में दिए, गांव से फिर जब फीडबैक पूछे तो वहाँ से भी अच्छा रहा। अब तो ये कंटिन्यू बहन लोग का डिमांड है कि दी हम लोग के पास जब ब्रीड बढ़ गया है तो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो ये गोट मिल्क हम लोग से आप कंटिन्यू लेते रहिए ताकि ये हम लोग का चलता रहे और ये मेरा साइड इनकम हो जाएगा। ये विचार हमारे सेवा में एक आए थे भैया, SBI फेलो से थे वो, तो उन्होंने ये सारा प्रक्रिया खोज की निकाला। उसके बाद हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दिए, उसके बाद उससे फिर हम लोग प्रशिक्षण लिए और वो अभी हम लोग दिसंबर महीने से कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनका कुछ ही दिन मतलब 1 साल का उनका टाइम था जो कि उनका बीत चुका था। तो वो लोग हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दे के चले गए और दिसंबर महीने से अभी तक हम लोग 5000 साबुन बना चुके हैं और सेल कर चुके हैं और इससे बहन लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हो रहा है। अगले 5 साल में हम यही करना चाहेंगे कि अगर ये गोट मिल्क चल गया तो इससे बहन को भी बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा होगा और हमको भी फ़ायदा होगा क्योंकि हम जो कमा रहे हैं उससे हमसे जो छोटे भाई बहन हैं उसमें उसको हम पढ़ाई में पैसा देते हैं और उसमें मम्मी को भी मदद होता है और क्या, और बहन को भी फ़ायदा हो रहा है इसमें क्योंकि उससे जो हम दूध ले रहे हैं वो 200 रुपया लीटर ले रहे हैं और अगर 1 महीने होता है तो 1 महीने में उसका 6000 रुपया है जो कि एक बिहार की बहन के लिए बहुत बड़ा रकम होता है।
It is worked on the production of the biosurfactants. So these biosurfactants, it is recently in the 2 years back in two states like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, the chili farmers facing the lot of problems with the black thrips. It is called as a black thrip. The scientific name is the Thrips parvispinus. These thrips, it is attacked during the flowering stage. So due to this, there is no production of red chili. So due to this, it is the chili crop production is very expensive. So due to this, too much of expensive of the farmers. So generally the farmers in average 1 acre of average the chili production is 10 to 15 quintals. Due to this, when the bug is attacked in these plants, the production of red chilies it is decreased. It is like 1 quintal or 2 quintal. So due to this, the red chili price is very high. So like 1 quintal in 90,000. So some varieties 40 to 50,000. So in Indian, red chili is very famous in the all the types of the spices, and it is also used in the medicinal purpose also. So here, the bug also it is resistant to the chemical pesticides. So we are trying to, in India, we are first time you are using the biosurfactants in the different technology. We are the production of the biosurfactant. We are using the killing these black thrips through our biosurfactants, the different technology. So my products is help to the farmers. To my product in the biosurfactant product, it is very less toxicity and easy biodegradable. It is easy to available the farmers. So we are in the next season, we are ready to the market. So currently the prototype is developed. So the validation studies are going on. So here HAGAB is too much of knowledge experts, is too much of agriculture scientists in the different ways, agronomy scientists is there. My startup and my product is very suitable for the HAGHub. HAGHub mentoring my startup, I associate with the HAGHub, and also HAGHub, it is how to conduct the field studies, how to conduct the validation, so how to conduct the business models. The HAGHub good help my startup. This is the help from the HAGHub.
నా పేరు శ్రీజ. నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను. ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను. నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ తోటి తయారు చేశాను. ఈ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్తో తయారు చేసిన ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ ఎందుకంటే సాధారణంగా నర్సరీలో మొక్కలు పెంచడానికి ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ను ఉపయోగిస్తుంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించే ఆ ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ అనేటివి సింగిల్ యూజ్ ప్లాస్టిక్. వాటి వలన పర్యావరణానికి చాలా అంటే చాలా హానికరం జరుగుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయాన్ని నేను గమనించి నేను ఈ సమస్యకి ఏ విధంగా కానీ సొల్యూషన్ కనుగొనాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ మా గ్రామంలో అగ్రవేస్ట్గా ఉండే అధిక మొత్తంలో దొరికే గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ని ఎంచుకున్నాను. వాటి ద్వారా వాటికి ఇంకా కొన్ని బైండింగ్ ఏజెంట్స్, న్యాచురల్గా దొరికే బైండింగ్ ఏజెంట్స్ని కలిపి ఈ పార్ట్స్ని ఈ విధంగా గట్టిగా తయారు చేశాను. ఇవి మనము ఈ విధంగా బయట 3 months వరకు పెట్టవచ్చు. అంతేకాకుండా మనం మొక్క ఎప్పుడైతే భూమిలో నాటేయాలి అని అనుకుంటున్నామో అప్పుడు ఈ పార్ట్ని ఈ విధంగానే నాటేయాలి. అప్పుడు ఒక 7 daysలోనే అది బయోడిగ్రేడబుల్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్లో ఉండే కాల్షియం, మెగ్నీషియం ఇవన్నిటి కూడా మొక్కకు చాలా ఉపయోగపడుతున్నాయి. ఇవి ఎప్పుడైతే డిసాల్వ్ అవుతుందో, ఎప్పుడైతే భూమిలో డిగ్రేడబుల్ అవుతుందో దీంట్లో ఉండే పోషకాలన్నిటి కూడా ఈ చెట్టుకి అందుతుంది. అప్పుడు ఈ చెట్టు ఆరోగ్యంగా ఉంటుంది. అయితే ఈ పార్ట్స్ని ఎక్కువ మొత్తంలో ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి నాకు గ్రాంట్ అవసరమైంది. తర్వాత వీటికి కావాల్సిన ముడి సరుకులు కానీ వాటి అన్నిటి తెచ్చుకోవడానికి కూడా నాకు ఈ గ్రాంట్ అవసరమైంది. ఈ హ్యాగప్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసిండ్రు అంటే ఆ గ్రాంట్కి సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చిండ్రు. అంతేకాకుండా నేను తయారు చేసిన ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ నిజ జీవితంలో ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి, అంటే నిజ జీవితంలో ఏ విధంగా ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి సరైనవా కాదని ఇక్కడనే ఈ హ్యాగప్లోనే వాళ్ళు ప్రయోగాలు చేశారనమాట. అయితే వాళ్ళు చేసిన ప్రయోగాలను బట్టి ఇవి ఎన్ని రోజులు బయట ఉండగలుగుతాయి, వాటర్ ఎట్లా పట్టాలి, ఈ మొక్క బరువు తట్టుకోగలుగుతుందా లేక, క్రాక్స్ వస్తున్నాయా, ఇలాంటివన్నీ చిన్న చిన్న ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసి మాకు ఇంకా కొన్ని సజెషన్స్ ఇవ్వడం కూడా జరిగింది. నా ప్లాన్ వచ్చేసి ఏందనంటే, నా లక్ష్యం ఏందనంటే ఈ పార్ట్స్ కేవలం ఇది ఇన్నోవేషన్లోనే ఉండకుండా నిజ జీవితంలో ఇది ఉపయోగపడాలి. ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణలో హరితహారం కార్యక్రమంలో భాగంగా పెద్ద ఎత్తున మొక్కలు పెంచుతూ ఉంటారు. దాంట్లో భాగంగా పాలిథిన్ బ్యాగ్స్ని పూర్తిగా రిప్లేస్ చేసి ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ని నేను ఆ హరితహార కార్యక్రమానికి ఇవ్వాలని అనుకుంటున్నా. అంతేకాకుండా మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్లో చాలా స్కూల్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ స్కూల్లో ప్రతి ఒక్క పిల్లలకు ఈ పార్ట్స్ని ఇచ్చి వాళ్ళే స్వయంగా సీడ్ వేసి వాళ్ళు పెంచి వాళ్ళ స్కూల్లో నాటాలని నా లక్ష్యం.
We made a library box actually, which is known as story box. Its purpose is for reading. Students should get into habit of reading daily some part actually usually. So when they grow up, they'll become good at socializing, they'll be good at finance. Survey says that people who are good readers, they're very good at socializing also. So it helps students when they grow up. So we made this box, which you can see, this is known as a library in a box. It's actually school stuff. We have, this box has school stuff where students will read stories, poems, interesting facts, puzzles, all those things at just a press of a button. So they need not worry of books, carrying a book, or searching a book from a library. They can happily just touch a button of icon which will be story or poem or interesting facts or puzzles. They'll just a button. If he or she wants to read a story or a poem, they'll just give a selection of story. They'll select medium, very easy, or easy, high, something like that, as per the reading capability. They'll select and they'll touch the button, and they'll have 4 options here: fantasy, fables, poem, humor, or anything. They can select whichever they want, and they'll get a printout like this. Yeah, and they'll get a printout. This is something like a sad tale. So they'll read this and what did they understand out of this. In this box actually they will do the activity, what did they understand from the story or poem. They'll write, they can draw, they can write a second part. It's a activity thing actually for students. And next we will move forward. We'll have puzzles, in which we'll have number puzzle, word search and crossword, where students can solve puzzles. In this also you'll have medium, like very easy, medium or high. They can select either of them and they'll get a printout. This is a number puzzle where they can do this Sudoku. They can solve this. Below they'll have answer also, so that they'll not leave the between. So moving forward, we'll have even interesting facts.
नमस्ते जूले, मेरा नाम छुरुल है। मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथुन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है। हमारे लद्दाख में 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, एगले और करगिल। 21 सेंटर चलता है। अभी हमारे बहन 3,000 ये फूड प्रोसेस का काम करता है, 2,000 टेलरिंग का काम करता है, 2,000 वीविंग का काम करता है। हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। पहले हमारे बहन लोग कमरे से बाहर भी नहीं निकलता। अभी हम लोग अपने हाथ से खुद कमाई करके अपना इनकम, एक बहन का 3-4 हज़ार मिलता है। लद्दाख में भी बिकता है, इंडिया में भी अभी ऑर्डर आता है सर, क्योंकि ये ऑयल तो आज का ऑर्गेनिक है। हम सब बहन मिल के हाथ से बनाता है जी। ये क्रीम के लिए भी अच्छा है। ये जूस आजकल कोरोना आया ना, उस टाइम तो डॉक्टर लोग बोले ये कोरोना के लिए दवाई है बोल के, हम तो 500-600 बैरल का डिमांड भी आता है सर। अभी हमारा सोच है ये ऑनलाइन भी भेजेगा, सोच रहे हैं सर।
We are basically a digital platform for agriculture processing companies and agribusinesses, where we help them in identifying and calculating the carbon emission across the supply chain. So right from the farmer till the produce is exported, all the processing flows that happens, all the interventions that happens across the supply chain. So we help them calculate the carbon emissions and give them a DMRV tool. DMRV tool stands for Digital Measuring, Reporting and Validating Tool, so that companies can can have information on what is their carbon emission across the supply chain and offset it based on the informed decision. So this is what we basically do. So we are a 3.5-4 year old company. We have around 35 customers across India. We are now expanding to European Union and Middle East region. So
How can your association with AgHub?
yeah, so with AgHub, we also developed a portfolio in terms of seed traceability. So AgHub, we are incubated at AgHub, and they gave us an opportunity to establish seed traceability from the point of the seed at the nucleus stage till the point is seed is sold to a farmer. The various stages that happens across the supply chain in terms of converting the seed, nucleus seed to a breeder seed to a foundation seed, then into seed treatment, production, and then finally selling it to the farmer. All the activities are captured on our platform, and essentially a farmer can what is the quality of the seed, what is the germination percentage of the seed, what is the moisture level in the seed. So that way he can know exactly who is the farmer who has multiplied the seed for him. which and can vouch for the quality of the produce that he is growing. Yeah.
At Transity, our focus is to enable farmer cooperatives, self-help groups, and other foundations to become sustainable agribusinesses. We do this by providing them a digital platform through which they can digitize every element of their operations. And number two, we provide them market access. Today, if you look at all these grassroots organizations, like I named, they're all having very good ground level work they are doing. But unfortunately, they are not able to get connected to the market. And because this is primarily because of their inability to run their operations in a streamlined manner. So we work with them hand in hand, provide them the necessary digital platform to digitize themselves, run their operations efficiently, essentially lay their entire foundation so that they're ready for the market. Because today, if you have to go to the market, you have to be ready for the market. So we provide that kind of a foundation platform for them. And once while we are doing that, we understand what is the kind of cropping profile that they are having, what is the possibility of value addition, and what is the market need. So we kind of do that bridging between them, and in the process help them to become a sustainable agribusiness. This is the area that we are working. So our core offering and what our IP is our platform called Fresh Flow. This platform can digitize every element in the seed to deliver value chain. So right from when the farmer has sown the seed to when the harvest is going to come, to recording the cropping information, whatever activities are happening on the field, to predicting when the harvest is going to come, disseminating package of practices through real time, then doing the inventory management, taking orders from customers. We provide online apps for their customers so they can get orders. And the entire order to fulfillment cycle can be digitized, and so that they can really work like a modern agri enterprise. That's the need of the hour for these organizations to become sustainable. Okay, AgHub, we have been part of the AgHub cohort for Agri Tech Innovation Pilot Program. So through that program, we actually got an opportunity to work in the Nizamabad cluster, which is a turmeric cluster. So AgHub has helped us to, through its Krishi Vigyana Kendras and research stations that are available. So we were able to actually get to the ground level, understand the ground level realities, understand what is the expectations over there, discuss about our solution, make changes and refinement, and then, kind of iterate on our model. So AgHub in that way is of immense help, because that's the connect that you require for any new technology or innovation. That connect with the grassroots is very important. So that is the kind of support we are getting. Obviously, there are many other things like these kind of forums. There are so many events that they do. And, we also get such kind of exposure both nationally and internationally through their support.
So we started in 2020 with a supply chain traceability using blockchain. Right now we are a progressive company into the climate tech using Web3 blockchain technology, also creating a lot of impact on climate change. We started with learning with the technology in 2020, so to say. By 2021-22, we are mature with the technology on the supply chain, on the traceability side. Then we thought of why not apply in the climate action and the climate change, addressing the double counting, addressing the authenticity issue of your climate data. So that has provided us a boost. So it's a kind of a natural progression. So you can't talk food and agriculture without climate. So it's a kind of a natural progression. But again, the opportunities are pretty big right now. The whole globe is running after climate, and the challenge is on the climate data side. So that's why we want to focus on the climate data, how to provide a quality data, a traceability of the data, and climate action should be properly reported. That's all. See, when you talk about the global climate change initiative, the corporates or the countries are rushing towards mitigating the climate risk. That means if a corporate creates a carbon footprint of, let's say, 100 million tons, where he has to mitigate. So we have got those data sets, we have got those climate actions where he can come to us and buy those carbon credit with a complete traceability. So these are the carbon credits. It's not devised out of our own ways. These are the defined process and methodology which are defined by Clean Development Mechanism, Gold Standard or VERA. these are the data sets what we create, and we get it verified, and they can come and mitigate it. So world is for us. So the customer, if you ask us, right now we are focusing into Middle East and Europe and US also as a climate customer. So if you look at climate data, by 2030, people are expecting it to be something around $400 billion opportunity. So everybody will have a pie onto that. So yes, if you are looking at the Mid East, the Southeast Asia, India, these are the prominent market because a lot of climate actions happens here, and these are the good opportunity what we are looking for. And it's a kind of $100 billion opportunity, what I say, by 2030 for, if you look at the India subcontinent, that sort of a climate data. 17% of the greenhouse gases in India are produced from agriculture, particularly paddy. Now, when you talk about the paddy uses a lot of water and lot of uncontrolled water, I would say, and lot of uncontrolled fertilizer. So chemical fertilizer. So if you correct all those things, your emission is going to get reduced. So we have got certain process and methodology called alternate wetting and drying, what we digitally converted. In fact, we have got application, we measure those. So the moment you reduce or sequester any kind of a carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, you are eligible for carbon credit. So this is a measurement where Indian farmer helps to reduce the carbon dioxide footprint in the globe. So that's how they are eligible, and that's how we create values for them. See, three things are happening. If you do a controlled practice, your productivity is going to improve. You are earning a additional revenue for your produce, for your package of practice what you do. Also, you create a less carbon footprint, or you contribute towards the environment. So these are the good benefits which are happening. So three benefits, as I told you. We have got certain aggregator companies, we have got certain APOs. So APOs can connect with us, we can enable digitally with them and create that impact. They need not connect us directly, but again, there are a lot of APOs, intermediary, and the aggregators who are working with the farmer to create these sustainability practices, and farmer can value from them. So farmer can also directly reach out to us. In turns, we are going to connect them with those APOs and aggregators. Egg Hub has given us a beautiful opportunity to grow multifaceted. Let me tell you, through Egg Hub, we have created a bigger impact for 40,000 farmers in Tandu region, getting their GI, geographical indication, for their Tandu dal, what they produce. So this is impacting around 40,000 farmers, improving their lifestyle. This is the biggest contribution. Egg Hub has contributed us providing those elements where we can do a field trial. We created a couple of products on the seed traceability with the help of Egg Hub. So it's a kind of a, Egg Hub has given us an outreach ability, given us a platform to experiment, given us a platform to come out of new products and get connected with the farmer ecosystem. Yes, Egg Hub is a good opportunity. They have given us a good opportunity to scale up our startup. Rather, Egg Hub has given an opportunity to innovate ourselves and get into a perfection in short time.
We do end-to-end supply chain traceability solutions for our customers. We are focusing primarily on the food and beverages industry. What supply chain traceability means for food and beverages is basically to track the food product from its origin right up to the end point where it reaches the end customer. the complete journey is traced and it is put on blockchain. What I mean by tracking the journey of the food product is that the food is tracked right from its origin to its processing, packaging, its finishing, and it's right when it reaches the customer. When does the food, when is the expiry date, what are the various certifications that the food has. Increasingly, customers want to see where their food has come from, and brands want to be more transparent to customers, because for organic food brands and for direct to customer brands, this is one of the best ways to actually come closer to the
మాది ఒక రోబోటిక్స్ కంపెనీ. సో మీరు చూస్తున్నది ఇది ఒక ఫుల్లీ ఎలక్ట్రిక్ మైక్రో ట్రాక్టర్ కేటగిరీ అనమాట. సో ఈ రోబోట్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుని మనము పొలాల్లో మొక్కలు నాటుకోవడము, విత్తనాలు వేసుకోవడము, కలుపు తీసుకోవడము, పెస్టిసైడ్ స్ప్రేయింగ్, ఫెర్టిలైజర్ మైక్రోడేషన్, గ్రాస్ కటింగ్, ఇట్లాంటి రకరకాల ఆపరేషన్స్ అనేది చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. ఇదేంటంటే ఫుల్లీ బ్యాటరీతో నడుస్తుంది, రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్ వెర్షన్ ఉంటుంది. సో మనం దీన్ని రిమోట్ ద్వారా నడిపించుకుంటూ ఉండాలి. సో బ్యాటరీలు మనం 2.5 గంటలు ఛార్జ్ చేసుకుంటే 4 గంటలు వస్తుంది అనమాట. సో రోజుకి కలుపు తీసుకోవడం దానికేమో మనకు రోటావేటర్ వస్తుంది. ఒక రోజులో రోటావేటర్ వేసుకోవడానికి 2 ఎకరాలు మనం కవర్ చేయొచ్చు. అదే పురుగు మందు స్ప్రేయింగ్ లాంటిది అయితేనేమో ఒక రోజులో మనం 8 గంటల్లో 4 నుండి 6 ఎకరాల దాకా కవరేజ్ అనేది ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో మీరు వీడియోలో చూస్తున్నట్టుగా దీనికి ముందున కొన్ని అటాచ్మెంట్ కానీ వెనకాల కొన్ని అటాచ్మెంట్ కానీ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. మా దగ్గర 2 రకాల రోబోట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటి వచ్చేసి 40 సెంటీమీటర్ స్పేసింగ్ ఉన్న చిన్న రోబోట్ అనమాట. దీంతో మనము పత్తి, మిరప, కూరగాయలు ఇట్లాంటి నారో క్రాప్స్ అన్నిట్లు కూడా పోతా ఈ ఆపరేషన్స్ అన్ని చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. ఆ రోబోట్ యొక్క కెపాసిటీ వచ్చేసి 25 లీటర్ల ట్యాంక్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే 72 లీటర్ల ట్యాంకు రైతు యొక్క అవసరం తగినట్టుగా వాళ్ళు వాడుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. అది అప్ టు స్ప్రేయింగ్ అయితే అప్ టు 7 feet హైట్ వరకు స్ప్రే చేయగలుగుతుంది, డైలీ 4 to 6 acres అనమాట. ఒకవేళ మనకి పెద్ద రోబోట్ కావాలి, వాళ్ళ దగ్గర షార్ట్ క్రాప్స్, బెడ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ క్రాప్స్ ఉన్నాయి అనుకుంటే మనం ఈ రోబోట్ అనేది ప్రిఫర్ చేస్తాం. ఇదేంటంటే మనకి వీల్ విడ్త్ అనేది అడ్జస్టబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది. మనకి సోయాబీన్స్ కానీ అట్లాగే షార్ట్ క్రాప్స్ ఏవైతే వెజిటేబుల్స్ ఉంటాయో, ఆకుకూరలు, ఇట్లాంటి బెడ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ క్రాప్స్ కూడా ఈ పెద్ద ప్లాట్ఫామ్ యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో రెండిట్లో కూడా సేమ్ అటాచ్మెంట్స్ అనేవి మనకి అవైలబుల్ ఉంటాయి. సో దీని ప్రైజింగ్స్ వచ్చేసి చిన్న రోబోట్ స్టార్టింగ్ మనకి 1,75,000 పడుతుంది. 1,75,000కి ఏదైనా ఒక అటాచ్మెంట్ వస్తుంది, 4 గంటలు పనిచేస్తుంది రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్తో అనమాట. అండ్ మాకు ఆటోనమీ టెక్నాలజీ కూడా రెడీగా ఉందన్నమాట. ఈ ఆటోనమీ టెక్నాలజీలో మనం రైతు యొక్క ఫామ్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో ఆ ఫామ్ని GPS మ్యాపింగ్ అనేది ముందు చేసుకుంటాం. ఆ మ్యాపింగ్లో రోకి ఎంత డిస్టెన్స్ ఉంది, మొక్క గ్యాప్ ఎంత ఉంది అనేది మొత్తం ఫీడ్ చేసుకుని పెట్టేసుకోవడం. తర్వాత ఆపరేషన్ స్టార్ట్ చేసిన వెంటనే ఇది మనిషి ఇంటర్వెన్షన్ లేకుండా ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఆ పని చేసుకుంటూ అవుతుంది అనమాట. అది ఫుల్లీ ఆటోనమస్ వెర్షన్. బేసిక్ వెర్షన్ వచ్చేసి రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్. సో రైతుల యొక్క వాళ్ళ కన్వీనియన్స్ని బట్టి ఏది తీసుకోవాలనేదని వాళ్ళ ఆప్షన్ అనమాట. అండ్ మాకు మేజర్ వచ్చేసి మేము రెంటల్ మోడల్లో వెళ్తున్నాము. ఇదేంటంటే ఈ వచ్చే ఖరీఫ్ సీజన్కి మేము కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో మా రోబోట్స్ని లాంచ్ చేసి రైతులకి రెంటల్ ప్రాసెస్ ద్వారా దీన్ని ఇవ్వడానికి చూస్తున్నాను అనమాట. సో వాళ్ళు కాల్ చేస్తే మా ఆపరేటర్ వెళ్ళి ఆ పొలంలో రెంటల్కి తిప్పుకుని ఏ ఆపరేషన్ చేసి ఎంత ఎకరేజ్ ఎంత అవుతుంది అమౌంట్ కలెక్ట్ చేసి వచ్చేటది మా మేజర్ ప్లాన్ అనమాట. వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఆపరేషన్ బట్టి ప్రైస్ చేంజ్ అవుతుందండి. ఒకవేళ వాళ్ళకి కలుపు తీసుకునే వీడింగ్ రోటావేటర్ కావాలనుకుంటే ఎకరాకి మనకి 1,500 నుండి 2,000 ఆ రేంజ్లో ఉంటుంది అనమాట. ఒకవేళ స్ప్రేయింగ్ అనుకుంటే 350 to 400 రేంజ్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. మొక్కలు నాటేది అయితే 3,000 అట్లా తీసుకుంటాం. మేజర్ యొక్క మా కోర్ థీమ్ ఏంటంటే మనుషులు లేబర్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏదైతే రైతులు ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నారో దాన్ని తగ్గించడం అనేది మా యొక్క అజెండా అనమాట. సో ఈ రోబోట్స్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుని రైతులు తమ యొక్క పొలంలో ఎప్పుడు కావాలంటే అప్పుడు పనులు చేసుకోవాలి, అట్లాగే వాళ్ళు లేబర్ అనే డిపెండెన్స్ అనేది తగ్గించుకోవాలనేది మేము చూస్తున్నాం. సో వాళ్ళకి ఆన్ టైం ఆపరేషన్ జరుగుతాయి అండ్ ప్రిసైజ్గా కూడా ఈ రోబోట్స్తో మనం చేయగలుగుతాం. ఫ్యూచర్లో రకరకాల కొత్త రకమైన అటాచ్మెంట్లు కూడా ఈ రోబోట్లకు మనం పెట్టుకోవడం ద్వారా వాళ్ళు ఎండ్ టు ఎండ్ అన్ని పనులు ట్రాక్టర్ వచ్చి దున్నేసి వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత మొక్కలు నాటడం దగ్గర నుండి హార్వెస్టింగ్ దాకా అన్ని రకాల పనులు ఈ రోబోట్లతో మనం చేసుకునే వీలు.
identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of, policy decisions.
I think that is the boost where two of the aspects. I think we'll discuss more about the framework and the policies and the responsibilities of all of us.
Whole ecosystem need to move towards rural areas, but it is still lacking. Many of the ecosystem is vibrant in many cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, but really need to move towards rural areas.
Right. In last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants.
Pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts.
So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit of the range of those criteria can be different in different economies.
We as incubators, we normally, whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're moving tons at the door. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
Our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students, and also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Actually, startup in my view is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off by the entrepreneur.
When we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate one.
Sydney has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI.
Brand is committed entirely only for specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem. We all know the lot of gaps in the whole startup ecosystem. So we need to highlight, they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of, policy decisions. We happen to identify one gap is we don't have a definition for startups. In the same context, there are various issues which all of us as ecosystem enablers, we are finding a few difficulties which can be addressed by the policy makers and also the international G20 nations. We can learn from G20 nations. That's the reason why we have Australia representation also here. We need to learn from the business leaders, youth, and also the entrepreneurs and finance part, handled by banks, which what they are looking forward to from startups and technology people. like research labs. And I think we need to create an ecosystem. Already we have been doing it, but there are certain issues. We want to be open and come out with our result-oriented recommendations.
But I think the globalization and the freedom for startup to align with national policies and national mandates. I think that is what the prime, purpose of this particular G20 and its predecessor meetings that so far happened. Even today we are sitting for that purpose. In that context, I think last line from my side is that being an incubator, major responsibility is there, not only from the government. Being an incubator, I'm saying that it is our responsibility. Incubators need to take that responsibility, and I'm just telling here in front of all of you that the gaps that what Ramadevi garu trying to anticipate or expect from all of us to discuss and to resolve certain those of gaps. I think we are taking that ownership of those responsibilities to help all the startups to connect the dots. That's what my last line. I think everybody have gone through the 5 pillars or what are the challenges they briefly mentioned, but we have to actually look from the rural sectors to cities, and then to states, and then to national, then to global.
Actually, startup, in my view, is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off as entrepreneur. Now, the definition has to be given, it should be given for the users, not for only the ecosystem. When a village boy is there, a village girl, a woman is there, how do you understand the definition of startup vis-a-vis present company registrations, MSME, so many ecosystems already existing. It's not that we had nothing so far. Now, how do we differentiate between these two, and that particular person in the village be able to understand, yeah, I have a choice of 3, 4, let me look into this, or choose all of them. Now, today there's a confusion. And that has to be taken off because somebody says guidelines, somebody says policy, and there's no mandatory. And in the schools, what she said, that are we making them startups or are we promoting innovation? What is that we need to do in the school? And startup innovation, in my view, are not totally identical. There's a difference in these two. Yes. Let's focus what is innovation and what is problem solving in the schools, and maybe as they grow, we can think of startups. That's of course a choice of parents and children.
I sincerely believe that startup ecosystem, unless it is developed, we can't reach that goal. And congratulations to ALEEP and CMB institutions and other incubators for doing that job. All are startup enablers, and we are committed to innovate and deliver and enable the entire startup ecosystem environment. We all already have many SME intensive branches and a huge branch network. But in Hyderabad, we thought that though State Bank of India has already come up with startup branches in centers like Bangalore, in Mumbai Metro, in Chennai, and also in Gurgaon. So this will be the 5th startup branch we will be opening in Hyderabad on 5th of June. In fact, it's already complete. It will be formally inaugurated by our chairman himself. And that branch is committed entirely only for, specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem.
What we see when we talk about agriculture or social inclusion, we are talking, but it is whole ecosystem need to move towards rural areas, but it is still lacking. Many of the ecosystem is vibrant in many cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, but really need to move towards rural areas. Then there may be the innovation ecosystem the impact or the benefits we can reap for all the population. That's why maybe coming together this type of different innovation ecosystem players that may be interesting, because our competencies or resources we can share so that we can create much more impact than what we are now creating.
So the bank HDFC as a startup journey started way back in the 2016, right when the government of India announced Startup India initiatives. That's when we realized as a bank we need to have a separate and focused vertical for startups. So that's where we have formed our own division. Now since last 6 years, right, we are very active in the space. We started long back we started identifying the ecosystem partners, right, especially the incubation centers. Right, in last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants. So that's where even the Alip, last year we signed an MOU with Alip. That's where we promised we will get something as a CSR grant, and we have delivered that this year with 50 lakh as a one-time grant. Right, even the CCMB is right here. Even for them we supported with 35 lakhs this year. Right, so as a bank we kind of have a very good share. Right, so we out of the DPIIT registered startups, we say 70,000-80,000, 30,000-35,000 already banked with us. Right, the vision of the bank was very clear. We have our own branches. Right? Across India now we have reached 25 startup or specific branches.
Till date, SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI. So it is not direct, though not directly assisting startups, but it assists the startups through alternate investment funds.
Collectively, the group of 20 nations represent a startup ecosystem that has more than 850,000 startups, more than 1,600 unicorns, more than 20,000 incubators. At the highest level, Startup 20 has two overarching objectives that must be achieved simultaneously. First, to harmonize the global startup ecosystems in order to facilitate collaboration across these ecosystems. But second, to do so while preserving the freedom of national ecosystems to develop and grow as they desire simultaneously. The group expects to produce the following outputs. First, the main deliverable of this group is the policy communique to be submitted to the world leaders. There are 4 other deliverables that will be produced in the process of producing the communique. First, a startup definition framework and terminology handbook. Second, a startup financing framework for financing across G20 nations. Third, mechanisms to accelerate startup.
But a couple of things that I have noticed, the similarities that are there between Australia, for example, and India. And Dr. Rama pointed that out earlier when she said, the quality of the startups. So that pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and the people from their 10th grade or their early university years. Then you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts. Still, I'm sure maybe we have again similarities with India. In Australia, it is like startup is not considered as a viable career option by the students, the parents. So infusing that enthusiasm in the youth is very important.
What we consider as startup in 2018-19 versus what the startup definition has been changed now, which is annual turnover up to 100 crores and not more than 10 years old. So somewhere when we say that we have to come up with a defined definition of startup across G20s, there are 2 challenges. So one challenge is every country's economy is different. every company's the stake that the industry has, and whether it should be considered at that point as a startup or should be considered an industry may change. So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies. That is very possible. Secondly, also we have to like when we say the startup definition says turnover limitation up to 100 CR or registration to 10 years we can call startup. Why there are particular funding schemes or incentives which have different criteria, like not more than 2 years old or not more than 1 CR revenue or turnover. So if we can define them and revise the startup definition, it will be one definition, and with this definition you will get all the incentives.
It's very true. We don't have a compulsory mechanism in our policy as far as the education institutions is concerned. So we have a guideline saying that you have to promote innovations in the school and college level. But what happens is it matters to a paper publication, or it matters to a kind of bringing into the PR exercise kind of thing for the education institution. So now the imposition of credits to the curriculum that may impose in students, because the students, it's not the mistake of the students or it's not the mistake of younger generation. It's the system that makes that as it is not compulsory, the focus is very low. If it gets a credit course, either in the up to 12th standard or in the kind of graduation level, that picks up. And also we are very low in, as sir said rightly from Palestine, we are failing to scale the grassroots innovations. That's major impact. We are not even bringing it into light to our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students, and also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Startup definition. What I would like to add is that when we say startups, we are actually alienating 99% of the new businesses that are registering every year. 99.5 I would say. Why? Because most of the businesses that are registering are B2 businesses. Somebody's doing manufacturing a generalistic thing, doing a service that is already there in the market. But I feel that these are the ones who are going to be revenue positive maybe within the first 1 year or 2 years. How can we include them in the definition of the startup is something that we should think about, because it doesn't 99.5% businesses are going to be these kind of things where there is like literally no innovation, right? But they are the ones who are actually generating the revenue. They are the ones who are actually generating the employment. So we as incubators, we normally whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're going to come inside the door. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
I believe when we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup. While I know funding is a very important aspect, but whether the startup is investor ready. So I think 3.1 that we're talking about can be in complementary, or rather 3.4 can be in complementary to 3.1, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate point.
There are a lot of aspects of inclusivity that we have to look at more micro level also. Of course, this is on macro level, but it helps. I mean, we are quite an advanced society as far as startup and entrepreneurship goes. Among the G20, also there will be hardly one of the countries ahead of us. So a lot may depend upon us itself as India, to take the leadership in establishing ecosystems in these other countries. If we can take it forward to that level, and G20 is only for 1 year, the presidency changes. I don't know what happens to all this after that, and how sustainability of this is going to be put into a proper workable framework.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
But I represent a community which is mostly ignored, the grassroots innovations. Grassroots innovation is two types. One is for grassroots people and by grassroots. We're talking about by grassroots. Actually, startup, in my view, is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off as entrepreneur. Now, the definition has to be given, it should be given for the users, not for only the ecosystem. When a village boy is there, a village girl, a woman is there, how do you understand the definition of startup vis-a-vis present company registrations, MSMEs, so many ecosystems already existing. It's not that we have nothing so far. So how do we differentiate between these two and that particular person in the village be able to understand, yeah, I have a choice of 3, 4, let me look into this. Or choose all of them. Now, today there's a confusion. And that has to be taken off because somebody says guidelines, somebody says policy, and there's no mandatory. And in the schools, what she said, that are we making them startups or are we promoting innovation? What is that we need to do in the school? And startup innovation, in my view, are not totally identical. There's a difference in these two. Yes. Let's focus what is innovation and what is problem solving in the schools, and maybe as they grow, we can think of startups. I mean, that's of course the choice of parents and children. One thing is every innovator did not be entrepreneur and vice versa is true. So the way definition demands is that you got to have an idea and then you also want to be an entrepreneur, then only startup will allow. Let's be clear about it. Then we know that automatically we segregate a lot. Those who don't want to have an idea, they will go somewhere else. In this context, all grassroots innovators have innovation. They come, they solve a problem, the solution they bring out. Therefore, there is innovation. They want to disseminate. You call it entrepreneurship, whatever. They want to disseminate so beneficiaries get maximum benefit. So the eligible people are available. In 85% people available, we're not gone there yet. What kind of a diffusion quantum process we have? 7 years now, 2016 we started. The people who are ready with innovation, ready with solutions, ready to disseminate their products, we have not touched them. And you're looking at somewhere where train children, train colleges, train things. Why? If all of you, ecosystem, wants to really help this country, go to the people who are ready-made available. Make a difference first only for them. Can we make it a human being as an idea, something useful to other people, and it recognize him right away? Like if you go to a bank, just ask Aadhaar card. What more you ask to open an account? Can you do something like that? Why not? Ultimately, we are doing all this for the benefit of people, not for counting number of startups or money invested. It's a benefit should go to the people. 7 years, startups have benefited how many? 90% are IT. And if you really take a stock of it, impact is not there in society. Most of us don't use startup strategy even today of 7 years. But whereas if you go to the grassroots, there every innovation there has got utility by millions of people. And it's available. They need ecosystem, they need a friendly ecosystem, they need enabling ecosystem. Let's focus on that. Initially, first 5 years, let's concentrate on ready-made available startups and then build the schools and colleges later, and with that strength to bring up and build up. Some start of the phase 1, phase 2 should be made. Thank you.
Yeah, I restrict myself to grassroots innovations. I have knowledge of last 17 years of working on this. Now, what is scalability? Scalability is the geography or is numbers or is revenue. So you've got to be clear about it. That's the case. Like Malaysian observation, most of you know, it is applicable only to projectable levers. So what is scalability of this? That every household project will be able to get it. That's the scalability ends. There is certain animal treatments, and they are useful only where the plant is available. To take this plant from there all the way to other places may not work. So the scalability of any innovation, especially grassroots innovations, which are customized. Nature is customized, technology is standardized. So there is a limit for scale. And when you do the scaling across geography, the efficiency changes, effectiveness changes. For us to be aware of this. But when the grassroots innovator comes to the incubator, he says, can we scale it up? He says, no, I cannot, I don't need to scale it up. It's not that if we innovate to scale.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
There are so many gaps within, and now we are talking about G20, we are talking about international, and all the time so far we were struggling with internal gaps itself. And I always have a pet peeve that we keep saying Telangana, but everybody's only Hyderabad, and don't realize unless Christian is here from somewhere. That's how it is. So yes, there are a lot of aspects of inclusivity that we have to look at more micro level also. Of course, this is on macro level as a G20 level, but it helps. I mean, there would be, we are quite an advanced society as far as startup and entrepreneurship goes. Among the G20 also, there may be only one or two countries ahead of us. So a lot may depend upon us itself to, as India, to take the leadership in establishing ecosystems in these other countries. If we can take it forward to that level, and G20 is only for 1 year, the presidency changes. I don't know what happens to this after that, and how sustainability of this is going to be put into a proper workable framework. But yes, so much of experience here within this room itself and in the enlarged ecosystem of the country. We can certainly be giving a whole lot of inputs to strengthen the ecosystem across G20.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
Collectively, a group of 20 nations represent a startup ecosystem that has more than 850,000 startups, more than 1,600 unicorns, more than 20,000 incubators. At the highest level, Startup 20 has two overarching objectives that must be achieved simultaneously. First, to harmonize the global startup ecosystems in order to facilitate collaboration across these ecosystems. But second, to do so while preserving the freedom of national ecosystems to develop and grow as they desire simultaneously. The group expects to produce the following outputs. First, the main deliverable of this group is the policy communique to be submitted to the world leaders. There are 4 other deliverables that will be produced in the process of producing the communique. First, a startup definition framework and terminology handbook. Second, a startup financing framework for financing across G20 nations. Third, mechanisms to accelerate startups addressing critical SDG and inclusion gaps. And fourth, a blueprint for creating a network of global innovation centers to foster collaborations across G20 nations and organizations.
We have recently started a company called Civil Craft with one of the partners. We are now into manufacturing of noodles, the healthy noodles with herbal ingredients and also the seasonings with herbal ingredients.
We are into sustainable lifestyle. What we, my company is based out of Kerala, so we have various products to help, means for as home decor or home wares. All those are having a common thing where, if I think many of you know where, it is a byproduct of coconut and we use everything. Our philosophy itself is Kalpa Vriksha. So we use everything. We are a zero waste company.
You know, this community has 5 pillars. And one of those 5 pillars is inclusion. And we try to articulate inclusion related policy directives at the highest level along 2 dimensions. One is how to support the underrepresented groups in these startup ecosystems of the world. And second is how to support those startups that can make the world radically more inclusive.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
2 inputs on both reconciliation 1.1 and 1.2. So one is about defining startup. So my career is not very long. I just joined the ecosystem since last 5 years. But I have seen this change. What we consider as startup in 2018-19 versus what the startup definition has been changed now, which is annual turnover up to 100 crores and not more than 10 years old. So somewhere when we say that we have to come up with a defined definition of startup across G20, there are 2 challenges. So one challenge is every country's economy is different. Every company's the stake that the industry has and whether it should be considered and classified as a startup or should be considered as industry may change. So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies. That is very possible. Secondly, also we have to, like when we say the startup definition says there are no limitation up to 100 CR or registration to 10 years you can call startup. Why there are particular funding schemes or incentives which have different criteria, like not more than 2 years old or not more than 1 CR revenue or turnover. So if we can define them and revise the startup definition into one definition, and with this definition you will get all the incentives. No differentiation is there. The only factor which is differentiated can be the sector that they are working. For example, 2 years is nothing when we consider about the lifespan of deep tech lifestyle startup versus the enterprise tech. So that can be one differentiator, but rest of the things can be off. And second, 1.2, which is establishing a forum to adopt policy framework. So this is again a challenge. When Ministry of Education defined national education policy, they say this is a policy and has to be implemented by all of them. Whereas when it comes to startup policy, they say these are policy guidelines. And that's why the defining features are majorly controlled by the administration of institutes, the government bodies, the research labs, etc. So there is, not of clarity on which is acceptable and which is not. It includes access to resources, it includes access to, intellect of the institute using IPs, etc. So can we come up with something which is a concrete policy with little flexibility, but we don't keep it open to individual institutes in defining the criteria? So that will be what that is.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
But a couple of things that I have noticed, the similarities that are there between Australia, for example, and India. And Dr. Rama pointed that out earlier when she said, the quality of the startups. So that pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and the people from their 10th grade or their early university years. Then you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts. Still, I'm sure maybe we have again similarities with India. In Australia, it is like startup is not considered as a viable career option by the students, the parents. So infusing that enthusiasm in the youth is very important.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
TIE definitely works on the vision which says for the entrepreneurs and by the entrepreneurs. So we bring a dearth of experience from the entrepreneurs who have been there, done that, and we really look forward to contributing to this mission. Focus to the finance task force. Just one thing where what we miss or being an enabler to startups, I believe when we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup. While I know funding is a very important aspect, but whether the startup is investor ready. So I think 3.1 that we're talking about can be in complementary, or rather 3.4 can be in complementary to 3.1, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate one.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
As a State Bank of India, we are committed to not just commercial business, but we are also committed to social service and social welfare. And in the dream to 5 trillion economy which the present government has, so we are totally committed for that. And I sincerely believe that startup ecosystem, unless it is developed, we can't reach that goal. And congratulations to Aleep and the institutions and other incubators for doing that job. All are startup enablers, and we are committed to innovate and deliver and enable the entire startup ecosystem environment. We all already have many SME intensive branches and a huge branch network. But in Hyderabad, we thought that though State Bank of India has already come up with startup branches in centers like Bangalore, in Mumbai Metro, in Chennai, and also in Gurgaon. So this will be the 5th startup branch we will be opening in Hyderabad on 5th of June. In fact, it's already complete. It will be formally inaugurated by Chairman itself. And that branch is committed entirely only for specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
We all know the lot of gaps in the whole startup ecosystem. So we need to highlight, they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of policy decisions. We happen to identify one gap is we don't have a definition for startups. In the same context, there are various issues which all of us as ecosystem enablers, we are finding a few difficulties which can be addressed by the policymakers and also the international G20 nations. We can learn from G20 nations. That's the reason why we have Australia representation also here. We need to learn from the business leaders and also the entrepreneurs and finance part handled by banks, which what they are looking forward to from startups. And technology people like research labs, And I think we need to create an ecosystem. Already we have been doing it, but there are certain issues. We want to be open and come out with our result-oriented recommendations so that government of India will take it forward. This is the background of this meeting today. We are being assigned with this work. It's not for the sake of work, also to improve the quality of startups and sustainability of the startups to reach to the global limits. What we need to do is the whole idea behind this. There is issues like access to credit, access to infrastructure, and they want social impact projects also. How we can scale up under social impact. And another issue is sustainability. A very big issue because often startups face a lot of problems with regards to sustainability and reach to the markets. Coming together is very important. So we startup enablers, all of us are startup enablers. We are all coming together with some consigns and recommendations so that we improve the whole ecosystem. We need to innovate, even as enablers, we need to innovate, create and deliver. These are the things which we have to keep in mind.
My concern again is with regards to maybe we need to recommend some kind of definition which takes care of all these aspects. Like it need not be something very innovative, but startup. What is that startup? Somewhere we have to create that. It's not something like 5 years old, 10 years old, nothing like that. There is a very vague way of looking at startup definition. Once we come up with the startup definition, the other things we can put it. Like they are eligible for this, they are eligible for tax exemption, they are eligible for international alliance. Everything falls into line. But who, as Ganesh sir said, the rural, we need to give opportunity even to the rural. There's so much innovation happening. So can we bring this definition even to the rural, not linking with, there's so many, like we have almost SISM, we have BD, we have Ministry of MSME, each one is dictating one kind of parameters. So in SISF, if you are a proprietor, you are not eligible. In Ministry of MSME, if you are if you are private limited, you are not eligible. So this is some way, creating a lot of confusion. The whole ecosystem we are losing on. For example, what is happening is a proprietary concern, which is a very good enterprise. We are asking them to change to private limited.
Private limited
Because to enable them access to everything, that should not be the condition. When you have a startup, you have a separate flow of everything, all the skills. Then some innovation. You identified innovation. You are it's a product which is going to scale up in such a level, you should be given everything.
The SDG goals, in fact, of each nation. Each nation is so good recommendation. Each nation should address one SDG. What do you say? And every incubator should take up one kind of addressing one issue. And another aspect which is hurting our startups is we are encouraging manufacturing, but there is no infrastructure. Affordable infrastructure is not available to startups. So how do we address? There's some kind of recommendations required in this. Automatically, each state should have a startup infrastructure provided. Let us collaborate as a network partners. We are not doing this for the sake of policy or something, but improve our own self. Like I learn from you, you learn from me. We can share our reference and create a platform. So finally, end up with us, startups are sustainable. I thank each one of you for coming.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
As AICCCM, we were focusing majorly to lifestyle healthcare startups, but again, some of the org-labs with the Aleep and other entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs, having this startup 20x. I mean, earlier I think Peter Thiel mentioned about startup 10x. That means the startup should be 10 times stronger in his journey than the second best in these competitors or whatever. So I think 20 countries and this G20, where I think we are making it as a 20x. I think that is the boost where two of the aspects. I think we'll discuss more about the framework and policies and the responsibilities of all of us. But I think the globalization and the freedom for startup to align with national policies and national mandates. I think that is what the prime, purpose of this particular G20 and its predecessor meetings that so far happened. Even today we are sitting for that purpose. In that context, I think last line from my side is that being an incubator, I mean, major responsibility is there, not only from the government. Being an incubator, I'm saying that it is our responsibility. Incubators need to take that responsibility, and I'm just telling here in front of all of you that the gaps that what Ramadevi Garu trying to anticipate or expect from all of us to discuss and to resolve certain those of gaps. I think we are taking that ownership of those responsibilities to help all the startups to connect the dots. That's what my last line. I think everybody have gone through the 5 pillars or what are the challenges they briefly mentioned, but we have to actually look from the rural sectors to cities, and then to states, and then to national, then to global. I think we have to change our perspective. Although we are talking about the countries today, 20 countries will be talking and having their discussions, how best we can actually share our services or platforms to other countries. That is the main agenda. But locally, if we don't understand our own problems and challenges and put forward properly to the nation, then India, how it can be the center or hub to all the countries to give provisions from our side and also to their side. Because 2-3 challenges that we have, for example, as Kunal mentioned about, I think procurements and imports, simplest issues that we have, they look simple, but they're very complicated. Okay, I can apply for an FCRA to get foreign funds for our own startups. It's not for the incubator, for example. The incubator is again supported by the government organization like CCMB. But the application is there with the MHA from past 2.5 to 3 years. We are blessed with our host organization CCMB, for example. And we are rooting out the funds because CCMB is exempted because of the CSI, it's a society. So like that, many other incubators may be having these challenges locally to get the funds from foreign, be it the CSR money or the philanthropic money or whichever the way. So that is one kind of problem. So I think having our own these challenges nationally, how these mechanisms are friendly to our startups or the incubators. Because we are talking about the startup 20x, how we can actually do it 20x when we are not even able to reach to the 10x. So I think having this challenge in front of us, not only one challenge, maybe some 100 or whatever. So today, let's put out those at least some 10 to 15 solid pointers that can actually add up to this draft document from this table, from this room. That's what probably ATLs can actually look at it. Parents can be included in making some models. Parents can also be the award winners along with their kids. Maybe some teams can be made like that. I'm just thinking these are the blunt ideas, but that's the only way to include them so that they can understand about what is a startup. You know, our ATLs, for example, at the AIC, CCMB, we nurtured like APIs in Elite also. They actually are trying to make patents, trying to form companies at the age of 13, 14 or 15 years. It's changing, but yes, I think we have to have clear-cut adaptations of policies to build these, the foundation in each country.
I would like to bring in my own experience. We run an industrial training institute in a rural area.
We have national policies today. Maybe they define what 5 years before or so. But still adapting them to the institutional level, school levels, colleges level, university level, I think that's the problem. And also I think 1.2, right? Recalibrating.
Yeah.
So that recalibration, you have an instrument or you have a kind of internal system auditing, for example, quarterly internal audits and external audits. Quarterly that you do recheck, right? The policies need to be rechecked such a way, otherwise, you will miss the speed of it. So that is one thing. NISP kind of policies we need more, and they have to be adopted by all. I think the government should be having, insisting that all institutions, can be whatever the school or any organization, to practice this as a must. It is not there. They are just on the paper. Okay, it is there. You can use, you can implement in your organization. At least IICs, Institutional Innovation Councils, at least trying to align their policies as per NISP. But I think you have to reach it. I think a very important point. Everybody want to register as a private limited or even LLPs at the time of investment, they have to convert themselves to private limited. But these proprietorship companies or one man or one woman companies, they are doing fantastic at the ground level, but they are not, yet they have their barriers. So someone needs to actually address, okay, how, I think Ritika, that point I consider this way, how we can actually make them inclusive to give equal status like a startup to get these incentives or maybe investments. I think that is one point that we have to make a note. I think forming, yes. Yes.
Because even partnership and proprietary
Partnership
also
companies, yes.
can be a startup.
Yes. Other than the private limited and LLP, all others should be included. How these can be giving provisions to go global, for example. Because you mentioned here in the draft document, in the foundation point about considering all these startups, so not foundation, probably financial. So the cash flows or business that you talk about, that maturity or the awareness at least, whether it is there for those non-private limited or non-startup category. So you have to create a category equivalent to the startup.
I think fundamentally we are missing one point when we come to the definition of startup. Actually, the startup produces startup idea.
Yes.
And these ideas need to be recognized somewhere. And this could be at the grassroots level, or it could be at the academic institution, this may be science exhibition. During the science exhibition, a lot of these students actually come out with a lot of ideas, and once the exhibition is over, it's done. So they don't really nurture that particular idea and take it to a startup or a commercialization stage.
Yes.
So it was very important to actually recognize and define that this is also a process of the startups.
Listening to your point and sir's actually, I think it's not written in this document about the open innovation. Why can't these school student innovations, or they're just trying to spend some 30% or 40% of their time, school time, to bring some innovative solutions for the societal problems. But if they are not patenting, if they are not forming the companies, at least schools or maybe those organizations can actually make them as an open innovation where startups can. I don't know, some mechanism needs to be anyway. Sustainability, when it comes again, not having those scalable numbers, but at least scalable products. Whether you can actually sustain your business or maybe initial 2 to 3 years, or maybe whether you are able to pivot it or not. About where startup 20x we are talking, but startup 10x at least to link to a sustainability matrix where 10 things about the needs. You know most of them and all of them also. Just reading out so that we can open it for 2-3 questions or recommendations. So needs, opportunity, discovery, timing. Timing is the key again. And pivoting, that's also mostly we discussed, or maybe most of them are adapting. And speed, that I mentioned to you, speed is the key. The pace, every incubator or any ecosystem stakeholder need to adapt. And what kind of models you are adapting and learning the cash flows, and ultimately the team, because funding I'm not mentioning because we have enough funding. So team, again, strategy you should be having, and character. So I think having these things, how do you actually modulate or maybe link on to that sustainability models? Maybe 2-3 recommendations if you can give, that will be great. Here's a headline differentiation you can understand that there may be some tech-based investments, innovation-based investments or grants or startups. Again, business, we are purely business oriented. Even the startups which are talking about the innovation, they may not be understanding the business acumen very well. But you guys, in case if there is no such innovation per se is there, but you are doing the best. There is a differentiation, I totally agree. So I think you have to hit to the right, what you can say, investment agencies or granting agencies where innovation is not there. I think Ramadevi are already having a dozen of schemes to that line, but thanks for that point.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
Startup definition, what I would like to add is that when we say startups, we are actually alienating 99% of the new businesses that are registering every year. 99.5 I would say. Why? Because most of the businesses that are registering are B2 businesses, somebody's doing manufacturing a generalistic thing, doing a service that is already there in the market and all. But I feel that these are the ones who are going to revenue positive maybe within the first 1 year or 2 years. How can we include them in the definition of the startup is something that we should think about, because it doesn't 99.5% businesses are going to be these kind of things where there is like literally no innovation, right? But they are the ones who are actually generating the revenue. They are the ones who are actually generating the employment. So we as incubators, we normally whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're going to come and alone. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
It's very true. We don't have a compulsory mechanism in our policy as far as the education institutions is concerned. So we have a guideline saying that you have to promote innovations in the school and college level. But what happens is it matters to a paper publication, or it matters to a kind of bringing into the PR exercise kind of thing for the education institution. So now the imposition of credits to the curriculum that may impose in students, because the students, it's not the mistake of the students, or it's not the mistake of younger generation. It's the system that makes that as it is not compulsory, the focus is very low. If it gets a credit course, either in the up to 12th standard or in the kind of graduation level, that picks up. And also we are very low in, as sir said rightly from Palestine, we are failing to scale the grassroots innovations. That's major impact. We are not even bringing it into light to our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students. And also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
We all know the lot of gaps in the whole startup ecosystem. So we need to highlight, they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of policy decisions. We happen to identify one gap is we don't have a definition for startups. In the same context, there are various issues which all of us as ecosystem enablers, we are finding a few difficulties which can be addressed by the policy makers and also the international G20 nations. We can learn from G20 nations. That's the reason why we have Australia representation also here. We need to learn from the business leaders, and also the entrepreneurs and finance part, handled by banks, which what they are looking forward to run startups, and technology people like research labs, and I think we need to create an ecosystem. Already we have been doing it, but there are certain issues. We want to be open and come out with our result-oriented recommendations, so that Government of India will take it forward. This is the background of this meeting today. We are being assigned with this work. It's not for the sake of work, also to improve the quality of startups and sustainability of the startups to reach to the global levels. What we need to do is the whole idea behind this I mean, there is issues like access to credit, access to infrastructure, and they want social impact projects also. How we can scale up under social impact. And another issue is sustainability. A very big issue because often startups face a lot of problems with regards to sustainability and reach to the markets. Coming together is very important. So we startup enablers, all of us are startup enablers. We are all coming together with some consigns and recommendations so that we improve the whole ecosystem. We need to innovate, even as enablers, we need to innovate, create and deliver. These are the things which we have to keep in mind.
As AICCCM, we were focusing majorly on life science healthcare startup, but again, some of the overlaps with the IDEEP and other entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs. I mean, having this startup 20x, I mean, earlier I think, Peter Thiel, he mentioned about startup 10x. That means, the startup should be 10 times stronger in his journey than the second best in these competitors or whatever. So I think 20 countries and this G20, where I think we are making it as a 20x. I think that is the boost where two of the aspects. I think we'll discuss more about the framework and policies and the responsibilities of all of us. But I think the globalization and the freedom for startup to align with national policies and national mandates. I think that is what the prime, what you can say, purpose of this particular G20 and its predecessor meetings that so far happened. Even today we are sitting for that purpose. In that context, I think, last line from my side is that being an incubator, I mean, major responsibility is there, not only from the government, being an incubator, I'm saying that it is our responsibility. Incubators need to take that responsibility, and I'm just telling here in front of all of you that the gaps that what Ramadevi Garu trying to anticipate or expect from all of us to discuss and to resolve certain those of gaps. I think we are taking that ownership of those responsibilities to help all the startups to connect the dots. That's what my last line.
As a State Bank of India, we are committed to not just commercial business, but we are also committed to social service and social welfare. And in the 3 to 5 billion economy which the present government has. So we are totally committed for that, and I sincerely believe that startup ecosystem, unless it is developed, we can't reach that goal. And congratulations to IDEEP and the institutions and other incubators for doing that job. All are startup enablers, and we are committed to innovate and deliver and enable the entire startup ecosystem environment. We all already have many SME intensive branches and a huge branch network. But in Hyderabad, we thought that though State Bank of India has already come up with startup branches in centers like Bangalore, in Mumbai Metro, in Chennai, and also in Gurgaon. So this will be the 5th startup branch we will be opening in Hyderabad on 5th of June. Because it's already complete, it will be formally inaugurated by the chairman himself. And that branch is committed entirely only for, specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem.
What we see when we talk about agriculture or social inclusion, we are talking, but it is whole ecosystem need to move towards rural areas, but it is lacking. Many of the ecosystem is vibrant in many cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, but really it need to move towards rural areas. And there may be the innovation ecosystem the impact or the benefits we can reap for all the population. That's why maybe coming together these type of different innovation ecosystem players that may be interesting, because our competencies or resources we can share so that we can create much more impact than what we are now creating.
TIE definitely works on the vision which says for the entrepreneurs and by the entrepreneurs. So we bring a dearth of experience from the entrepreneurs who have been there, done that, and we really look forward to contributing to this vision.
But I represent a community which is mostly ignored, the grassroots innovations. Grassroots innovation is two types. One is for grassroots people and by grassroots. We're talking about by grassroots.
So the bank, HDFC as a startup journey started way back in the 2016, right when the government of India announced Startup India initiatives. That's when we realized as a bank we need to have a separate and focused vertical for startups. So that's where we have formed our own division. Now since last 6 years, right, we are very active in the space. We started long back we started identifying the ecosystem partners, right, especially the incubation centers. Right, in last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants. So that's where even the Alip, last year we signed an MOU with Alip. That's where we promised we'll get something as a CSR grant, and we have delivered that this year with 50 lakh as a one-time grant. Right, even the CCMB is right here. Even for them we supported with 35 lakhs this year. Right, so as a bank, we kind of have a very good share, right? So we out of the DPIIT registered startups, we say 70,000-80,000, 30,000-35,000 already banked with us, right? The vision of the bank was very clear. We have our own branches across India. Now we have reached 25 startup or specific branches. In Hyderabad, we have 2 dedicated branches, right? And these branches are working with startups since last 4 years. Right, so we were in fact kind of the first player in this space. We started chasing the entire ecosystem and started supporting the entire startup or even the major startups as well.
Till date, SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI. So it is not directly assisting startups, but it assists the startups through alternate investment funds.
Collectively, the group of 20 nations represent a startup ecosystem that has more than 850,000 startups, more than 1,600 unicorns, more than 20,000 incubators. At the highest level, Startup 20 has 2 overarching objectives that must be achieved simultaneously. First, to harmonize the global startup ecosystems in order to facilitate collaboration across these ecosystems. But second, to do so while preserving the freedom of national ecosystems to develop and grow as they desire simultaneously. The group expects to produce the following outputs. First, the main deliverable of this group is the policy communique to be submitted to the world leaders. There are 4 other deliverables that will be produced in the process of producing the communique. First, a startup definition framework and terminology handbook. Second, a startup financing framework for financing across G20 nations. Third, mechanisms to accelerate startups addressing critical SDG and inclusion gaps. And fourth, a blueprint for creating a network of global innovation centers to foster collaborations across G20 nations and organizations.
We have recently started a company called Schedule Craft with one of the partners. We are now into manufacturing of noodles, the healthy noodles with herbal ingredients, and also the seasonings with herbal ingredients.
We are into sustainable lifestyle. what we my company is based out of Kerala, so we have various products to help means for as home decor or home wares. All those are having a common thing where, if I think many of you know where, it is a byproduct of coconut, and we use everything. Our philosophy itself is Kalpa Vriksha. So we use everything. We are a zero waste company.
You know, this community has 5 pillars. And one of those 5 pillars is inclusion. And we try to articulate inclusion related policy directives at the highest level along 2 dimensions. One is how to support the underrepresented groups in these startup ecosystems of the world. And second is how to support those startups that can make the world radically more inclusive.
I think everybody have gone through the 5 pillars or what are the challenges they briefly mentioned, but we have to actually look from the rural sectors to cities, and then to states, and then to national, then to global. I think we have to change your perspective. Although we are talking about the countries today, 20 countries will be talking and having their discussions, how best we can actually share our services or platforms to other countries. That is the main agenda. But locally, if we don't understand our own problems and challenges and put forward properly to the nation, then India, how it can be the center or hub to all the countries to give provision from our side and also to their side. Because 2-3 challenges that we have, for example, as Uttam mentioned about, I think procurements and imports. Simplest issues that we have, they look simple, but they're very complicated. Okay, I can apply for an FCRA to get foreign funds for our own startups. It's not for the incubator, for example. The incubator is again supported by the government organization like CCMB. But the application is there with the MHA from past 2.5 to 3 years. We are blessed with our host organization CCMB, for example. And we are rooting out the funds because CCMB is exempted because of the CSIR. It's a society. So like that, many other incubators may be having these challenges locally to get the funds from foreign, be it the CSR money or the philanthropic money or whichever the way. So that is one kind of problem. So I think having our own these challenges nationally, how these mechanisms are friendly to our startups or the incubators, because we are talking about the startup projects, how we can actually do it 20x when we are not even able to reach to the 10x. So I think having this challenge in front of us, not only one challenge, maybe some 100 or whatever. So today, let's put out those at least some 10 to 15 solid pointers that can actually add up to this draft document from this table, from this room.
But a couple of things that I have noticed, the similarities that are there between Australia, for example, and India. And Dr. Rama pointed that out earlier when she said, the quality of the startups. So that pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and the people from their 10th grade or their early university years. Then you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts. Still, I'm sure maybe we have again similarities with India. in Australia it is like startup is not considered as a viable career option by the students, the parents. So infusing that enthusiasm in the youth is very important.
That's what probably ATLs can actually look at it. Parents can be included in making some models. Parents can also be the award winners along with their kids. Maybe some games can be made like that. I'm just thinking they're the blunt ideas, but that's the only way to include them so that they can understand about what is a startup. You know, our ATLs, for example, at the AICC, we nurtured like the AIC in Delhi also. They actually are trying to make patents, trying to form companies at the age of 13, 14 or 15 years. It's changing, but yes, I think we have to have clear-cut adaptations of policies to build these, the foundation in each country.
I would like to bring in my own experience. We run an industrial training institute in a rural area, and they are boys and girls who are actually trained in fitter, electronics and all, but they have never an introduction of startup culture there, and they really do not know the opportunities existing. I think such startup, when you're talking about startups, I think these places like the ITIs have to be considered because they're more practical people and they really don't know these opportunities. We try to bring them back. I think it is this kind of startup culture has to also go to those people who really can bring in wonders to this world. I think that's my submission.
Two inputs on both recommendation 1.1 and 1.2. So one is about defining startup. So my career is not very now. I just joined the ecosystem since last 5 years. But I have seen this change. What we consider as startup in 2018-19 versus what the startup definition has been changed now, which is annual turnover up to 100 crores and not more than 10 years old. So somewhere when we say that we have to come up with a defined definition of startup across G20s, there are two challenges. So one challenge is every country's economy is different. Every company's the stake that the industry has, and whether it should be considered and platformed as a startup or should be considered an industry may change. So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies. That is very possible. Secondly, also we have to, like when we say the startup definition says there are no limitation up to 100 CR or registration to 10 years you can call startup. Why there are particular funding schemes or incentives which have different criteria, like not more than 2 years old or not more than 1 CR revenue or turnover. So if we can define them and revise the startup definition, it will be one definition, and with this definition you will get all the incentives. No differentiation in between. The only factor which is differentiated can be the sector that they are working in. For example, 2 years is nothing when we consider about a lifestyle of deep tech lifestyle startup versus the enterprise tech. So that can be one differentiator, but rest of the things can be wrong. And second, 1.2, which is establishing a forum to adopt policy framework. So this is again a challenge. When Ministry of Education defined national education policy, they said this is a policy and has to be implemented by all of it. Whereas when it comes to startup policy, they say these are policy guidelines. And that's why the defining features are majorly controlled by the administration of institutes, the government bodies, the research labs, etc. So there is, not of clarity on which is acceptable and which is not. It includes access to resources, it includes access to, intellect of the institute using IPs, etc. So can we come up with something which is a concrete policy with little flexibility, but we don't keep it open to individual institutes in defining the criteria? So that will be what I think.
We have national policies today. Maybe they define what 5 years before or so. But still, adapting them to the institutional level, school levels, colleges level, university level, I think that's the problem. And also, I think 2.2, one part of your right, recalibrating.
Yeah.
So that recalibration, you have an instrument or you have a kind of internal system auditing, for example, quarterly internal audits and external audits, quarterly that you do recheck, right? The policies need to be rechecked such a way, otherwise, you will be missing the speed of it. So that is one thing. NISP kind of policies we need more, and they have to be adopted by all. I think the government should be having, insisting that all institutions, it can be whatever the school or any organization, to practice this as a must. It is not. They are just on a paper. Okay, it is there. You can use, you can implement in your audit. At least IICs, Institutional Innovation Councils, at least trying to align their policies as per NISP. But I think you have to reach it.
It's very true. We don't have a compulsory mechanism in our policy, but as far as the education institutions is concerned. So we have a guideline saying that you have to promote innovations in the school and college level. But what happens is it matters to a paper publication, or it matters to a kind of bringing into the PR exercise kind of thing for the education institution. So now the imposition of credits to the curriculum that may impose in students, because the student, it's not the mistake of the students, or it's not the mistake of younger generation. It's the system that makes that as it is not compulsory, the focus is very low. If it gets a credit course, either in the up to 12th standard or in the kind of graduation level, that picks up. And also we are very low in, as sir said rightly from Palestine, we are failing to scale the grassroots innovations. That's major impact. We are not even bringing it into light to our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students, and also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Actually, startup, in my view, is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off as entrepreneur. Now, the definition has to be given, it should be given for the users, not for only the ecosystem. So when a village boy is there, a village girl, a woman is there, how do you understand the definition of startup vis-a-vis present company registrations, MSMEs, so many ecosystems already existing. It's not that we had nothing so far. So how do we differentiate between these two, and that particular person in the village is able to understand, yeah, I have a choice of 3, 4, let me pick this, or choose all of them. Now, today there is a confusion, and that has to be taken off, because somebody says guidelines, somebody says policy, and there's no mandatory. And in the schools, what she said, that are we making them startups, or are we promoting innovation? What that we need to do in the school? And startup innovation, in my view, are not totally identical. There's a difference in these two. Yes. Let's focus what is innovation and what is problem solving in the schools, and maybe as they grow, we can think of startups. I mean, that's of course a choice of parents and children.
Startup definition. What I would like to add is that when we say startups, we are actually alienating 99% of the new businesses that are registering every year. 99.5, I would say. Why? Because most of the businesses that are registering are Me-Too businesses. Companies are doing manufacturing a generalistic thing, doing a service that is already there in the market. But I feel that these are the ones who are going to be revenue positive maybe within the first 1 year or 2 years. How can we include them in the definition of the startup is something that we should think about, because it doesn't 99.5% businesses are going to be these kind of things where there is like literally no innovation, right? But they are the ones who are actually generating the revenue. They are the ones who are actually generating the employments. So we as incubators, we normally, whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that they're going to come and low. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
I think a very important point. everybody want to register as a private limited or even LLPs at the time of investment they have to convert themselves to private limited. But these proprietorship companies or one man or one woman companies, they are doing fantastic at the ground level, but they are not. Yet they have their barriers. So someone need to actually address. Okay, how I think Ritika, that point I consider this way. How we can actually make them inclusive to give equal status like a startup to get these incentives or maybe investments. I think that is one point that we have to make a note. I think forming, yes, yes.
Because even partnership and proprietary
Partnership
also
companies, yes.
can be a startup.
Yes, other than the private limited and LLP, all others should be included. How these can be giving provisions to go global, for example. Because you mentioned here in the draft document, in the foundation point about considering all these startups, so not foundation, probably financial. So the cash flows or business that you talk about, that maturity or the awareness at least, whether it is there for those non-private limited or non-startup category. So you have to create a category equivalent to the startup.
I think fundamentally we are missing one point when we come to the definition of startup. Actually, the startup evolution starts with the startup idea.
Yes.
And these ideas need to be recognized somewhere. And this could be at the grassroots level or it could be at the academic institution, especially the science exhibition. During the science exhibition, a lot of these students actually come up with a lot of ideas, and once the exhibition is over, it's done. So they don't really nurture that particular idea and take it to a startup or a commercialization stage.
Yes.
So it becomes very important to actually recognize and define that this is also a process of the startup.
Listening to your point and sirs, actually, I think it's not written in this document about the open innovation. Why can't these school student innovations, or they are just trying to spend some 30% or 40% of their time, school time, to bring some innovative solutions for the societal problems. But if they are not patenting, if they are not forming the companies, at least schools or maybe those organizations can actually make them as an open innovations where startups can. I don't know, some mechanism needs to be created. Anyway.
Focus to the finance task force. Just one thing where what we miss or being an enabler to startups, I believe when we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup. While I know funding is a very important aspect, but whether the startup is investor ready. So I think 3.1 that we're talking about can be in complementary, or rather 3.4 can be in complementary to 3.1, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate one.
Is startup just an innovation? They're always talking about the innovation angle in startup. And not every business or not every product has an innovation. Because if I look at you need not really require that kind of innovations in food, but you require that honesty and processing that is required in food, because that is the basic and it has to feed the masses. But I think not every product needs an innovation. So this entire thing of startup, even when we go to any kind of funding or grants, they always ask us, what is the innovation in your product? And I think this really puts us back, because not every product needs that kind of innovation to be proved as a startup.
There's a hairline differentiation you can understand, that there may be some tech-based investments, innovation-based investments or grants or startups. Again, purely business oriented. Again, the startups which are talking about the innovation, they may not be understanding the business acumen very well. But you guys, in case if there is no such innovation per se is there, but you are doing the best. There is a differentiation. I totally agree. So I think you have to hit to the right, what you can say, investment agencies or granting agencies where innovation is not there. I think Ramadevi are already having dozen of schemes into that line. But thanks for the point.
My Concern again is with regards to maybe we need to recommend some kind of definition which takes care of all these aspects. Like it need not be something very innovative, but startup. What is that startup? Somewhere we have to create that. So it's not thing like 5 years old, 10 years old, something like that. There is a very vague way of looking at startup definition. Once we come up with a startup definition, the other things we can put in, like they are eligible for this, they are eligible for tax exemption, they are eligible for international alliance. Everything falls into line. But as Ganesh sir said, the rural, we need to give opportunity even to the rural. There is so much innovation happening. So can we bring this definition even to the rural, not linking with there's so many, like we have almost SISM, we have BD, we have Ministry of MSME. Each one is dictating one kind of parameters. So in SISF, if you are a proprietor, you are not eligible. In Ministry of MSME, if you are if you are private limited, you are not eligible. So this is some way creating a lot of confusion. The whole ecosystem we are losing on. For example, what is happening is a proprietary concern, which is a very good enterprise. We are asking them to change to private limited. Because to enable them access to everything, that should not be the condition. When you have a startup, you have a separate flow of everything, all the schemes. There's some innovation. You identified innovation. You are it's a product which is going to scale up in such a level, you should be given everything.
One thing is every innovator is not an entrepreneur and vice versa is true. So the way definition demands is that you want to have an idea and then you also want to be an entrepreneur, then only startup will allow. Let's be clear about it. Then we know that automatically we segregate a lot. Those who don't want to have an idea, they will go somewhere else. In this context, all grassroots innovators have innovation. They come, they solve a problem, the solution they bring out, therefore there is innovation, they want to disseminate, we call it entrepreneurship, whatever, they want to disseminate so beneficiaries get maximum benefit. So the eligible people are available. In 85% people available, we have not gone there yet. What kind of a diffusion point of process we have? 7 years now, 2016 we started. The people who are ready with innovation, ready with solutions, ready to disseminate their products, we have not touched them. And you're looking at somewhere where train children, train colleges, train things. Why? If all of you, ecosystem, wants to really help this country, go to the people who are ready-made available. Make a difference first only for them. Can we make it a human being, has an idea, something useful to other people, and it will recognize him by the way. Like if you go to a bank, just ask Aadhaar card. What more you ask to open an account? Can you do something like that? Why not? Ultimately, we are doing all this for the benefit of people, not for counting number of startups or money invested. It's a benefit should go to the people. 7 years, startups have benefited how many? 90% are IT. And if you really take a stock of it, impact is not there in society. Most of us don't use startups even today of 7 years. But whereas if you go to the grassroots, there every innovation there has got utility by millions of people. And it's available. They need ecosystem, they need a friendly ecosystem, they need enabling ecosystem. Let's focus on that. Initially, first 5 years, let's concentrate on ready-made available startups and then build the schools and colleges later, and with that strength to bring up and bring up. From startup phase 1, phase 2 should be made. Thank you.
Sustainability, when it comes again, not having those scalable numbers, but at least scalable products. Whether you can actually sustain your business or maybe initial 2 to 3 years, or maybe whether you are able to pivot it or not. About where startup 20x you are talking, but startup 10x at least linked to a sustainability matrix where 10 things about the needs. You know most of them and all of them also. Just reading out so that we can open it for 2-3 questions or recommendations. So needs, opportunity, discovery, timing. Timing is the key again. And pivoting, that's also mostly we discussed, or maybe most of them are adapting. And speed, that I mentioned to you, speed is the key. The pace, every incubator or any ecosystem stakeholder need to adapt. And what kind of models you are adapting and learning the cash flows, and ultimately the team, because funding I'm not mentioning because we have enough funding. So team, again, strategy, you should be having, and character. So I think having these things, how do you actually modulate or maybe link on to that sustainability models? Maybe 2-3 recommendations if you can give, that will be great.
Yeah, I restrict myself to grassroots innovations. I have knowledge of last 17 years of working on this. Now, what is scalability? Scalability is the geography, or it is numbers, or it is revenue. So you've got to be clear about it. Let's be case. Like Malaysian transformation, most of you know, it is applicable only to Pochampally rivers. Now, what is scalability of this? That every house in Pochampally river should get it. That's the scalability ends. There is certain animal treatments, and they are useful only where the plant is available. To take this plant from there all the way to other places may not work. So the scalability of any innovation, especially grassroots innovations, which are customized. Nature is customized, technology is standardized. So there is a limit for scale. And when you do the scaling across geography, the efficiency changes, effectiveness changes. Perhaps you are aware of this. But when the grassroots innovator comes to the incubator, he says, can you scale it up? He says, no, I cannot, I don't need to scale it up. It's not an innovation to scale.
The SDG goals, in fact, of each nation needs to one good recommendation. Each nation should address one SDG. What do you say? And every incubator should take up one kind of addressing one issue. And another aspect which is hurting our startups is we are encouraging manufacturing, but there is no infrastructure. Affordable infrastructure is not available to startups. So how do we address? There's some kind of recommendations required in this. Automatically, each state should have a startup infrastructure provided. Let us collaborate as a network partners. We are not doing this for the sake of policy or something, but improve our own self. Like, I learn from you, you learn from me. We can share our reference and create a platform. So finally end up with us, startups are sustainable. I thank each one of you for coming.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
So the bank, HDFC as a startup journey, it started way back in the 2016. Right when the government of India announced Startup India initiatives. That's when we realized as a bank we need to have a separate and focused vertical for startups. That's where we have formed our own division. Now since last 6 years, right, we are very active in the space. We started long back we started identifying the ecosystem partners, right, especially the incubation centers. Right, in last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants. So that's where even the Aleep, last year we signed an MOU with Aleep. That's where we promised we will get something as a CSR grant and we have delivered that this year with 50 lakh as a one-time grant. Right, even the CCMB is right here. Even for them, we supported with 35 lakhs this year. Right, as a bank, we kind of have a very good share. Right, so we out of the DPIIT registered startups, we say 70,000-80,000, 30,000-35,000 already banked with us. Right, the vision of the bank was very clear. We have our own branches. Right? Across India now we have reached 25 startup or specific branches. In Hyderabad we have 2 dedicated branches, right? And these branches are working with startups since last 4 years, right? So we were in fact kind of the first player in this space. We started chasing the entire ecosystem and started supporting the entire startup or even the major startups as well.
Till date, SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI. So it is not directly assisting startups, but it assists the startups through alternate investment funds.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FTCCI), will be held from 28th to 30th June 2023 at the High-Tex Exhibition Center in Hyderabad.
We, FTCCI, we are organizing an Industrial and Technology Expo to showcase the vast technological advances that are happening in the state of Telangana.
On 28th, 29th and 30th. If you are a person who are looking at displaying your innovation, or if you are a person who want to look at what are the innovations which is happening and the technology around it, so this is the right place for you to be here and explore your ideas or learn from the ideas of others and enhance your business and growth.
This expo is for all the industries, giving you a good opportunity of networking in very short time of your products, ideas and thoughts.
Looking forward to see you all at the High-Tex exhibition on 28th, 29th and 30th of June at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023.
ఎన్ని రకాల వస్తువులు అయితే మీరు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్లను మొత్తము దాంట్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ చేస్తే మేము విపరీతమైన పబ్లిసిటీ చేస్తున్నాము. మేము దాదాపు ఒక 15 నుంచి 20 వేల మంది 3 రోజులలో వస్తారని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
I wish startups grand success.
If you missed it, you are missing your ideas and innovation. It is a connect between the government and the industry, especially focusing on innovation. What is innovation? Innovation is a culmination of ideas, seed to tree, but it takes a lot of time. So also, when you want to reach individually, it takes years together to tell about you, because it is an idea. Many may have several questions, and today is a important factor of networking and smarting work together. When it is a question of meeting maximum people, explaining you about your intellectual property in the form of innovation, it is a place where the Telangana FTCCI has with the government tied up for giving you a good opportunity of networking in very short time of your products, ideas and thoughts, and convert into revenue or venture, and you can seek information from other and build up on your own. Here is an opportunity for getting the customers as well as finances from and the government schemes which are available. So I feel that if you missed it, you are missing your ideas and innovation.
I'm happy to tell you that FTCCI is doing this Industrial Expo on 28th, 29th and 30th.
it will be very good for the startups and innovation companies. It's being organized by FTCCI in collaboration with Government of Telangana, and all the startups will be reimbursed up to 80% to 100% of their investment on the expo. It's a very good initiative from FTCCI for the benefit of all the startups. I wish startups a grand success.
FTCCI ప్రప్రథంగా ఇన్నోవేషన్ టెక్నాలజీ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ని పెడుతున్నది. 28, 29, 30 రోజులలో హైటెక్ సిటీలో పెడుతున్నాము. ఎన్ని రకాల వస్తువులైతే మీరు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్లను మొత్తము దాంట్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ చేస్తే మేము విపరీతమైన పబ్లిసిటీ చేస్తున్నాము. మేము దాదాపు ఒక 15 నుంచి 20 వేల మంది 3 రోజులలో వస్తారని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. అందుకోసం మీరు తప్పకుండా ఎగ్జిబిషన్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయాలని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఎన్నో రకాలైన ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. వారు ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ప్రొడక్ట్ని ఎగ్జిబిట్ చేసుకుంటే వారికి బిజినెస్ చాలా ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ అవుతుంది. హైటెక్స్ అనేది చాలా ఓల్డ్ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ సెంటరు, చాలా నీట్గా ఉంటుంది. మీరందరూ అక్కడ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ను పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తే చాలా చాలా ఉపదాయకము.
We from FTCCI, we are organizing an industrial and technology expo to showcase the vast technological advances that are happening in the state of Telangana and across the country. This exhibition is completely sector agnostic. There are participants coming from food industry to EV industry, so there's a wide range of companies coming and participating. If you would like to know more about what kind of technologies that are available in the market and what are the upcoming technologies that are coming in the market, I suggest you to either place a stall or come to the exhibition and find out more about what kind of business opportunities that are available. From FTCCI, we can arrange B2B meetings for any of the interested players, or if you want to showcase your product, we have great spaces available, and we are participating, organizing this meeting along with MSME. So there's a huge support from the central government also to showcase these products.
अभी जो है हम FTCCI द्वारा जो है एक एक्सपो करना चाह रहे हैं इंडस्ट्रियल इनोवेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर, जो कि 28, 29 और 30 जून को होगा HICC में, हाईटेक सिटी के अंदर. और मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, ये जो एक्सपो है इसमें हम अबाउट 150 स्टॉल लगाने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें करीब आधे तो हमने ऑलरेडी सोल्ड आउट हो गए हैं, 75 स्टॉल चले गए हैं और 75 स्टॉल अभी हैं. अभी आपके पास टाइम है, 20-25 दिन का टाइम है. सब लोग जो हैं इसमें अपने अपने इंडस्ट्री के, पहले हमने कुछ स्पेसिफिक सेक्टर के लिए किया था, 4-5 सेक्टरों के लिए, मगर हमने सोचा कि FTCCI सबको कैटर करता है तो वो लोगों को क्यों वंचित किया जाए. तो सब लोग जो हैं अपना वहाँ पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं. 75 स्टॉल अभी बाकी हैं और उनको अच्छी माइलेज मिलेगी. देखिए, स्टॉल लगाना एक अलग चीज़ है, विजिटर्स बहुत रहेंगे. ये स्टॉल हमारा इंटरनेशनली वो है, क्योंकि बाहर से भी कई कंट्रियों से यहाँ पार्टिसिपेट करने जा रहे हैं लोग, और वो लोग भी स्टॉल लगाएंगे, तो आपको एक्सपोजर अच्छा मिलेगा. तो सब लोग जो हैं यहाँ पर अपना इंडस्ट्री के जो भी प्रोडक्ट हैं उसके लिए स्टॉल लगाएं, और जल्दी से जल्दी, क्योंकि फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व वाली बात है. फिर बाद में आपको ये नहीं होना चाहिए अरे मैं रह गया. तो आप जल्दी से जल्दी स्टॉल को बुक करिए और पार्टिसिपेट करिए, आपको अच्छा माइलेज मिलेगा। और FTCCI के साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपको जो है एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है ये FTCCI का। आपको पता चलेगा कि व्हाट FTCCI, आज FTCCI किस 106 साल पुरानी संस्था है, जहाँ की हमारे पास 20 एक्सपर्ट कमेटीज़ हैं यहाँ पर एक एक एरिया में, और हम लोग गवर्नमेंट और इंडस्ट्रीज, ट्रेड और कॉमर्स के बीच में एक ब्रिज का काम करते हैं। और जो भी इंडस्ट्रीज़ का प्रॉब्लम होता है वो हम गवर्नमेंट के सामने रिप्रेजेंटेशन देते हैं, और महीने में मतलब उनका काम 90% तो हम करते हैं, कोशिश करके हो जाता है। कोई 10% किसी की उनकी गवर्नमेंट की तकलीफ होती है, नहीं कर पाते, वो अलग बात है, वरना तो सारे जो भी हमारे प्रपोजल रिप्रेजेंटेशन जाते हैं गवर्नमेंट मान लेती है और सबके लिए फ़ायदेमंद है। आपको भी एक्सपोजर FTCCI के साथ में जुड़ने का मौका मिलेगा, और स्टॉल लगाएंगे तो आपके प्रोडक्ट का भी जो है आपका फ़ायदा होगा, प्रोडक्ट को सेल करने में ईजीनेस आएगा, आप प्रमोट कर सकते हैं आपके प्रोडक्ट को। तो आप ज़रूर से ज़रूर 28, 29, 30 जून के लिए तैयार हो जाइए और आपका जो है प्रोडक्ट के लिए स्टॉल लीजिए। In FTCCI, we are organizing an expo by the name Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, where this expo is for all the industries. Previously, we thought that some sector will concentrate, but seeing because the FTCCI is working for all the industries, so we thought that everybody should participate in this expo. And we have about 150 stalls there, and almost half of it is already sold out, and another 70 to 80 stalls are still to be sold. So I request each and everyone and all the industries, they should hire one of the stall and participate in this big, we are doing for the first time, of course, but all the companies from international also, many people are going to come. We are concentrating on 5 to 6, 7 countries where the people will participate in this expo also. And it is not limited to Hyderabad or say Telangana. We can participate from anywhere surrounding here, and we should, they will be benefited, mutually benefit is there. They will get exposure for their product. It will be an advertisement for their product. They can get benefit out of it. So I request everyone, every industries to participate and hire a stall, which is going to be, this expo is from 28th June to 30th June, 28, 29 and 30th. So again, I request everyone to participate in this and get benefited.
We, along with the government of Telangana, is organizing Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023. If you are a person who are looking at displaying your innovation, or if you are a person who want to look at what are the innovations which is happening and the technology around it, so this is the right place for you to be here and explore your ideas or learn from the ideas of others and enhance your business and growth. Looking forward to see you all at the ITEX exhibition on 28th, 29th and 30th of June at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023.
We've been making games for the past 5 years. We made a bunch of 25 plus games for a bunch of RMG companies. So right now we are showcasing Occult Chambers. Occult Chambers is a third-person action adventure that is set in the Himalayan valleys, where the main character is trying to find his father. So this is inspired from Amnesia, Tomb Raider, a bunch of games that are heavily into exploration. At the same time, a lot of combat. So the game revolves around agoras, rituals, a lot of mythical creatures in the world that you're going to see that are inspired from Indian mythology. I think we started in 2021. On and off, we've been working on the vertical slice of the game. So yeah, it's the vertical slice is about 45 minutes. If you are a good hardcore gamer, you could probably run through it and complete it in 30 minutes maybe. Yeah, so we're a team of 10, 3 devs, rest of them are artists, programmers, animators and whatnot, right? So I'm one of the programmers. I take care of animation programming of the main character, at the same time few mechanics in the game, and the other devs take care of AI and puzzles and whatnot. So we wanted to do something in the horror space because it's very indie friendly, and we being a very small studio, we thought making a horror game would be a great debut title for us. That kind of snowballed into this game, Occult Chambers. So we showcased it at IGDC last year, November 2022. We got a great reception, a lot of great feedback. We are working on the feedback and also working on combat at the moment for the main game. So we are right now talking to a bunch of publishers. The idea is to get a publisher on board and kickstart the main production. Obviously, we being a bootstrap studio, we cannot fund the whole game. So we are actively talking to a bunch of publishers. It was great. A lot of people have completed the game from start to finish, which is surprising, and a lot of people without help have completed the game, gave great feedback, constructive criticism as well. So we are all taking all this feedback in, and we'll go back to the drawing boards. So the main game is a 12-hour narrative game. So 8 hours is the actual campaign, which is broken down into multiple chapters. And if you are a completionist, you could probably play for about 4 more hours after the main game. You'd complete the rest of the side quests. This is a narrative game, so there's no tournament angle to it.
We at Brahman Studios are making a game called Om the Game. It's inspired from Indian mythology and our ancient Indian scriptures. So our journey had begun 3 years back when we came to the conclusion and the inception of the idea that we wanted to recreate the old epics for the new generation, to just visualize the astras colliding and the elementals colliding as well. So that was the initial inception. And also, since the world, the Indian audience especially, had been introduced to multiplayer gaming and 3D gaming, we wanted to tap into that and give the best possible experience for the players. So since competitive gaming and esports are on the rise, we are also planning our game to take it to that level. And with the infusion of our Indian culture, I think it's a perfect mix and blend of what a proper gaming, a competitive gaming experience is, and also what you can take back from the game as well. So you do get to learn about different new concepts of our Indian culture, and also simultaneously play and have a lot of fun with your friends and against friends as well. So the main USP of the game is itself multiplayer gaming. You get to play with your friends and against your friends, and also the whole competitive scene. So the reason for that is there are two different genres of gaming. There's like casual gaming, and then there's mid-core and hardcore gaming. So casual gaming mostly includes like spending or passing your time, but whereas like hardcore and mid-core gaming also involves the competitive play. Like every person wants to keep getting better in their life. So, and to some extent of that, maybe we do not find so much competition in life, but that's where games help us do that. So we do get to keep getting better ourselves, and becoming masters at the game. So that's the kind of potential there is, like when a gaming industry is slowly booming. The Indians have especially gotten used to this kind of gaming, and it has a lot of growth. And also the reason that personally I like single player games as well, apart from multiplayer gaming, and single player games offer a whole new story and lore and narrative design that actually enhances the growth experience of the player as well. So that's what we had tried to merge in this game, and I think it's a beautiful fit, and we should be really thankful and like grateful to the whole culture that we have been brought up in, and we are as a part of, and we're just grateful, and we want to just do a great job and bring the best out, not only for Indian but also the global audience around the whole world. So currently we are planning it on for mobile, but the game design has been in such a way that once it's successful on a mobile, we'll have better resources and traction to actually venture into other gaming consoles and PC as well. So the game design has been done in such a way that it's going to be fun playing on any kind of platform. It's a 3D game. It's a third-person game. Initially, while concepting and thinking of like how to approach this game and this concept, we thought like the top-down perspective is probably much easier and like very common. But since the people have been used to 3D gaming and the better phones, better hardware of the phones coming out, it's definitely achievable to give them a proper immersive 3D experience. So although the development journey has been much more complicated, seeing the players' reactions and how immersive they are feeling is actually worth all the effort. So the game is currently in closed testing. It is available on Play Store for people who would like to support us and actually check out the new elements and also be a part of our gaming entrepreneurial journey. So anyone who's interested can come onto our website omthegame.com, or also join our Discord server. So once you pre-register, we'll be sending an email with the Play Store app link, and yes, please do come join us and enjoy our game, and also support us and give us your feedback. So our game is exclusively like free to play, but also we'll have in-app purchases and like ad monetization as well. And also we have plans of giving subscription systems similar to the Battle Pass, but what we have done is we have done a very unique way of including the Battle Pass system into the whole story and narrative driven game as well. So like it's anything that you actually subscribe for is going to be part of the whole story, part of your whole experience as in general, not just like a asset that you just buy and purchase. So it's going to be part of the whole experience. So currently we are planning to launch it in India and venture into the Southeast Asian markets, because it is the biggest mobile gaming market in all over the world. And so currently we have like couple of so we have 14 different locas, 14 different arenas, and there's a whole player journey that he experiences. So we are going to be releasing that in step-by-step phases, where like for the initial release itself we have about 3 locas, and slowly we are going to add 2 more until the whole vision is realized. And after that we'll definitely go into ranked matchmaking and the whole leaderboard system, where we actually have designed this game to be a competitive game. And soon later what we want to do is like we're also creating a whole world, a whole story around this world that people would love to be a part of and try to explore many new other things. So we have many seasonal events planned out as well. So as the game keeps progressing, the players get access to a lot of whole new content again, which is a part of the whole world and from our Indian culture. So they get to experience different gods, their abilities, the lore behind them, the essence of what they stood for and why they are actually prayed for and everything. And so the future that we have is we want to make standoff games, game modes in this game itself. So like co-op play will be a very fun kind of experience for players people who know about MMORPG dungeons and raids. They'll probably understand the whole concept of co-op play. So you as your friends, instead of playing against each other, together you guys can go and beat a very strong boss and a world boss that will actually give you all your whole team a great fun. And even more future plans that we have is we want to get into AAA titles using the same world. So we have keeping that in mind is how we have designed the whole story and the narration to go ahead. So we do have 2 expansions planned for this game. So currently we are focusing on the first expansion, and the second expansion is going to be even more fun and even more intricate gameplay details and a lot more fun. So we are a team of 5. I myself am the game designer and my friend Dheeraj, my co-founder, he's the programming lead. He's also the CTO. And we have another person for the 2D artist. He's Pawan. We have the 3D artist. We have Raghu, and we have a Unity developer as well, Stanuj. We are a team of 5 currently. I'm really grateful to have this team helping me visualize my dream and vision that we have. They're all such committed people, and just like to have such committed people working together on my dream and vision, it's been a blessing, and we're just trying to do our best and bring out the best possible experience for the gamers.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
Hi guys, this is Hyderabad Gaming Weekend. This panel is about careers and opportunities in gaming. I would ask the panel to introduce themselves, and then we'll start the Q&A.
Hi, good evening to all of you. This is Balakrishna, Professor and Principal from Backstage Pass Institute of Gaming and Technology.
Hello all, I'm Vaibhav Mahajan, founder and CEO of Abracadabra Software Solutions Private Limited. We are based out in Nashik, and we came up with India's first 3D RPG war game called Tanaji the Maratha Warrior.
Hi. Hello everyone, my name is Devash Chandra. I work as a technical artist at a studio in Austin, Texas called Games. Also work as an advisor in Indian startup studio in Hyderabad, and I also run my own studio called Incubators. I'm Samthit. I'm founder of One Monkey. Been around 5 years now. Currently making achievements. So let's start with a few questions, and then we'll probably discuss a lot about gaming in general. So the first question is, what specific skills or qualities do you believe are essential for a successful career in game design or development? We could start.
Yeah, so to become a game designer, first of all, he must be a very creative person. He must be in a position to visualize the entire game in his mind. Then based on his visualization, he need to start preparing the story, set of rules, regulations, and all. So he must have creative and visualizing skills, first of all. Later, certain added technical skills to prepare the story, to prepare the rules, regulations, levels, world, all these things.
Actually, I totally understand that it's a tough challenge to have game developers and designers. And my fellow colleague, CEO of Game Backstage Game Pass, has been successfully doing it since from many years. So, as far as the game developer and designers are concerned, apart from these two categories, there are like multiple other categories has been a requirement in the game industry, such as screenplay writers or mechanics. Then there would be somebody who can definitely help out with, art, game art specialists. So all these categories has been a concurrent requirement nowadays. And as India is progressing with game development, we see a huge bubble is going to be created in the gaming space. And we need all those people. To be a good gamer or game developer or designer or an artist, you need to understand the basics of the trade. And I guess those would be, graphical understanding. Then it would be, coding. If it is coding, like if you want to become a game developer, then you need to understand Unity, you need to understand Unreal, and there are a few other studios which are very important. So those, there are like specific languages like C#. Then there is like TypeScript. So all these languages need to be learned properly. As for the artist is concerned, you need to have some insight towards the art, So you should have that from within, and then only you can able to justify these kind of things. Actually, for screenplay writers, you need to have a creative angle to write screenplays. You need to have some basic thought process behind it, actually, and these are all, it's a combination of an inherent understanding of that subject plus some training, which a lot of folks are doing right now in India.
Just to reiterate, your question was on game design, right? And development. Okay. So a few things, just to categorize just those two specific departments separately. In order to be a game developer, you need to understand how actual development process works, figure out niche and a specific role. Essentially, your job is to actually find the fun in a game, and that is very, very vague. Different games will have different definitions of fun. In terms of skill, like you may know things, and it's great that if you know game intents or art or something like that, but 99% of your job will be in Word and Excel and communicating with people. Communicate your ideas, and if you do these specific things in these specific order, we will actually have the fun found out in the game. That is what a game designer will do. In terms of a developer, as the other panelists mentioned, it is a lot of things, or do I just like to solve things and all that? So it is some sort of soul searching that an individual has to do. But yes, this is the broader aspect of like what.
I definitely agree with the panel where creativity is one of the most important factor for this. Not just so game development is game developer as in is a umbrella term would describe anyone between game artist, game technical artist, or game designer or whatnot. But the core thing that unifies all of them under one discipline is the creative aspect of it. Without that, you're just making a software. You need to understand if that is something for you. At the same time, skills that are necessary for a game designer, I would say, at least for a game designer that specifically is concentrating on designing systems or let's say level design or whatnot. You have about 30 years of game design that is available to you in terms of games, commercial games. You play all of them, as you play, you need to play as many games as possible. Lock and load all the mechanics that you feel are something that have pushed the medium forward, right? So note them down, keep them in your memory, and next time you get to design something, you could use some of it, remix it, rematch it, and make something new. So I think that quality of observing from what is existing already, and at the same time getting inspired from real life. So I'll continue if you want to add something, yeah.
about the game programming or game developer. See, programming means generally we consider IT programming or computer science programming like that. There are so many programming languages and scripting languages that we are using nowadays in regular IT development, like say C++, Python, C#, like that. But game programming tools are completely different. Whatever the IDEs that we are using, whatever the engines that we are using in game programming, those are completely different. Those are not generally as part of our regular computer science coding, and those are not part of our regular computer science education. So generally the computer science education or computer science graduation programs are not teaching the game engines, not teaching the tools or IDEs that we are using for engine programming or AI programming or graphic programming, so gameplay programming. For all these things, those are completely different. So that's why if anybody want to start the career as a game programmer, definitely he need to go through the respective IDEs. He need to. So to learn the game programming, I can say that the regular computer science programming like C++, C#, Python or JavaScript, all these are the foundation tools. Then by using them, we need to work with the IDEs like Unity or Unreal or OpenGL or DirectX, like that. We need to go through all these IDEs. So that's why here I can say that game programming is regular computer science programming plus gaming IDEs.
Thank you. Yeah. So let's move on to the next question, right? So how do you approach the process of designing a game from start to finish? Can you walk us through the project, the life cycle of a project?
Yeah. So life cycle. If I want to speak about life cycle, game development is again software development only. It's a kind of what we can call software only. It's not completely new. So there are so many different life cycles that we need to go through with different phases, with different milestones mentioned for each and every phase. So with all these things, we need to go with a particular what we can call development life cycle. And we need to go through phase by phase. But in general terminology for game production, people will talk about pre-production, production and post-production activities and the respective milestones. And for each and every activity, a set of supporting tools, a set of supporting documents. Okay, so all these things we need to go through. So frankly to say that there is no very systematic or uniquely defined development cycle, life cycle for game development, because nowadays gaming is happening with different sizes. Something like indie game development is happening, small startups are developing, big teams are developing. So based on the team size, we need to go with the required specific development life cycle, and we need to follow the respective tools, technology, or specifications and all these things.
I agree with him on the life cycle of a game as such. But frankly speaking, we are a small studio out there, so we don't have rules and regulations to go after any particular product. Ours is like 1.5 gigs wala game, So we idealized that, and then we came up with some basic draft of what we want to put on that game as such. Then we came up with a alpha with basic game mechanics and basic gameplay as such. Then we started talking with potential customers because it should be a product market fit, So we involved a lot of youngsters to play our game, and they like the mechanics actually. And then we started building a story around that, and we got some time to do that actually. And we got a mixture of, videos and actual gaming as a part of our game. And then we launched the alpha. We timed it right, So when Tanaji was he sacrificed his life on 4th February 1670. So we launched it just a month before that actually, so that we would get the maximum eyeballs. And that was a successful trick. So we could able to get a lot of eyeballs on our game, and then after that we timed every occasion to create a market for our game. And it has been a continuous process since then, right? Because typically gaming product would span for at least 5 to 10 years. It should. And that's the plan actually. And we're trying to, publish it on multiple platforms so that even desktop audience should understand or should play our game. And likewise, we're trying to see how can we scale it day in, day out. There are like multiple features we're trying to take inside the game, such as Web3 aspects. We have been tied up with Tezos to have NFTs selling through our game actually. So typically, it differs, life cycle differs for game to game. So we can only share our story. So this is what we have done. And maybe it's not the best possible way, but yeah, that's the way we have gone through.
So this is going to be a long answer. I think the best way I can explain this is by giving you a case story. This is what most game studios in Dallas use, including Gearbox, Ritual Entertainment and all that. Essentially, the idea comes like, for example, let's say you have a creative director or an executive producer saying like, hey, I want to make a racing game. That's it. Basically, things start jumping into it. What you have, the first milestone there is something called a splash hack. It essentially is, take whatever stuff you want, slap it into the engine, do whatever you want, and find the fun. Alright, this goes on, think of it like a high-paced game jam, but it goes on for 2 days. And you find something, and you want to scrap it. Then you do Flash Hack 2. And I was like, oh, let me find this, let's try to make something like Super Mario Kart and all that. This seems fun. Scrap it. Let's Flash Hack 3. Let's do something like you're flying in an ethereal space or something like that. It's still a racer, right? It still fits a genre. Okay, this feels good. Slap it. Afterwards, you find, okay, this thing works in the previous Flash Hack. You go through an entire retro process. Okay, this thing works, this thing doesn't work. Let's fit this and all that. Then the game designers actually work on like, okay, what exactly are we making? In the meanwhile, the engineers are actually working on a milestone called as POCT, which is called as Proof of Concept Technology. The idea is you figure out which version of engine you are using, which version of Substance Painter, Max, Maya that you're using. Are you using Houdini or not? Like how the pipeline is going to be. Do you want to set up a batch Python scripts? How your night labels are going to work and all that. You figure out the actual technology and you lock it in place. You do not update it until the game is out there yet. So if the director decides like, okay, we need this game out in like 9 months. Okay, we're not updating our engine, even though the new version of Unreal is so great. We are locking it. This is the main idea of it. And the artists and the engineers actually figure out what exactly are we doing in this piece of POCT milestone, which is the proof of concept technology. And like, okay, let's lock this solid down. Let's figure this thing out. While the game designer, the lead level designer, and the lead artist, and all the other leads talk with their creative director or executive producer, and it's like, hey, I want to make this way. I want to make this way. So in our case study, our game designer came up with like, hey, let's make a Mario Kart kind of racer game, like how the executive producer want, but let's make it in the realm of Toy Story. And everything's going to be massive. You are stuck in a bathroom and just like trying to find your way around this thing with different powers and all that. He picks out a narrative around the actual fun of the game design, which was initially discovered during the previous milestones. Then you run into a milestone called as proof of concept gameplay, POCG. The idea of this milestone, long story short, is finding the fun, or rather, since the fun was found out, you coherently gather individual bits and implement it together to have, hey, this thing works. We can actually implement it, and we can. This can be a fun gameplay for a longer this thing. This will go on for a month or two, depending on how the producers break it down. Then you go into your vertical slice section where they take one small segment and they say, this is how the end result is going to be. It could be the corner of your bathroom or like a sink or the center of your track or the finish line, whatever. They pick just one part and say, this is exactly how it's going to look at the end product. While the other level designers think about how the level 2 and level 3 maps are going to be. You think on the larger scale picture and people work in tandem a lot. Nothing coherent comes into the engine. It's just a blockout mess and a bunch of errors and build crashing and all that. Nothing really functions. After vertical slice, you run into something called as interim alpha. So your alpha milestone is going to be your largest milestone. There are a lot of definitions for alpha milestones, but long story short, if you say your alpha milestone, if your game is this alpha, you can say the inter milestone is also called as gameplay complete. You should be gameplay complete. What does gameplay complete mean? From beginning to end, you can play your game. Like if I press the executable, it opens up. I press the start menu. I finish everything, finish all the levels, press escape and quit. I should be able to complete it in a full-fledged cycle. So that is the inter milestone. You reach your inter milestone there. After that, you jump onto your alpha, where all your art assets go in, all your animations go in, all your rig stuff go in, your UI elements, your hardware elements, your sound effects, everything goes in. After alpha, it's called as asset lock. Like nothing new goes into the engine. Anything that you add will be manipulated and polished and updated, but you cannot add anything else. If you are going to add anything else, it has to go through an entire strict leads review process so that you do not break any existing builds. Then you run into beta, where things are solidly locked, and people start working on marketing materials. Hey, this is going to be a poster. This is, hey, I'm having fun playing this game and all that. Then after the beta thing, it's like any showstopper bugs. It's like, hey, if I come first in this game, the game crashes. That's the things like drastically showstopper bugs only get fixed. Nobody pushes anything to source control and all that. After that, it's basically going gold and launch. That's the life cycle of a normal 9-month game development life cycle thing. It's used across many studios. There are a lot of versions of it. People change the definitions depending on studio to studio. If you run your own studio, you can set your own definitions. But the overarching picture is this.
I think you guys have covered a majority of the production cycle. So just to clear up the definitions, right? So you have pre-production where you're figuring out the game, and then you log the concepts. You have a GDD that is like a Bible for your game. Someone who will drop in middle of the project will read this up and also try to understand what's the game about and whatnot. So there are a few documents like that for art Bible. There are for there is a bestiary for all the enemies that are part of your game. So all this material is somehow at least 70% of it is logged in pre-production to the phase where you have completed your PVC or the proof of concept. After that, you would start with trying to reach your alpha goal, and I would like to clear up the definitions of alpha and beta and then launch or going gold, right? So alpha is, at least technically, it's called safe for internal testing. So that build is basically alpha build is for the whole team in internal QA to test it around. It goes from start to end, and you could play it. It will definitely have game breaking bugs. It's nowhere near for showing it to the public, but that is the point where you could start showing doing the focus testing. Each chapters you could see if the voice acting is being having the enough impact that the director wants. See if certain weapons are overpowered. Certain weapons are people finding ways to kind of abuse the system and kind of beat a boss very easily compared to the duration that you want it to be. So stuff like this is continuously tested, and once the a majority of the field is locked, that would be considered as beta. Beta is technically, in terms of software language, it's ready for public as well. Even though majority of the studios don't release beta builds, at least live op games usually do that. They push out their beta builds and kind of get early access feedback. So after that, you essentially are showing it to top executives or whatnot, in a company, and things get locked, and that is where you kind of iron out all the stuff. As you said, asset lock happens before that, and you kind of make sure that you're not adding anything new, but whatever you're having in the game has to have a minimum standards set by the platforms or the game directors or executives, and that is when you finally apply to all these platforms for certification. After about, I would say, at least 4-5 months, 4-5 months of going in beta, you would approach platforms and start getting licenses. And each platform has their own standards for QA. So PlayStation notoriously has very, very strict QA policies. So even if if you promise 60 FPS, you'll have to give 60 FPS at any point of the time. So it has to be steady locked 16.6 or 30 FPS, and your what is the MS for 30 FPS?
36.6.
Yeah, 36.6. So basically, these stats have to match regardless of the quality of the game, right? So once you've done that, you're essentially logged and loaded. Your game could be, released based on your release date, or could be sent to the publisher, where he'll make a bunch of, millions of CDs, if that is the kind of game. Or if it's for mobile, this would be the point where you start marketing it like a madman and make sure you're getting all those early access and whatnot, pre-registrations and whatnot, and then hope to God that your game is liked by millions. So that's the whole, life cycle of a video game.
Can we ask questions?
Yeah, we have two more and then we'll open up for Q&A.
I have a question.
Yeah, so I'm from the institution. So in academy perspective, I want to know your difficulties, like what we can call different studios are of different sizes with different what we can call different production process, or what we can call development life cycles and all. So when there is no uniquely defined or systematic approach for the game development, just if we are doing experiments and all these things for a period of 9 months, as you mentioned, so how you can hold your team? And what I found from the what we can call gamers is these people are very volatile. These are, frankly to say that, these are very unique species. So these are not like art student, means art in the sense, these are not like regular science students or math students or commerce students. Gamers are completely with a different mindset. So how you can hold the people for that much long period? It's a long period, frankly to say that. In regular industry, 9 months is not a long period, but in gaming, it's a long period at this particular moment. Moreover, it's not completely grown up. And openings are there for what we can call different positions from different period, different studios like that. So people are getting excited, people are jumping from here to there to here and all. So in that particular case, how you are sustaining your team is one thing, and at the same time, if there are disturbances in the team in the middle of the development process, how you are managing that?
So just to reiterate your question so that I got it right, your question is, since the game development life cycle is so large, how do you keep your team in sync to avoid issues? How do you let them, make them stay on your team and not leave your team, right?
If they leave.
Uh-huh.
How you are going to, what we can call, if new people comes?
Mm-hmm.
Because every studio is having their own style. Every studio is having their own life cycle and all.
Mm-hmm.
How you are going to train them and how you are going to make them comfortable with your life cycle, with your process?
Mm-hmm. So, okay, this will be a multi-part answer, but okay, I can try answering it this way. If somebody leaves your team, let's say if I'm running a big studio of 50 people, and somebody leaves me 3 years later or something like that, but it takes 6 years to make the game. If I do not take that into consideration while running my studio, that somebody's going to leave me, and that hurts me, then yes, I am doing something wrong. So definitely, it's my job to consider backup plans for backup plans for backup plans, in case if they leave, in case they do this, in case if they do this. So, which is what I do, which is what my co-workers do. Everybody has backup plans for backup plans for backup plans. Always go 3 levels deep. You might not do it, but it is always safer that way, so that you cannot keep everybody on hold. And I'm a total pro advocate of no bonds. Screw that. It doesn't work in this creator industry. Probably it will work in software development, but not I'm sure many people disagree on this, but if somebody's leaving you, then it definitely means there's something going wrong, or you are not doing your retros properly. Retros are basically retrospective that you do at the end of every milestone. Hey, what went well, what went wrong? Even better if somebody has a complaint. It's hey man, not getting a raise, it's been working for 2 years. If you're not giving people raises, of course there's a probability he's going to leave you. So you need to consider that if he leaves you, do you have somebody who can take his place, or you're going to hire somebody who's going to cost you a lot more? Like, all of these have to be considered. There's no standard answer for it. Now, if somebody new comes on board, and like, how do you bring them onto your pipeline? That's another part of your question, right? The best example that I can give you something for that was also taught to me was document the hell out of things. And it's tedious, it's not something that people look out for, but you cannot spoon feed everybody. But you can tell them, hey, this is our wiki, just spend a week on it, just read through stuff, this is how our pipeline works, this is how we approve things. I mean, if you apply for any submission guidelines for any store, like, you have to read their documentation. Nobody's going to tell you press this button. Like, for YouTube, like your Google Play Store and all that, you might have tutorials, but if you're doing something for Nintendo, Switch or Sony, you can't do that. Those things are under NDA. You have to figure out how to read documentations and have to figure out how those things work. It also applies to something else. Like, most AAA game studios have their own proprietary game engines. Like, Creation Kit uses Papyrus. It's not an official programming language, but they make their logic in that. You want to figure out Papyrus, you join Bethesda, they give, hey, here's our wiki, figure it out. And that's it. Like, you have to document the hell out of it. Anybody new who's junior, senior, or principal, or a lead has to figure it out on the job. Like, this industry, like, if you do not learn on the job, you wouldn't last long. So you would do that way. Did I miss any part of your question? I'm sorry. Okay.
Very covered, but my question is, for the big studios, AAA studios, they may have that kind of
Yes.
life cycle and process.
Yes.
But for the startups, I'm talking
Yes,
about
startups also you can document. For my studio, this is exactly what we do. We hired an intern whose entire job is to document things. So it is not something that you would waste your valuable game designer's role on it. But somebody who's straight out of school and trying to figure out how the pipeline works, our game designer does a lot of stuff in Miro. Hey, this is what we have. This is the concept art what we have. Hey, here's our latest build. Let's try documenting it, because anybody who comes next will be able to look at your work and say, okay, it works. It's not going to cost you a lot to train an intern for the first time and write a few documents. Because the other person who comes after him will use that as a reference and make sure all these guidelines are set in stone. You just need to do that once.
Got it. But for smaller startups, like you said, we cannot hire redundant people, right? So this is why Elon Musk came in and fired a bunch of people in Twitter, because he had to rehire them because he figured out they were not redundant. So in a big company, usually you have one guy who is like an artist, and then there are 3-4 guys who could essentially replace him if he leaves. But that is not the luxury with which startups work, or indie studios work. So they will have to readjust. That's the harsh reality. There's no way about if your leads leave you, will have to figure out what's next. So it is going to be a showstopper because you don't have the budget to have redundancies on that kind of level, right? So this is a challenge, and there is no right or wrong answer for this, because the way big corporates are handling this is by having redundant employees, and the only thing that will make people stick around is an interesting project and satisfaction in what they're contributing to the project. So that's about it. And if they think they want to be credited to the project, obviously they'll get credited even if they leave. But if they want to stick around and make sure that they've created an impact, they will. But this is purely will depend on the leadership team and how they're motivating, or how inspiring the game is to them. So the only thing as an indie studio you could do is make sure you have a rock solid game, or at least you're working on a project that people want to work on and is exciting. That could be a good incentive for people to stay around, but money also matters, right? So make sure you're having a baby. If you're having a baby, you need to have the money to, make sure you're supporting it. So just like that, you're having a startup, make sure that you have enough money to support the people as well. So yeah. So we'll probably move on to the next question, and then we'll open up to the Q&A. Yes, so this is an interesting question. Balancing creativity with practical constraints is a common challenge in game design. Can you share an example of a time when you had to find a compromise between your creative vision and technical limitations, and how you handled that situation? So, we three could answer that. I think Shreyas is 1 hour. Because he's a technical artist, right? So, we'll start with you because that would be
I mean, it's a big challenge for us as well to balance it. But, after failing so many times, we have developed some 25 casual games, and then we came up with this Tanaji, which is mid-core game. We figured out that, whatever we develop, it should entertain to the people or the target audience, So there should be a, product market fit for every feature which we will be developing inside the game. So what we do typically, after a particular level, we introduce the target audience, bunch of them, let's say 5-6 of them, and then we give that product or feature to them for testing, and we measure their responses, and we have our own mechanism to take a call on these responses, that whether we should continue developing more to add flavor to this, or whether should we stop this and then take the next feature. So that's our way to figure out that how we can manage the time for the development and not compromise on the art value of it.
Still processing. Yes. So you want me to take up? I do have one, but it's still work in progress. Fire it up. So I think of a hypothetical situation which interpret the same. Why don't you start? So obviously, we have a set budget to any game, right? So you'll have to figure out what you could possibly do realistically within that budget. Sometimes, in real world, you are kind of overshoot the budget, but if it's an internal project, you could afford that budget. The money is coming from publisher. If you're overshooting, it's from your pocket. So keeping that in mind, it's fairly easy to cut down stuff because it's going to hurt you in the long term, because if you play the idea god, right? If you constantly pile on, it would be ridiculously impossible to finish a game in the first place. So defining scope is the best way to kind of make sure that you're not having, because while defining scope, you could make sure that you're not having too many sacrifices, you're not making too many sacrifices. At the same time, you need to make peace with the team that you have and make sure the current team or the future team that you might hire could be a good fit for the scope that you're defining. So that way, a lot of sacrifices, technical sacrifices at least, could be figured out as the game progresses, but at least you have a defined scope for that to happen very less. So there are situations where we have compromised. For example, the IGDC demo that we made, we had a lot of bots, a lot of AI that we made, but they were not up to the standard. So we had to cut them down. Maybe we could explore them in the future. But the point is, we were able to pull off the bots, but it's just the AI was not as satisfactory as one would think, right? So if your standards are set in a certain level, you would possibly have some technical calls and where you would reduce the complexity. There is a scene in Occult Chambers where we had to have at least 2,000 snakes on the floor. So for that we have seen a lot. We have explored a lot of variety of things, and the only thing that was in our scope and technically possible, obviously we couldn't spawn 2,000 snakes, right? It would straight up kill no matter if you have 4090, it would kill your PC. So we came up with a clever concept of, obviously it's there, it's not something that we invented, but it's called vertex animation. So you basically are animating the actual vertices of the mesh. So these are fairly inexpensive compared to, let's say, spawning the mesh itself. So the thing that we wanted to do was actual snakes, spawning 2,000 snakes on the floor, but our technical limitation has caused to us, a way to make us find a solution that is fairly, could be run on multiple devices. So I would say it's a blessing in disguise, so where you kind of challenge yourself and find out creative ways to solve it. But yeah, since we are limited with the technology of our time, we'll have to make sure we're not being ambitious and wasting our time, right? So we have deadlines, we have certain number of parameters that we have to hit. So we make sacrifices, but at the same time, if you are clever, you could achieve something similar to what you want in a very different way. That could be surprising at the end to you as well. So.
Okay. I have two examples. One is a case study, another is a theory in game design. Let's start with the theory in game design. It's called the door problem. How many of you here in the audience are familiar with it? Okay, I guess just one, right? So, long story short, in order to explain this, the door problem in game design is this way. A creative director comes in and says like, hey, I want a door in my game. I'm like, okay, fine. That's nice. Okay, the 3D modeler is like, I'm going to model this door. Okay, nice. The texturing artist is like, I'm going to texture it. Okay, nice. The audio engineer is like, you know what? I want to make a sound effect when the door opens. The programmer is like, hey, I want to make sure that you can actually interact with the door when you open and when you close. The AI programmer is like, well, what will happen if AI interacts and closes? What will happen if the player interacts when the AI tries to interact when it opens and closes? Which sound should it play? Like the other audio engineer is like, you know what? I can make a sound that you can hear it from a distance if you turn away from the door when you interact. Then you have
direction.
Yeah, good directions. Like, what about physics? If I put a grenade at the door, do you think the door will open or not? You see, every one thing that you try to add in the game, it spirals down into dominoes of problems along the way. So, in order to find the right balance between creativity and like technical challenges, it's like there's this motto that I was taught to me by my professors. It was called KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. The idea is add as minimal things as possible into your game. Make sure it's polished before adding something else new. An example for something like that is, I was working on a puzzle game when I was in the US. It was a first-person puzzle solver where you with your wand you do magic stuff and you do wind elements and all the other stuff. Sounds somewhat a normal game. The artist decided, hey, instead of having huge walls, let's do modular. That way we can customize each and every small bit of it. I was naive. I'm like, all right, sure. Then we realized we want a large surface area. So how do we do the walls? Manually clone every single one of those. And you duplicate things. Then you gradually select them. All right, fine. This can be done. We did crunch a few knives, but okay, we set just the entire level. We played the game. Everything was flickering. Like, what's happening? It was something called as occlusion culling. The camera tries to occlusion cull things. But if there are thousands of static meshes in the scene, this was Unreal 4.14 or 4.16. This was like pre-nanite era. Like, you guys didn't have all of these. Like, what the hell is happening? What do? You have to bake your occlusion volumes. There's something called as whisk groups in Hammer, in all Half-Life stuff. This is exactly what whisk groups are. Basically, you have to cut down your sightlines and all that. Okay, this works fine and all that. What happened to the shadows? There are all lines between them. I was like, no, how do we fix it? Okay, let's increase our light mass importance volume. Let's make it to 64K, 128K. What the hell, our build size is 16 GB? And like for an indie game, like what's happening? Every single static mesh has a light mass volume of like 256K. Okay, it released the blurriness. So what do we do about it and all? We changed the entire lighting model instead of doing your directional stuff, changing it to volumetric stuff. Okay, it's fine. But again, performance is tanking when I look at something that's far in the distance. How do we do that? Okay, now you again break that into hierarchical LODs and basically cluster them, and again real time you actually, when you come close, you change it into normal static meshes and all that. Okay, we set that thing up and all that. All this happened because one artist decided, let's do modular because it is static, if we can have control. This is the actual issue that will happen if we like if we need good people with experience in a team, problem is startups usually do not have that, but this is something that you learn by doing things on the job. You just need to know what you're in for before adding anything new into the game. I think that's the best way I could explain how things are.
Okay, so we are out of questions. We could, we are open to QA.
So I have a question, sir. It's from Bala, sir. So basically, in India, still gaming is like parents. Basically, for parents, it's like time waste, time passing. And of course, many students are willing to come into gaming. So how do we convince parents? That's a main primary issue I see nowadays.
Adding to his point, let's classify two different types of gaming that people can go and have their.
Understand our situation when we started in 2010. Okay, so in 2010 when we started the gaming college, even mobile games were not there. Games means only PlayStation based games or PC based games or some games we use it to play on Facebook, something like that. So at the time when we do the marketing, sir, I'm very much interested. Please talk to parent. Please convince them. And when we call them, simply they used to say that, what are you talking? We don't let our kids to play the games. How dare you ask us to let them to do a gaming course? We started with that kind of situation. And we struggled a lot for the initial 4 or 5 batches, almost up to 2016. Means almost around 4 or 5 batches, 3-4 batches something. And till then, we also don't have the solid answer to answer them. Because everything is assuming. It will be like this, it may be, it's something like that. But by seeing the achievements of our first 3-4 batch students, by seeing their success stories, by seeing their placements, then if some parent is asking, then now at this particular moment, confidently we are able to convince the parents by saying only one thing, that if the student is interested, if the student is passionate about gaming, it's a super one. Career opportunities are good. Now I am able to give the stats to them. No way the engineering stats are comparable to gaming stats at this particular moment. Engineering jobs are more, but how many colleges? How many lakhs of graduates are comes up, ask about the placements? I can say that an engineering graduate or some other graduate can start their career only after the completion of their graduation, after getting the certificate, after having 3 to 6 months of training. Those are able to work on the project, but my students are able to work from 3rd year, 2nd semester. So if we make the education in gaming like again a traditional kind of education or something where just teachers can teach based on the experiences. They can teach with applications. They can teach with practicals. Very confident. If I have a student, first my question is to the student that, are you interested? Yes. In which domain? Means like whether you are interested in art or design or programming or yeah, we are. And I can ask my set of questions to know whether really he is interested. Because many of the who are saying that I want childhood. Then I used to have my set of questions to assess. Then if I feel that student is really interested, then I'm having my own documents, I'm having my own stats to convince the parents nowadays and to explain them about the industry and to show what we can call everything now with evidence. We are not telling anything by assuming. We are telling everything with proof. That's the way how I am doing now. But in 2010, it's almost something like every day we used to have scoldings from the parents. Some parents, once I was, he started shouting on them, scolding on them and all. Then those are unable to handle and they called me. I also tried to convince, but he didn't to join in my institution. So I'm not asking anything. If you want, you can join, otherwise just go. By saying that, for my lunch I came to my office. He came quietly to my office, filled the application, paid the fee, took the admission, and just went out. Not even a single word. Okay? Now he is working in EA. Wow. The student is working in EA. Now the parent is so cordial with this. But at that time, that is mainly in south side, convincing the parents who are with that BTech, MBBS in mind is very. But now it's
Okay, I'd like to add a few things, like all like super points. You answered most of it. One thing you should probably convince like your parents or whoever, maybe not, maybe yes, I don't know what's right or wrong. So let's figure it out, work and all that. Now everybody wants to become a Shah Rukh Khan or a Tom Cruise. That's exactly what the state of this industry is. And in order to convince anybody, you need empirical proof. And guess what? This empirical proof is available. Just go to stateofgdc.com and download the actual report. You'll understand that this industry earns more than movies, TVs, and music industry combined. So there's reviewed by other people in the industry. And like, if that doesn't convince them, then I don't think anything else will. This is going to work out there. There is actual data providing to like this is, and if there will always be folks who are not convinced of it. This is the time where you actually put forward like other people's opinion on it, and you actually say, hey, look at this guy, he can vouch for this, and look at this, you know him, you trust him, he can vouch for this data and all that. That thing is the only thing that will actually give them some confidence. They will never be confident unless you stand on your own feet. No matter what you are doing, even if it's software development, they'll always have their tents like, is this guy going to get a job or something like that. But no matter what, at the end of the day, they want you to be successful, be happy, and be like enjoy what you're trying to do.
Yeah, one more thing to add to this is, as this kind of education is new to us, most of the people don't know about this kind of education institutions or courses. For example, if I'm in a village, I want to pursue education in gaming. I can convey my parents. Maybe my parents may be with half accepted. Then definitely they can ask somebody who are educated in the village or in their circle, and they may ask that I want to have my son to join in gaming course. Then many people who don't know about this, they won't accept that we don't know. We can simply say that, what is there in that? What kind of courses are there? Is there life in that? This kind of means this is the answer from the educated people. The people who are in the IT, the people who are in very good jobs. Generally that is the thing. If we ask, means if we want to go with a new path, definitely people will take the advice from the. Simply I use it to share all the documents, whatever some mentioned, that the stats, the documents, the references, everything. I'm having a separate set of things, resources. I use it to share with them, and simply I use it to ask them. If needed, I will speak with them, or otherwise you share with all these things with them so that they can understand. This is the thing that's happening. And now there is good awareness. I don't say that totally. Yeah, it's somewhat easy to convince the urban kids, but from the rural, these are the difficulties that we are facing. For example, I want to show this guy. You are only looking back. What's your age? 14. Okay. He is his brother, he is our student. When we had this global game jam event, so at that time, first time I had many requests from the minors to be part of the global game jam event. Minors in the sense, okay, those are permitting from 16 plus. But I'm having many from 14, 13 school going kids, many requests. And I got calls that we are unable to register because of the age restriction. Then I changed the age 10 plus. But the people are not accepting. Global Game Jam people are not accepting. That guy came to the event. He was part of the event for 2 days. And he himself, along with his brother, named only Sim only. Again, he's a Unity programmer. And he developed it. No?
He's the programming guy. Those two developed a game. Now, parent like means parent like the parent of this kind of people. They know the things. Those are simply coming. Those are giving the respect to the interest of the students and all. So mixed thing are there nowadays.
When I was doing my undergrad, I made an action shooter which I spent over a year making it. This was like a time before Unreal was free. I had to pirate it and run it. And like when I did that, they said we don't just accept games. We don't really understand this. That is the actual statement of an education institution, which is actually teaching computer science engineering. So things are changing, but there's a lot of precedents of like we are too backwards in that, and I'm glad the state of the industry is improving. It's just this needs to keep moving forward a lot more.
I have a question. So, as like game developers, like the whole creative aspect is also very important apart from the technology and all of that. So creativity comes from inspiration. Like we get inspired. So most of it is like we have to play games. So if you want to make games, so if you want to make films, you watch films. If you want to play games, you play games. So like how much as a part of an institution giving to your students like games. So like a lot of students would come like with a craze, right? Maybe their parents themselves see the craze and they just want them to push them into gaming. He doesn't know what he wants to do, or like he's just fascinated, he just wants to get into gaming, but he still has to find a center. There is inspiration of what, and that only when he gets connected to a game. How much are you pushing them to actually play games, right? Like what is your curriculum? Like is there a part of your curriculum that you actually make them play games, push them towards games?
Yeah. So the people who are joining our institution, kind of our institution, are gamers.
Core gamers, no doubt in that. So at the very beginning in 2010 when we started, we had a separate game launch. The reason is at the time games means only PlayStation based games, PC based games like that. At the time the entire game launch is always busy. We had less students, but classrooms may or may not full, but game launch is always engaged. But once these mobile games came into the picture, now everybody is having phone. The phone itself is a game launch for them. So now these people are playing games like anything. If we see our hostel students, for example, outstation students who are staying at one place during the night, if we go to the hostel, if a new guy enter into the hostel, it's something like a den. It's something like these people are with headsets and they don't know how much shouting those are making. And we use it to get the complaints from the neighbors that what these kids are doing during night. Those are screaming, those are shouting, those are creating so much noise and all. So now we're having game launch again. We're having game launch. But frankly to say that many people are having their own consoles, their own PlayStations, their own sophisticated PCs. I don't know how many are very seriously using them for education, but 100% those are using for playing games. And as part of our curriculum, we are having certain subjects to explore their ideas, to what we can call improvise the existing games, to review the existing games, okay, and all. And at the same time, we are having our in-house incubators. 2 incubators are there. We are having our in-house incubators. Those incubators are to explore the ideas of the students, to polish them, and to make them comfortable with the required infrastructure support, mentoring support, and all. So we are encouraging. It's not something like we teach, you listen. No, it's very interactive, and we can encourage our students like anything. That's why only starting from our first batch was started in 2010. They entered into third year in 2013. Starting from 2013 till 22, in every what we can call competition, maybe from IGDC or Casual Connect or Microsoft Imagine Cup or Global Game Jam, whatever, almost in every competition our students are with winners or runners from every competition. We are encouraging them like anything. So many good concepts and all.
So, that question, like, so what was the reason in the first actually started a gaming institution way back in 2010 when like times were really hard. So like, what was your vision?
I'm not the founder, frankly to say that I'm an employee. But I'm there in that stage pass from the very first day, heading in the same position. I'm the principal and professor from the very first day. It was founded by Mr. Surya Prakash. He's younger than me. At the time, he's around 22, 23. He's a gamer. He's a gamer and he went to Vancouver. He completed his course there. And then he came to here to establish a game studio. Okay, while coming, he came with 2 UK citizens, 1 USA citizen, and he. All these are from Vancouver. They came to here. They want to establish a studio. And they started searching for the skilled people to work for the studio, but they faced so much difficulty there. Then they thought that, okay, why can't we start training also? But at the time, they were not into this kind of graduation or lengthy programs. Okay, why can't we start short-term courses? With that idea, they established what we can call institution. And this name is also something like a peculiar name. Backstage Pass is somewhat peculiar name. It was suggested by those USA and UK citizens. And they started. And for that, they had a good architect. Actually, that architect is from Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University, connected person. They came to know about it. That university was divided from JNTU in 2008, and those are looking for expansion because that's a fine arts and architecture university. Those are looking for expansion. They came to know that something is happening like that. Then they offered the affiliation or collaboration at that particular moment. This is at the time there are some people in the university who are with good vision. They had some vision that it's going to happen in future, something like that. They offered what we can call collaboration and affiliation to us. And like that we started in 2010 with 4 students. Now we are having around 500 plus students in the premises with bachelor's, master's and advanced diploma. And we are very focused only into gaming education. We are not touching any other area. It's not something like animation, gaming, VFX, gaming, not something. We are purely into gaming. In the gaming also very specialized courses because programming is the technical aspect. Art and design is the creative aspect. Generally for the programmers they need to have good mathematics and physics skills. But generally art people don't like mathematics. That's what I found. So that's why we are having very specific courses. One course is only for design and development, means programming. One course is only for art and design. Recently in 2019 we started one more bachelor course for AR VR. That first batch is just this year passed out. So like that we are having very specialized and very focused courses, and we are having great support from the industry. That's I need to mention, because without their support we can't do anything. In order to starting from the beginning, starting from the structuring of the course structures, preparation of the syllabus, and helping them for mentoring, because industry is looking for the skilled people. No need to a person to come to us to teach, because those are having good pay, their area of interest to work in the industry. But the industry people are asking, sometimes those are requesting their own employees that go deliver some content there, teach them. We need to, at the end of the day, we need to hire them. So it's something like we are not teaching them, it's something like we are training our own employees. In that way the industry is really supporting us.
Other 2 questions on the gaming institutions versus like self-learner in the gaming institution.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So previously there were no institutions. When these people started the career, there were no institutions many. So they depend upon the available resources, web resources, art tutorials, something like that. Yes, for that great motivation is needed. So even though we are having that kind of interest, if there is no proper path, if there is no systematic approach, we can't sustain that kind of motivation for longer period. We can lose the interest at some time with a lot of difficulties. And even we can't convince the parents that we need to be in that particular industry. Or what we are doing is, ours is very systematic approach, starting from the fundamental. To become, if you want to become a game programmer, what is the foundation that's needed? After that, in a systematic approach, with the required core content, we are in a systematic way we are nurturing the students. And initially, frankly to say that at the very beginning, to convince the parents, we had the first program as computer science and game development. And I used to say that parents used to ask, if the gaming is not going to be there, after 4 years if there are no jobs, what is the situation? Then I used to say that it's computer science plus gaming. So computer science is there. If gaming is gone, you're having your core. So in that way, but in these 13 years, 9 batches completed the graduation. From those 9 batches, maybe around 1 or 2 students who are in IT. Almost all those people are also, because of their family constraints. One guy is there, he's a good programmer. He started his career in gaming only, but finally settled in Calcutta. But there are no good many game studios at that time. It's long back story only. So he's in IT. Except that kind of candidates, all the remaining are in gaming only. That's the thing.
So actually, I was Robert from BCA here. Like it's a first of kind in the President's University in the southern part. So I was a robot then. Before joining the college, I was mentors to the immersive technologies because I had 3 years of experience there. So eventually my team, my friends who has been graduated recently. So compared to them, I had more skills because I was a self-learner at the time. And how do you justify? Because I was running my own company right now. So still they are stuck with the unskill which is not equivalent to for the industrial requirements.
That's true. That's only because of your motivation, your self-interest. I can say that in every batch I can find the candidates like you. But not all the students like you. Okay? I'm having students who started their own studios, who are with millions of downloads of games. Teapot Games is one game studio from our student. Seven Summits is one game studio from our student. Raunak is our student. So there are many. And at the same time, we are encouraging our students to start their own studios and all. So in that way, in every batch, there will be around 10% who are exceptionally good. But I can't say that everybody are like that.
Like many of them even surely like interested to get into the institution, but I think it's just too expensive. Like cost of 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. They just refer the YouTube videos. How can you even have like advice, because they're gonna be interested, that has to be give somewhat of support from your end for the institution.
See, one thing from the institution, what kind of support means, we used to encourage them with certain what we can call workshops, guest lectures, that kind of thing. Some open workshops, guest lectures, that kind of things are there. And we are having what we can call, we are visiting the colleges, we are conducting the workshops, we are conducting the guest lectures, that kind of thing. But when it comes to the material, that's one big problem that I'm facing, because there is no systematic approach. For example, for one particular subject, if for this batch, if I'm the mentor, I can teach that subject in my own way, in my own style. My material is different. Next batch is the same subject. For that, if I have a new mentor, that approach is again different. So even we are facing a lot of difficulty to prepare the material, to prepare the what we can call video lectures, to record them and all. But in somehow we are streamlining, and we are giving multiple versions of what we can call materials, documents to the students, and we are asking them, these are the different approaches. By going all those material, you can prepare your own approach. That's the way how we are teaching how we are guiding the students.
So add to that, in order to have a
proper approach to teaching this, in game development we use, when we are actually setting our milestones, we use something called as conditions of satisfaction. It's like, what does it take for this milestone in order to be completed. It is the same thing that was also used by our faculty for them when they were teaching us. Hey, you're learning programming. Guess what? You're learning to make your own game engine from scratch. You could make anything if you're making your own game engine from scratch. So, alright, so how do we actually teach things? So let's break it down into individual conditions of satisfaction. Okay, by the end of February, you will probably have one triangle on screen. At the end of March, you will probably have a console. The end of this thing, like you'll probably have so-and-so, something like that and all that. You'll have different games, different perspectives and all that. If you're building your own game engine, do you want to build your own render context, which is basically like your entire render system that is from scratch? Like, do you want to use OpenGL or DirectX? How does that work and all that? So, if you break things down into individual segments and like this is what it takes in order for me to have my conditions of satisfaction. If you can learn that better at college, go ahead. The problem with online learning is you do not have those things set in standard. So you are like just winging it. Okay, I'm going to watch this guy's tutorial, or I'm going to watch this guy's tutorial, which is great, because you'll go broad, but you won't go deep. Another thing, advantages about learning things in person in a college-based environment is you have like-minded people together. That is something that nothing online courses will do. We both had different experiences for sure. I can only talk about my experiences. The best moments in my life is when I did my master's in the US, and it's like every single person is a weirdo like you and like likes games and does weird stuff like you. You'll never find a more harmonious set of people in an actual college-based environment. Maybe that will work out for you. Maybe it will not, but you would have to attempt it first in order to see whether that's right or not for you. I'm not saying that's the good or the bad way. There are a lot of options. It's your life. You're all grown-ups. You can make grown-up decisions. Just experience things first before giving up on it.
Yes. Founders actually. Basically for students who are good at it, and we are talking about exceptional students, right? So, what do you suggest, to start off the company after graduation or to have some experience in some company? Which would be better?
Do you want to take it or should I?
We take it first and then.
Alright. I'll be honest, you can start whenever you want. There's nothing stopping you. It's a free country. I would recommend failing first. The only way you can fail first is have some experience in failing first. It is, I know it is harsh. There's this, how do I put it? There's this thing that was being taught to me when I was being studied. It's like, it is okay if you fail here. It's better that you fail here than out there. And while I was working, my boss was like, it is okay to break things because we know how to fix things. And then they'll only rely on us how to fix things. So you learn those things. And if you want to start your company, it is great. It's just, there's the saying, like, heavy lies the crown. So it's a lot of responsibility when you're starting your own company, because it's not just you. You have your staff, their livelihoods, their families that are dependent on you. You are responsible for that. And if you go kaput, it's their lives that you're affecting. And so bear in mind that, be confident that, yeah, sure, I can probably take care of this before you actually step into it. VK started straight out of college and it worked out for him. And there's no good or bad answer. Yeah, it's just be thoroughly planned. Okay, is this what I'm doing? It's like, do not just wing it. It's like, I want to make a game, let's just make a game. That's not a good way to start. Break things down, write it first. Like, if you are unable to write down your thought process in the first place, you can never make it down in the first place. Break it down. This is exactly what I need. This is what I will need. I do not have this. Can I change my scope and see, like, can I do this and try things in baby steps and all that? So the studio that I started and the game that we are making right now, we can have some idea about it, but it's like, it's going to be successful. Maybe or not, I don't know, but it's not the game that I wanted to make when I started the studio. This is just the first game that I know that, okay, 2 games afterwards, I will get to make the game that I want to make and all that. So think as your dream as your last option. Think about what smaller baby steps do I need. Hey, if I'm going to make something like an RPG, let's make a small 2D game which has a small inventory system. Like all of these will build up over the course of time, and all these experience will add up over the course of time.
You can share your
Yep. So yeah, man, you could straight up start from college. So no worries there. You could also start it while you are in college. So that's not the problem. The problem would be the mindset that you have. Are you fit, or are you mentally ready to take that kind of responsibility? So that is what is going to make or break it, because there will be times, and most definitely there will be times when you'll have to wrap up and there's no way out, and yet if you have the mental capacity to move on, right, make the right decision, sacrifice few fishes to save the ocean, stuff like that. If you have that kind of mindset, you could start your company or startup, whatnot, at any point of time. But there's a saying, a very general one: if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So make sure that you're planning everything that you're going to. If you're starting a company, definitely have the runway for at least a year, because if you're doing product, you need at least one year worth of runway to have that headspace to kind of have a team together. If you're a solo dev, then there is no point in even having a startup, right? Just make your game. If it works out, then start out having I know people right now who had multiple successful games, and yet they are not a studio. They're just indie studios, indie people who are not registered anywhere, sole proprietorship and whatnot. So the idea is you'll definitely know if you're capable of maintaining a bunch of people right out of college. If that is not something that is a skill set to you, then probably you're going to fail. So make sure leadership is not exactly a skill that can be taught. You'll have to pick it up. Obviously we could say these are necessary, but you'll still have to pick it up and naturally be good at it. So point number one, if you are ready for that kind of responsibility, if you are ready to deal with not making a game for 6 months and just dealing with people, stuff like that, because founders do have to do that a lot. You would say, no, I don't want to deal with people, I just want to make game, then you probably are not a good fit to be a founder. So make sure that you are, because even in any field, right, like even superstars or movie stars, right, they don't deal with acting on the daily basis. Their entire 6 months would look like 70% negotiating with scripts and directors and whatnot, and this 20% of acting and whatnot. So that is how even a founder schedule is going to be. You're not going to sit on the game every day, and if you are comfortable with that kind of mindset where you're not a game developer, you're probably running a studio, you have to play both a business guy and a creative guy. If you think that's your jam, then yeah, you could start right out of college. But definitely, just don't start blindly. I've seen a lot of startups fail without experience. Few people think that hiring a bunch of people together and putting them in a room will make a game and it'll start earning money. So definitely don't be naive. Do your research, and if you think you're confident to make something exciting for people, jump, trust your gut, but always don't fail to plan.
So I saw many students of us who started their studios while pursuing the course in their second year or third year, did all the experiments. They have gone through the entire process of failures, normal game, then commercial quality game, that kind of things, good number of downloads and all. By the time of their graduation, those are with successful games. Those are with successful studios. We're having around 10 to 15 that kind of success stories from backstage pass. If they start developing the game, means we are encouraging them to register their studio. It's not costing much, but they can have that proud moment for them that it's my studio. Many people can register their studios but there are some people who are able to continue with them. Yes, and another thing is during the course, if you start that kind of journey, there will be no pressure on you. Suppose if you are doing your second year or third year, if you develop a game, whether it is good or bad, whether it is with good number of downloads or not, successful or not, but everybody will appreciate because you did something, you started learning. There may be some failures. For next game, definitely you will do some betterment. Like that. Suppose if you start experimenting after your graduation, you need to answer many people. Parents, okay, we may convince the parents because they are with us, we can convince them. But what about the neighbors? What about the near and dear? Everybody will ask what you are doing, what you are doing. We can't face it. That's a big problem. Because of that, some people, even though those are having that in mind, those are compromising. Those are doing the game development or those are having their own studios, doing the work in the weekends, but during the weekdays, working for the sake of family or near and dear in a regular job. So that's the thing. But if you have that kind of idea and if you start that early during your course of study itself, you can cross all those hurdles during the course, then you can come like a successful entrepreneur from the college itself. So I saw many people like that. There are so many success stories like that.
Just to add another point onto that,
Yes, you'll have a lot of friction between whatever when you started, like your parents or your family or something like that, and you would have to deal through it for sure. This thing that said, like, if you cannot deal the criticism of your parents, you cannot deal with the criticism of your neighbors. If you cannot deal with the criticism of the neighbors, wait until you hear from the criticism of your boss or your supervisor. If you cannot deal with the criticism of your boss or your supervisor, wait until your game goes live, until somebody, a fat Reddit guy, starts commenting on your game saying this is a piece of shit, go kill yourself. Like that will hurt you. So be prepared to brace those negative things. So it is part of the job. If you are very sensitive to those things, wait, gain some experience, gain some hate, do some like stand-ups or something like that to gain some confidence, then start.
I would like to add, see, entrepreneurship in India has become a fashion, you know. I mean, it's like everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, and it's more of a fashion nowadays, actually. But there should be a lot of thought process behind, you know, what you want to start, whether it has, you know, appeal, or, I mean, have you tested the idea, first of all, and how many, you know, people have tried your product or game. So it all depends on what is the idea. If it is a product market fit, have you tested it before? And of course, how can you manage the show? You know, so it's not a fashion. You know, it's more of a pretty serious thing you're going to enter into actually. So you have to have a lot of responsibility to sell further. So I mean, take it seriously, test it first, start small. You know, there is something called Google Springboard, you know, where you can you know, like Google Springboard, right? Right. So I mean, what they do at their end is they just have Google Sprint, they call it. So Google Sprint, you can identify, let's say, 5 potential customers, and then you can show the screenshot of your personal product, and then you can analyze. You know, so that sort of mechanism have you done for your product, and accordingly you can take a call that okay, I mean, this is where it stands. You know, so that's the thing actually I would like to put. You know, in terms of taking it more seriously, and it's not a fashion. It comes with a lot of responsibility. You know.
Any more questions?
yes, sir.
I've seen a lot of people
very skilled people. So they want to start their something more like a studio company. So when they start, they're very excited. There are some people, there are some friends or something from school like-minded people. They start something for a family. They start a studio in a very small place. They are very excited. They start developing games. They start making games. So they have a dream of building a studio company in the future. So when they move on in forward, they face problems. When they start studio, obviously you have to keep your studio survive. And if they are a big team, they have to help. They have to build your team. They have to grow. So lots of people they have a dream of making their own game, making their own AAA games, big studio company. So when they grow, there's a situation where you have to deal between your dream and your survivability. So there are lots of scenarios, lots of examples where people start their own studio company, and they have to finally get deal with working for some other studio, or either shut down, or that's the scenario. So what's your perspective on somebody who wants to start their own studio and a path which you want, which is more secure, or which I would say more professional? So what way you think a group of people should move on to stay safe or to build something that you know?
One line answer: fail fast, fail differently. Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, actually, you have to fail first, right? And then you can really understand what exactly can go right. So you have to fail multiple times with multiple agendas, with multiple aspects, and then you can really understand that what can be the right, So fail fast, fail differently.
There is no universal answer. I'm sorry to your question. I can only talk about case studies on my end, on his end. Like when VK started out the studio, he started making his own games. Of course, he had envisioned like this is exactly what I want to make, but initially he had to take up like service-based projects to keep the company afloat and work on his own games. My case is a bit different. My studio is a part-time studio. Like everybody works 3 hours a day. That's not more than that. I work a full-time job and I use that to fund my studio. You can use something else to fund your studio, like whatever works in your business model. Maybe you have a wife who's filthy rich. Who knows? Your source of income. Like if you're starting your studio, it is your job to find a source of income, regardless of whatever the means necessary. I mean, don't do criminal stuff, please. The idea is like find whatever ways to make the company afloat, but do not lose your employees in the process. You brought them on board with a particular vision in mind. Hey, we want to make the next GTA. All right, what are we making? Next Flappy Bird. Why? Because this puts food on the table. They'll probably sustain it for a month or two, but you'll lose them if you keep continuing doing that and not work on the thing that you promise. So deliver on what you're trying to do, find other alternate ways. There are so many broad answers. There's no standard definition to it. I think the best way I can tell is come aboard and figure it out. Let's share our stories.
Yeah, so starting a studio in the right way, there is no right way to start a studio, but if you're talking about financials, right, as I said, you need to have a runaway. Like if you're having a baby, you need to make sure that, you have money to, make sure that you're supporting it. So it's just like that. So you either make money to service, you either make, have a full-time job, like he said, or maybe, you don't start fully commit to the studio first, slowly start building a project in stealth, and then if you find some investors or publishers or something like that, you could go full-fledged. So there are multiple ways to start a studio, but if you sit around and without any sort of plan, if you think four people are going to sit together and make something and it's going to work out, then you're setting up yourself to failure. So make sure there's a plan, at least something that makes sense, right? So runway is definitely important, because funding in India is scarce for gaming at the moment. Obviously, we are getting funded, but it still is not happening at the rate that we think it's supposed to. I've seen a stat where gaming companies together have raised 2 billion in India in the last 5 years. So yes, there is money, it's just not enough. So at the moment, I would encourage you to have demos, vertical slices when you're already part of some full-time position, and then jump into a studio if you have something promising, because gaming is entertainment at the end of the day, and something that's entertaining to you might not be entertaining to a bunch of people that are trying to give you money, right? So these people are heavily based on numbers. They'll tell you what the target audience are, who are you targeting, what are the kinds of games that with similar size have made, and how do you think you can justify the same amount of sales or something like that. So there are a number of questions that you'll have to be prepared for, and there's no right or wrong way to start a studio. What I'm trying to emphasize is that if you are doing something risky, there needs to be a plan B. It could be a service, it could be your full-time position, or it could be your IT job and you're jumping into this, something like that. You need to have a backup. Without a backup, you're just setting yourself up to a foggy way. You don't know what's going to happen, and you're also leading your team along with you into that pit. So have a roadmap, have 1 year runway at least to begin with, and then you can start about starting a studio. Before that, just don't think about a studio, just think about them as games. They will in turn take care of you and build a studio. So yeah.
I have to be a last question. Can you list 5 last failures we have done in last 2-3 years? Top of them, it change your career. Like students can see that it should be a defining point in their life, or going to that, or may not going to that. That could be one case. If you can share.
So some of the question you're asking us to explain how to shape it. It's a hyper casual game. Was made literally on nothing, right? So it's a simple game that I launched on App Store. For about 8 months, I didn't know what was happening. I just launched it, a drop in the ocean. Nobody can see it. And after 8 months, it somehow got featured on Chinese App Store, and I got about 70,000 downloads. But after that, it goes out of curation, and then the downloads drop. So this is before me starting the studio. Gamers have played it and whatnot. But at the end of the day, there are thousands of games that are launching every day, and the reason I'm sharing this with you is market as many people. If the audience don't know about your game, then there's no point in committing yourself for 3 years or 4 years and making the game. You'll need to figure out a marketing strategy from day one. If you don't have a marketing strategy, find a publisher and let them figure out the marketing strategy. If you are doing an in-house marketing strategy, find the money for marketing, because I'm telling you 70% of your video game budget is going to go for marketing if you're going to do it on your own. So I think that I would necessarily not call it an exact failure, but it was made on nothing. But I definitely did learn that marketing is way more important than making. I mean, obviously you need to have a good game, but if there is no marketing, then your game is nothing.
So I have like 2 failures that I'd like to share. One is when I was literally starting out, the first thing I did was, alright, let's open up Unity or Unreal and just try to make something. Let me make a Flappy Bird clone or a Temple Run clone or something like that. And I did this for multiple projects, and how many of them do you think ended up seeing the light at the end of the day? Zero, not a one single one of them. So the thing that I learned is write down your ideas first. Like, don't jump straight into the engine. Like, put down your thought process onto a piece of paper, chalkboard, or even write on the soil. It doesn't really matter, or just talk to somebody. Hey, this is exactly what I want. When I press this button, this is exactly what will happen, and this is exactly what the things will go on and all that. If you have that thing figured out, the probability of you seeing through your game will increase exponentially. That is one advice I would give. Like, to folks, like, this is stuff that I failed like multiple times, and God knows how many game projects are there in my external hard drive which haven't seen the light of the end of the day. But the same principle applies. And the other thing is, if you start on a game, see it through. Like, ship it. Even if it's bad, ship it. Even if it's ugly, ship it. Get the criticism from the public, get the hate, get the positiveness. It will change you, it will inspire you, or it will teach you a lot of things that you couldn't have learned if you haven't shipped the game. Not just individuals, even big studios do this. If you look at Gollum or Redfall and all that, they knew this game is not gonna work out well and all that, but they still ship it because of all the hate. Every single YouTuber does a deep dive analysis. You're like, this is what went wrong. We missed in our QA thing. Shit, we should have done this differently. Why did we decide to do this? Let's not do this. You learn a lot of things if your game is out there, even if it's ugly. Yeah, it's your job to receive the hate. Don't kill yourself over it. That's part of the industry, but see it completely through. Don't just give up. It's like, I don't want people to judge me just because it's not good. Put it out there for sure, but don't leave it halfway through and say, I'm done with this.
We have developed some 25 games earlier, before Tanaji actually, and they failed miserably. Few of them, they did partial, they have seen partial success. So, I understood one thing out of that. Only having a good idea is not sufficient actually. Of course, you need to figure out a good or the best idea possible for your, end customer or end gamer, to which you're going to cater. But as this is a marketing world and you're just dropping the ocean. So you need to figure out that how I'm going to, market the product, right? If it is a product market fit or not. See, if you have spent 2 months to develop, that means that you might have spent almost lakh or 1.5 lakhs rupees to develop. So that would be a development cost. But what about the marketing, So I'll put some light on marketing as well. So for your game, you need to have some marketing budget as well, So on monthly basis, maybe if you put, let's say 50,000 or 1 lakh for marketing, so you need to figure out what is ROI. So how much I'm getting back as far as my marketing money is concerned. Is it like 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs I'm getting back out of the market? So how it's going to happen actually? Are my products, are my enough purchases happening? Are there enough ads in the product actually? So how I'm going to get back the money? So that's the first thing you should keep in mind, and then only you can be able to have chances of survival. So that's my thought on for all young entrepreneurs or all young game developers. You need to put this thing in mind actually. It's not only development, because many times what happens is like people only focus on having a good game, and they just don't know what's the market is like, So there are only few ideas once in a blue moon. They are like unique and original. Peter Thiel has a book called 0 to 1, in which he mentioned that all the basic original ideas are like very, very rare to have. So all these games are like mimics, So they have, the earlier versions, and then you polish them, you pick them a little, and then you came up with some small innovation, and then you push it again. For example, if you have, let's say, Super Mario, you can have Jai Hanuman, that is an Indian version of that, but that's not sufficient, So you need to have basic genuine ideas to create a product actually, and it will take a while. It's not happen, out of the blue actually. And if you don't have them, so don't fake, don't fake it actually. So that's the solution I can give to you. Thank you.
Because I feel
so there more successful games comes from the Japanese, Japanese gaming industry. Yakuza, Pac-Man, Super Mario. From the history of from the starting gaming, where is a born from till that. Most of the successful games came from the Japanese culture. So how is that culture is different from the Western culture? It's a complicated, not but it's important, too important.
So yes, it's very broad per se. There's a lot of cultural differences between Japanese and English stuff too, but essentially most Japanese games start with this philosophy. Level 1, you rescue a cat. Level 100, kill a god. That is the actual principle. Whether it's Yakuza or Final Fantasy or Pokemon, it is pretty much the same thing that's there. Western game design uses a lot of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey or 3-act structure, that thing okay, you have your Star Wars kind of inspiration. There's a beginning, middle, and even if you look at things like Uncharted or things like that, there was a happy beginning, then middle, may clutch, and then may happy ending and all that. This is in terms of overarching game design. There are multiple theses done by multiple folks who did actual comparison and level design between Japanese and American or Western game design stuff. To paraphrase your question, also Japanese have more games, but American games are more successful games. In terms of revenue, they make a lot more money. 99% of the Japanese games are not published outside of Japan, so you don't even know them. Yakuza was a hit for 10 years before people even knew Yakuza existed. So I'm not really sure
what is this closest to successful?
Yes, what is the actual criteria for successfulness? It's a completely different industry driven by its own culture, but it also has foundational game design rules into its the actual philosophy. It keeps itself distinguished, but also in scope. I don't think there's a better way to explain such a broad question. I'm sorry. Yes.
So there is stories. They are from that story. It's inspired from the Western, but the design is the Japanese design.
Yes.
But the stories for the game is for the very
Yes. Whenever Japanese do story, they do not use a 3-act structure. They use something called as Johakyu, which is the 5-act structure. They break things down into very different segments and all that. They have a different things, how to control your pacing. That's why you feel like this seems like a Western theme, but also something's different. So yeah, it's something that's there in the original Japanese plays, what they did in the Sengoku era and all that. So it has a cultural influences, but they cater to a universal audience. That's something that you have to appeal. I'm sure I'm seeing a lot of games at IGDC, and over here also many games are actually catering to an Indian audience, but you have to understand you have to cater your games to a global audience if you want to stand out on a global space. Yeah, it's okay to start small, and it is fine. It's just they look things at a grander picture. That's it.
I mean, the base argument that Japanese games are the best has been there forever. So the West versus the East, right? So it has been there forever, and I wouldn't say one is successful over the other, but I understand where you're coming from, where Japanese developers are the most hardworking, I would say. Yeah, exactly. Even the latest Elden Ring, they put in so much content in it. Even after 100 hours, you have something to play in these games, and that is that also plays in the fact that the economies are very different compared to Japanese economy and US economy, where US is more about quality over quantity, and Japanese are more about heavy gameplay influence, and they are more arcade driven because their culture has arcade. They kickstarted arcade when there was no industry to begin with. And even today, biggest consoles, Sony and Nintendo are, their home bases are there. So they know gaming way before it was, a mainstream thing. They had to promote gaming in US. Sony had to have some. Microsoft came in way late, 2 generations late, if I'm not wrong.
Xbox came in early days.
Yeah, but still, Sony had at least one PlayStation that already launched. Yeah. Yeah. Then Microsoft jumped in. Yeah, so we still have 2 consoles that are driving their economy in Japan itself, right? So definitely, like they have built a culture of making games. At the same time, their anime culture, then the manga culture has kind of made them well known for art too in general, right? So yes, there is no argument that who's better, east or west, but I would say that the culture of overworking, the culture of skill, being the masters, right? Even their sushi, they'd have to master it for 10 years or something. So they have the culture, the mastering of skill is something that is baked into their culture, and that's the reason why they do everything, they approach everything with such craftsmanship.
If you publish a game to a Japanese thing and all that, and you say like, hey, play our game, the first thing is like, what happens when I press this button? Okay, I'm going to leave this and do this. What's going to happen? They care about the actual moment-to-moment interaction, what exactly happens when I do this, compared to most Western games like, alright, this is the same third person this thing. What, like, you do not pay much focus into that and all that. It's, as VK said, it's a huge cultural thing and all that. And also Kiroshi, it's good or bad, I prefer that's the sad part of it. If you guys are not familiar with it, Japanese have this extremely overworking cultural thing that's there in their society. Essentially, like, if you come back home at 6:30 in the night, your neighbors will mock at you. Look at him, he's coming back home so early, he's just slacking off. So it creates a societal pressure, and the sad part about it is there's a lot of suicide rates also in Japan, so because of this overworking culture. That drives your high quality stuff for sure, but at the cost of human lives. It's something that Japan is trying to fix, and I believe they are actually working towards it, and which is a good thing. But the quality of games hasn't dropped. They make sure that even though if things are jittery and weird, it is fun. Fun comes first. If you play Elden Ring, you see the sheer amount of times sword clips to other person's head, you chop, there are a bunch of bugs where you fall through the map and you finish the game in 30 seconds. So like, there are all these errors and they're like, screw it, it's fun. So that is their primary sense of motivation. Most of Western studios are story-driven stuff because of Hollywood influences and all that. So add your cultural influences into it, but explore it to a worldwide audience.
He hasn't mentioned about the Korean games.
Korean games? Oh, well, those are MOBAs and like the arcades, like they get stuck in the gaming zones. Yeah, that's like, there's a saying in industry, like, if you think you're good at something, remember there's always a Korean who's better than you. Like, scary people who are so good at their job, you'll actually be terrified. Like, hands on, if you ever meet a Korean developer, no, he's miles better than you.
I mean, Seoul is the possible capital of the gaming in the future. That's what I feel like, actually. So maybe we can Google the games, play, and then have more opinions, about the Eastern games, maybe in the future.
Okay, guys, we are closing. We had a great, we'll open up the floor and we're here, we're offline, you can talk to us. I hope you had a good, informative session. I hope you understood a lot about gaming, career opportunities, and how to convince your entire family. So, yep, thank you for being a great audience.
thanks for the invite for this lovely event, especially the gaming weekend, because it's one of a kind. Haven't heard something like this, and so I got to meet some of the amazing gaming startups and movers and shakers here. High energy, pretty good turnaround, and great concept to continue with. So yeah, it was fantastic, and all the more. Largely because I happen to be here at E-Galleria Mall, which is like very techno mall, and that also gives me I would like to congratulate, because it's not something easy for anybody to get tempted not to bring Shopper Stop and Lifestyle and all those kind of brands and focus only on the technology aspect, and the bringing only the brands, focusing on technology. And at the same time, I was there at T Hive, which is like, again, in you don't get to see these kind of places in a mall. So amazing concept, greatly executed, and I definitely wish them all the best to continue kicking some asses here. And at the same time, congratulations to the event organizers of the gaming weekend for pulling off this fantastic event in such a short amount of time. And that shows the power of Hyderabad ecosystem, because you just call and people are available. So yeah, congratulations, thank you very much.
I had a great time in this event. Hyderabad Gaming Weekend event was pretty amazing. Go Digital Now was the sponsor of this event, and they were very helpful with everything. We had a great time telling about game. We got great feedback. So our name of the game is Elemental. You guys have to play it. And once again, thanks a lot to Go Digital Now and also Hyderabad Gaming Weekend event. Thank you very much.
So we are here at Hyderabad Gaming weekend, and I think we are having a great time. A lot of people are actually completing our game. So we are showcasing Occult Chambers today and for the past 3 days, and we are having a good time. And thank you for Go Digital for
conducting this event, and we are very thankful for the organizers to have such a good event.
We're organizing the Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, and this is the first edition of the gaming weekend, and we have like amazing startups in the area of gaming here. It's a 3-day event filled with a lot of fun, entertainment and learning. This event consists of exhibition of games. It also has interesting panel discussions in the area of gaming, metaverse, AR, VR, and also an interesting series of pitches by startups to raise funding. So Go Digital Now is very proud to conceptualize and create a platform for gaming startups in the ecosystem, and this is the first edition of the gaming weekend. And Go Digital Now is a venture studio that helps startups from their 0 to 1 journey, and we are pretty much upbeat on the industry of gaming, and hence conceptualized the Hyderabad Gaming Weekend. And the idea is to create a platform for all the startups in the area of gaming in their journey, of course, and not just only in fundraising, but give them the mentoring, the services and required stuff for the startups to kind of become successful in their journey. So once again, I think welcome all to the weekend. This is a free event where people can come join, and learn from various gaming startups if you are a gaming enthusiast, and more importantly have fun. So thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Praveen from Disobey. We are coming up with a new streetwear and sneaker brand through a game. So players need to play this game to win exclusive collectible items. And we really thank for Go Digital Now and E-Galleria for giving us this opportunity to present over here. From last 2 days we got amazing traffic, and a lot of people visited our counter and downloaded our app and gave amazing feedback. This would have been possible if we ever did online. With this physical approach, we actually could record the expressions and the feedback, real-time feedback of the players. That really is a great feedback that we will take forward and improve our game. Thank you for the opportunity again.
I am a part of Hyderabad Gaming Weekend from the day one. I like the concept how they are supporting gaming startups and coming here and showcasing their old games. So I love that concept. So I supported in a lot. So I wish everyone, I wish that everything like this event happens regularly, every month, every week, I'll be happy to join anyone is doing like this. And second, this it is well executed event where everyone is like having a smooth good thing. There's no too much crowd, but there is not too less as well. It's a perfect balance. And I like to give a thank to Kashyap who organized it, Go Digital Now, and E-Galleria Mall to give the space. And I want to wish thank you to my friend Sai Teja. He helped me to connect with these people. And thank you so much.
I'm here at the gaming weekend in Hyderabad at E-Galleria Mall. Fantastic job done by Kashyap and the Go Digital Now team. Over the last 2 or 3 days, have met some amazing startups building some amazing products here. Now I really understand why people say that Hyderabad is literally leading the wave to take India global. It has been an extreme pleasure by connecting with all these amazing minds here, the young folks who are literally defining the space of gaming. And yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be visiting here more and more and collaborating very closely with a lot of folks here. And yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Kashyap, for inviting me. It has been a pleasure.
This event was an amazing event, like Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, the first ever gaming weekend. It's a very big opportunity for small startups like us. I would like to thank Go Digital and E-Galleria for giving us this opportunity. We have got a lot of feedback for our games, and also we were able to meet potential investors. I'm very happy to be part of this. Thank you very much.
We are working on a Desh VR, which is an Indian tourism-based metaverse, where you can have an explore to the different places, like a landmark like a Hyderabad, like Charminar, and also the most exhibited place and popular place in exhibition of Hyderabad is Nampalli. So where you can have a virtual walkthrough and have a virtual experience. And this weekend, the weekend which I had the gaming weekend, which make it like a cool experience, and we got exposed to a lot of users, and very then curious about knowing about of a game, and has been seen what we are doing for the future. And it has been a great weekend which is connected by the Go Digital Now, and it has in the E-Galleria Mall. This was a wonderful experience for us, and we with our team we had a lot of enjoyment, and we got a good response from them, and thank for this giving an opportunity.
Backstage Pass Institute of Gaming and Technology is a India #1 gaming college. We established that in 2010. We are offering 4-year duration bachelor courses, 2-year duration master course, 1-year duration advanced diploma courses in game art, game design, game programming, and AR/VR technology. We are completely with industry mentorship, and Backstage Pass is equipped with its in-house incubator, level 2 games. Students are exploring their skill and doing all the experiments as part of the course to develop the games, to learn from the industry experts and all. And about this Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, thanks to the E-Galleria Mall and Go Digital people to host this event. We are the educational sponsor for this event, and it's a good initiative, and it's really helpful to the startups and students and parents community to create the awareness about the industry, job prospects, etc.
హైదరాబాద్ గేమింగ్ ఈవెంట్ దగ్గర మా గేమ్ షోకేస్ చేసుకోవడానికి మాకు ఆపర్చునిటీ వచ్చింది. ఇట్ వాస్ సచ్ అ వండర్ఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. 3 days చాలా బాగా వచ్చారు క్రౌడ్. వీ గాట్ రియలీ గుడ్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్. అండ్ సో మై కో ఫౌండర్ ధీరజ్ చెప్పు. సో this Tanuj our lead Unity programmer. This is Pawan, he's our 2D generalist. This is Raghu, our 3D generalist, and this is Sahas, he's our lead game design playtester. So Sahas, you have any words to say about the event?
The event was fun. Lots of people came. Lots of fun. All of these games are really nice. So more events like this have to be organized.
సూపర్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. సో వీ హ్యావ్ హ్యాడ్ అ రియలీ పాజిటివ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. చాలా మందికి ఇలాంటి గేమింగ్ ఈవెంట్స్ చాలా ఇంకా కండక్ట్ చేస్తే మా లాంటి కొత్త స్టార్టప్స్కి చాలా హెల్ప్ అవుతుంటుంది. ఇట్స్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ అండ్ ఆల్సో లాట్ ఆఫ్ కమ్యూనికేటింగ్ అండ్ సోషలైజింగ్, నెట్వర్కింగ్ ఆల్సో చాలా బాగా హెల్ప్ అయింది. కొన్ని ఇండస్ట్రీ వెటరన్స్ రజత్ గారు, కపిల్ గారు వీళ్ళంతా కలిసి వాళ్ళ ఇన్సైట్స్ వినడం అంతా కూడా మాకు చాలా బాగుండింది. సో వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అ గేమ్ కాల్డ్ ఓమ్ ద గేమ్, ఇన్స్పైర్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ ఇండియన్ కల్చర్ అండ్ ద ఏన్షియంట్ స్క్రిప్చర్స్. సో ఇది చిన్నపిల్లల నుంచి పెద్ద వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఒక మంచి బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ టు యాక్చువల్లీ ఫన్ ప్లే. ఇట్స్ అ మల్టీప్లేయర్ గేమ్. ఒకరినొకరం మనం బెటర్ చదువుకుంటూ కాంప్లెక్స్ గేమ్ ప్లేతో పాటు సింపుల్గా ఉండే గేమ్ని కూడా మేము తయారు చేస్తున్నాము. దీని అంతటితో పాటు వీఆర్ ఆల్ కమింగ్ ఈ ఇయర్ ఎండ్ కల్లా మేము మీ దగ్గరికి రిలీజ్ చేయడానికి వస్తాము. ప్రస్తుతానికి కరెంట్ టెస్టింగ్లో ఉంది. సో గైజ్, ఓమ్ ద గేమ్, వీఆర్ కమింగ్.
It has been a wonderful opportunity given by eGalleria and Go Digital Now, and we have been using it to the full extent. You know, a lot of people visited our stall out here, and it has been a very, very wonderful experience to see our fan base is growing and gamers are playing our game, liking it. I hope that they should focus more on such events in the future. And it would be lovely to part of events like this henceforth. Thank you.
We are experts of Unreal Engine. Okay, so we develop a lot of projects in Unreal. So we also do some clientele works. But yeah, our major focus is our own game called Tridasha. So the game is all about two brothers going on an adventure and trying to explore the mysterious island and how a siblings fights. That's what we want to show that in our game. So that's the simplest way I can say you about the whole story. But yeah, apart from that, there's also one of the unique selling point for especially for this game is like we are trying to connect the beliefs of the history of the India and trying to convert that into a gameplay. Okay, like you will just be a part of a journey of that belief, and that's what we want to focus on that in a very narrative way. No, actually, we will be. We are currently in a very early stage of POC. So we are developing our first public demo, and it will be live in next 6 months. We are trying to target IGDC 2023. So let's see. Let's hope for the best. So mostly the target people will be anyone who likes stories. Okay, and mainly from 18 to 25. That's the major target audience I have, because a lot of over there a lot of people love to explore the stories, and it will be having amazing mechanics and combat systems. It will also have some magical elements, so people love to fight with magic. Yeah, sure. I will just try to make you understand with the one situation. Okay, so in start you are going to find a stone called Antaryami. Okay, so Antaryami means inner witness. So how you achieve inner witness? By fighting inside within yourself. Okay, first you have to fight within yourself and try to capture your soul, try to control it. So in a game you will realize it, you are going to fight with the soul, and before you achieve the soul form you will try to we will make you understand how difficult to just winning your own soul. Okay, so once you achieve that, you can use your soul into any format at any combat, and it will be helping you in a very good way, and it will having some disadvantages as well, because it's an RPG. There will be always pros and cons for everything, but yeah, that's what you will going to understand with the gameplay. I was lying down in a bed. Okay, I was in a bed rest for at least around a month or two. So I was in hospital and I got this idea like, why don't we make something related to an Indian beliefs? Okay, personally I'm an atheist, so no offense, I don't believe on God. Okay, but I wanted to showcase the stories of them in a very gamified way, and it should not be like very strict to any specific religion. It will be just a general thing, how you become a divine person or how you achieve that divine position in your life, right? So that's motivated me to start with the concept. Okay, then I was like, to make this concept, the story has to evolve within characters. Okay, and that's how I got 2 characters, just for a reason, because when we have a siblings, right, we have the different connectivity with them. Like I fight with my sister a lot. Like there's no one night I didn't had a fight with her. So that fight is not, it's a friendly fight. It's not going to harm anyone, but we do it. Is the nature of us. So that nature I wanted to showcase in our game. Okay, and that will connect in an emotional level for the people, and as well as the beliefs is just the plus point. They will learn a few things by in a journey. Being very frank, no single person can make this big games. Okay, so we have a team of 6 people right now. Okay, coming from technical art, developers, artists, we have musicians. So recently we have the music as well, the music launch in this year, event only. So yeah, I'm very excited to share that as well. Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I want you guys to remember me. I'm Ronak Bagga, founder and CEO of Coolgen Interactives, and do follow us and wait for Trailer Sites. It's coming to your home.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
Let's do this more of a interaction. Okay, I think the first session was with somebody like Rajat, obviously a lot of Gyan experience of the last decades. So this one, let's 20 plus, yeah. So now let's give it up for Kapil, the young sort of CEO from Meta Studios. Thank you once again. So after that awkward exit, that was a game that was, the plot was very different. So it was right. So so Kapil is back, and 2 versions, yeah, the version 2. So let's make this more interactive. I'm sure that it won't be boring. So if it is, raise your hands and let's make it more gamified. Okay. So Kapil, so firstly, journey, we'll get into all that. Why metaverse? Let's kind of ask Meta Studios, because आपके नाम में metaverse है, मतलब Meta Studios है. So in the context of metaverse, I think Rajat's previous thing was a detailed sort of history of metaverse and all that. But in your case, right, being a consultant at PwC and working in that space and building a practice in metaverse, for some of you who do not know PwC, it's a consulting firm. So yeah, so coming to Meta Studios as a CEO, right, that is transition. So for those who do not or not from the gaming industry, how many of you are not at all in the gaming space, like not connected to the gaming? Okay. So I think that question is very relevant, because the future of everything is going to be on metaverse. So I think the last takeaway for me was like metaverse is going to be like a layer on top of Android, on top of everything, right? Like basically it's a layer. So with that, as a spirit, and Meta Studios is an interesting name. So you also run Meta Engine, right? So there are 2 companies. So tell us a little about the context of metaverse and how it is relevant to your vision at Meta Studios, and also a little more about for those who are not in the area of gaming and metaverse, including somebody like me. Primarily I'm doing this because I support or evangelize anything futuristic, and I believe that metaverse definitely has scope. Though I'm not from the gaming world, I'm nothing to do with the gaming world, but I definitely am a tech evangelist. I've always, throughout my life, like always believed in things that are different. So when blockchain came to India, I probably was one of the first community, evangelist in Hyderabad. In 2017, we got Joe Lubin from, Consensus. So we did a lot of such things as part of very mad and crazy people and community that we have. And metaverse obviously is the present. It's not the future. And this came out of a conversation with Rajat. And our conversation also has been pretty recent this year, Jan at IIT Bombay. So a lot of passion and a lot of things are there. So over to you now. I think what would it's such a long question, but how would you unfold it in terms of Meta Studios?
So I'll divide it in like 2 or 3 parts. One is like why metaverse, right? And there I think we have quite a few things in similar. Like you mentioned, like something new, something creative, something which is changing. That is something that you really connect with. I'm the same. Throughout my life, I have been a fan of creating something different. Whether it is a company, whether it is a song, whether it is writing a book, whether it is studying, anything that eventually leads to creation of something, knowledge, product, company, anything, right? Classic example. This is an example I always used to take back in the day when I was running a label. Releasing a song is literally like giving birth to a child. Right, you write a song on a blank paper. You start on a blank paper. Then music starts adding to it. The first beat, the second beat, then it becomes a melody. Then becomes a complete song. Then it is sounding odd. So you do a mix and master. So it becomes a beautifully sounding song that you can jam on, that you enjoy. You have heard it 500 times because you have made it. But that becomes like, okay, this is special. Then it goes in the market. Then people start listening to it. You see one person is shaking his head on that song. That brings a smile on your face because it's like your creation. You created it and now people are enjoying it. Right? That's literally a creator's journey. And this is the smallest example that you can take about creating anything, right? So that's who I am. Like I love creating, and that satisfaction of creating something and seeing the journey of it. Sometimes things work, sometimes things don't work. Part of the life, right? When it does not work, you learn something out of it and make sure that next time it does not happen. So always been a fan of creating something and enjoying that journey. And
we are living in times of generative AI.
Oh yeah.
So many AI tools, right?
Yeah.
Just as context, right? Where do you stand as a company?
Oh yeah.
Integrate a lot of generative AI stuff inside.
So we have started doing that very actively now. So we have our head of AI integration who takes care of integrating AI elements in our gaming engine. So taking a step back, we have our own gaming engine on which so far, like it has been in existence since 2001. So far more than 600 MMORPG games have been built using that engine. It supports multiplayer development. Imagine like 50 users building an environment together. Interoperability that we spoke about, we are really trying to get deeper into that aspect, and scalability. How you can host multiple, hundreds and thousands of users in one single virtual server. So that's the gaming engine, and on top of it now we are adding a layer of Web3 integration. So if any game studio wants to build a game, you don't have to worry about the Web3 integrations of it, because this is something that we firmly believe in, that when you start making a game with tokenomics, with blockchain integration, with all these things in mind, you are really not giving it a life. You are just thinking about making it an economic model. Rather, it should be the other way around. Make a cool game that will that people will really enjoy, and then, of course, in that journey, transition to making it economically viable so that everybody makes money, and you also, as a developer, eventually ends up making money. So,
quick question, because I think the economics and viability of the game versus making the game itself, it's a very debatable thing. How many of you struggle to actually make a model to make money in the game? Is that the right context in terms of talking about? Because I think the creative elements of the game itself are the thing. It's also monetizability, right? I think a lot of startups that probably you can ask them how hard it is to monetize their games.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, let's even start with that question. How many of you all think in this context that if I'm making a game, one is what is the first thing that you focus on? That what is my focus? The game should be fun and everybody should enjoy playing it. Or second, how do I create a economic model in the game? Which side of the table do you fall in? The first one, making a game fun that everybody should enjoy. Raise your hands. And the second one, that it should be economic model so that more and more people come, they make money, everybody makes money.
I think that also.
Yeah. Also, of course. Also, right? So, in the Web3 side of the world, many this Web3 games start from the second. Many. And that's why. Yeah, I mean, take classic. There's this game Star Atlas. It's on Solana. They have 38 or 36 blockchain engineers and 3 or 4 game designers. Blows your mind. Like, yeah, because they are like, we have to create. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another fact. Like, even the parity in terms of payment. So what are you building? Right? Are you building a game or are you building an economic model? So, and that's why the adoption in the Web3 gaming is at a low right now. Because you will play a game when it is fun, right? So drawing that balance is very important. And that's the kind of ethos that we try to do. So as Meta Studios is the game development studio and the immersive experience development studio, so we make sure that we are building fun experiences that then we can, so that we don't have to worry about all these integrations that our engine and our infrastructure takes care of. So that's where we kind of come into picture. But I'm not sure if, because all of us raised 2 hands, that's why you guys did that. But I'm so glad to see that here, at least in this room, people are really focused on making fun games. Because that's what drives fun, right? That's what games are supposed to be. And most importantly, if the game is fun, if the game is engaging, it will end up making a lot of money. There can be 10,000 things that you can do to make sure that it makes money.
Now, again, critical question is, before you make money, pay to the chicken. Like, you have to make some survival, right? A lot of startups, right? Let's talk about the early stage of 0 to 1, right? And it's nice to see that you have a model of services and product.
Yeah.
Now, many of the companies, maybe many of the startups, you should ask them, what are they doing to survive? So, also crafting a revenue model in the early stages without kind of disturbing the ethos, disturbing the creativity and the game. How do you balance that? Right, that is a critical question.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think could be done, because you have an interesting model?
So, and that is precisely why we have these 2 focuses. When you are building a technology, when you are building an infrastructure, it takes time, right? When you are building a game, for example, game building takes time. Making cool game takes time. So how do you kind of divide everything that you're doing in your company in steps? And with each step, that should be like a milestone. So what we do, that is why we divided the business in 2 parts. The engine thing, the infrastructure piece, that's going to take like 8 months, 9 months, 10 months to kind of come in its form. When it comes, it's going to be scalable, it's going to capture the market, but hopefully. But till then, how do you survive? Either you end up raising a lot of money from investors, that takes care of the bills, or you create a revenue generating model on the side. So if you are on that side of the table where you're able to raise money from the investors, fine, you're well taken care of, so you don't have to worry, you keep building what you're building. But if that does not happen, and it's fine, like in business it happens many times that you're not able to raise money, but you have faith in what you're doing, so you want to keep building. That's when dividing each and everything, so you don't just step for the end goal, you divide everything in steps. You divide everything in milestones and take a call on यहाँ पे कैसे पैसे कमा सकते हैं. What can I do more instead of just building? Can I do something else also that can pay the bills? So those kind of strategic decisions, and it's going to depend company to company, founder to founder, team to team, कि आप किस तरीके के काम, the projects you are doing which can give you a venue to kind of start making money in the journey.
One of my co-founders actually do some side projects. So I think there is also sort of a misnomer. Like these side projects karna, it's a different thing. It's a deviation from the main kind of goal, right? So as an investor, again, it's a different thing. Somebody is doing a side thing. I don't know how you look at such a company, but survival is everything, right? So being in the game dev area as a game dev, right? How many of you are actually developers? Designers, how many of you are designers? Okay, and developers. So, and how many of you can actually be on any of the freelance platforms and make some extra money or making it, right? Good number. And why are the others not making it? So maybe
they're just not raising their hands.
Yeah, but But do you think that is a good approach, given that a startup requires everything, right? A lot of focus. At the same time, you have to kind of build an alternative.
So there are two philosophies that exist in the startup world when you're creating anything, and there is no right and wrong about it. Philosophy number one is that old story that a team crossed the river, went on an island, burnt a boat. अब तो पूरा island capture करके वापस आएंगे. Only one approach. No matter what, we're gonna do this. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, survival go now. We're gonna keep it. So that's philosophy number one. That you keep focusing no matter what, you don't deviate, you don't have a plan B, there is only one plan. नवाजुद्दीन सिद्दीकी, like 10 साल लगे, 15 साल लगे, 20 साल लगे, चाहे कुछ ना हो, मैं एक्टर ही बन के जाऊंगा. Right? Brilliant. Respect. Hustle. Takes a lot of guts to do that. The other approach is practical approach. Always have two plans. Right? ठीक है, build करना है, 100% करना है, but at the same time I have to take care of my family as well. Everybody has a different set of responsibilities. Everybody comes from different backgrounds, right? So then you have a plan B, the survival thing. You figure out, should I do something on the side as well to make money while I am still chasing my dream, right? So there is no right and wrong. Which category do I fall in? In different phases of my life, I have been in different sides of the table. So I don't advocate one over the other. When I had less responsibilities, I didn't have to take care of my family, I was all out. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, like ठीक है, 5,000 a month, I'll still survive, fine. वड़ा पाव खा के रह लेंगे, लेकिन जो करना है वो करना है. When family comes and all those responsibilities come, you become more practical. Then you hedge and you figure out what's the best way to kind of still chase your dreams, but have a stability, have some practical sense to it, that it pays your bills as well. Now again, if you are on two plan approach, right? Even in two plan, there are two ways to do about it. Number one, for example, let's take game building example. I want to build a game. I keep building a game, but to make money, I do something separate, some side hustle. Or second is, while I'm building this game, can I build it in a way that it also pays my bills? Maybe the development and the completion will be longer. Instead of 6 months, it may take 1 year, but I'll continue to do the same thing, but while making some sort of money. So all these things there is no right and wrong in this. Everybody will have a different philosophy, but everybody is in a different stage in your life. So my advice would be, like, be really practical, take those calls, like which situation are you in and what is it that will allow you to be like move forward with the most sensible plot in mind.
Rightly said. So in the context of metaverse, given that people have to make a buck as well and do that, right? So what would you think are the top 3 or 4 or 5 opportunity areas in metaverse that people can kind of? So one is of course a long-term thing. Now somebody like a Brahman Studios, for example, okay, they build like a big game, and it takes time. It's not like some digital app ki humne kuch me too model bana diya na. So, unlike any other startup area, it's gaming kind of thing, according to my kind of observation, is a long-term game. Game itself is long-term game. So, you can't get an exit like, doing a digital startup in like 3 days, and, you can build literally an app in 3 days. We know it, we've done it. So, 3 days you can build a front end, 3 days back end. But game, especially given the context of its huge back end, the computation, and, depends on what you're doing. So there are 2 segments, right? One is casual games, and you've got to be either lucky or you should have like a very clever plot and do kick-ass marketing and all the clickbaits and all. Or you build a very traditional, huge game and a lot of messaging, a lot of building education on the characters, a lot of building is there. Now, in the context of what you said, right? NFTs plus blockchain. What could be the short-term sort of goals for startups in the area? Right? Every startup may not have that bandwidth to think of, say, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Right? On an average, I think it takes a certain amount of time for this domain to really kind of even raise money from investors. Right? Yeah. So, any alternatives or like top 3 areas or opportunities that you see?
Very difficult question, by the way. But I can share my thought process in when it comes to building anything, whether it is short term or long term. I'm a long term guy divided into short term, multiple short terms. Follow an approach which can get you associated with more and more people. If you have the numbers, you will have success. game बना रहे हैं, it's game building is gonna take 6 months, 1 year. How can you have a model, or can you have a demo, or can you have anything built which allows you a feedback loop? I'm building a game. I think it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna change the world. But that's what I think.
That's exactly why we've done this event in first place, so that people like them can actually get it.
Yeah. So
you're proving it's validation for them.
So like my son is the best son in the world, no matter what, because it's my son, right? Like I gave birth, like he's my blood. No matter what, I'm gonna do whatever to make sure, like that he wins. But that's because he's my son. Can I say the same thing about somebody else's son? I will be very objective in analyzing and giving feedbacks about somebody else's son. The same thing. It's your game, your baby, your product. You will love it no matter what, because you are creating it. You have decided the story. You have done the coding. You have done the art. It looks amazing. Yeah, because it's yours. Take it out. So feedback loop. I call it feedback loop. Like your feedback loop should always be as short as possible. So create things that you can take out in the market, or take feedback from people, and that will keep giving you a realistic output in terms of, okay, am I going in the right direction? Do I need to change something else? Okay, now this is working, this is not working. Let's twist this, let's keep this. And using those models, because that allows you gain numbers. And if you have numbers, money comes. Chase the numbers. The money will come. And now in Web3, there is a reason it is known as creators economy, right? There can be like 100 models. I can't like really categorize 1, 2, or 3, because depending on the product, depending on the project, there's gonna be like different models that will work. But if you have the numbers, money comes. Dropping NFT collection. If you have a strong community, for example, people are raising millions because they have been able to create a community of people, right? So run behind numbers that can associate with you with more people. And most importantly, I can't emphasize on it so much, keep your feedback loop as short as possible. Don't go in the room and come out after 6 months building something. Hey, I built the best game in the world. No, the world has changed. World is changing every month. Create something and be live, be present, go out and talk to as many people as you can. Give demos to as many people as you can. Ronak told me he created the demo of his game in 10 days. I loved it. Very good. I'm not played your game, but I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I'm waiting forward. Yeah. But that's a good approach, right? Even in our company, we do it. Like we are talking to one of India's, and I think globally biggest publishers, and we are looking at building a game together with them. But the approach that I'm following there is, I don't know, are they going to sign a deal with me or not? It's till the papers are signed, till the money hits your account, the deal is still floating. So till then, how can you be practical? Can I, because it's the world's biggest publisher, should I put all my company resources, all my employees to do those things? No, I'm doing 10 projects at a time right now. Even though I have this one of the biggest deals on the table, I'm still doing 9 other deals, being practical. I'm going to them with a demo. I'm going to them with a game design document. My concepts, my everything is in place. If they say, this works, done, let's do it. Then again, 1 month later, again, there's going to be a meeting. Does this work? Yeah, let's do it. Does not work? Let's modify. Feedback loop. As a company which is funded, still I follow this approach, because I'm a big believer of keeping your feedback loop in everything that you do as short as possible. That keeps you closer to the ground.
Excellent. I think that feedback loop is a very good insight. So in terms of, let's say, gaming, right, as an industry, I think we spoke that just a while ago that it's the best time perhaps. There's a positive investor sentiment, and despite the fact that most of the games may not have a monetizable plan. I think if you ask like, what is your plan to monetize? Maybe like, हमने तो game बनाया है, अभी इसको कैसे बेचना है हमें नहीं पता. So, and a lot of them probably might struggle to get the numbers of it. I mean, they might need some mentoring or some sort of thing. But in the context of this, right, when you see gaming, it's much bigger industry than music and film industry, as Rajat always says, and you also in fact made the statement last time. So gaming being this big, metaverse becoming more and more popular, and being the present, right? What are the industry use cases and applications that you think beyond just the game? Some of them, for example, making a tourism metaverse, for example. He has a game too, and it is actually more like a Google ka tour guide. So it's like it's more like a hybrid between a game and a real life application.
Absolutely.
A lot of such interventions. So in most of the cases, you might find that. Right? So any top areas that you think metaverse can kind of be a monetizable thing, while Actually, the original idea is a game. Right? For example, it might be a game, but you might see a metaverse spin in that. Right? Even the current sentiment of it.
Oh no, absolutely. That's a brilliant point. To start with, everything that happens virtually is a game. Small, big, minor, gigantic. Everything that you're seeing and experiencing online is a game of one or the other sort. That's number one. Let's first of all address that. Second, the modifications to it that allows you to reach different sectors, different markets, which is the term which is coming out, gamification. Right? That is where we are seeing a lot of boom, lot of interest coming in now. What is gamification? Theoretically speaking, or rather, like if the definition, if I have to put, inserting gaming elements in non-game environments that gamifies it. Right now, for example, we are having this chat right now. This is a one-to-one chat. Now, if this becomes like a more, fun-driven exercise, that's like we have gamified an interview. Right? There are like, instead of just me talking to you, I do some or the other activity. That's like a fun-driven. I've gamified the environment. Very, very big example. Actually, it was a bad example. But this, for the traditional companies, now it's becoming a big go-go. Now, take an example of any traditional company like Samsung, for example, right? How have been they reaching out to their consumers so far? They come out with a product, they create a beautiful advertisement around it, take like some superstar in it and release it on the TV. That's how step number one, that's how they do it. Second, when social media became famous, they started doing activation campaigns on social media, then physical events, etc. Now how are they doing it? Now they're going on party night. That's where the crowd is. Now they are finding much more fun and engaging ways to connect with the youth of the country. That's gamification, right? Now, if anybody knows how to build games, and they also know how the real world operates, how these traditional brands, how these companies want to connect to their consumer, you can become a bridge to that. And there's a huge demand for people like this who understand both sides of the things, right? Hardcore gamer, brilliant. Like
very excellent point. Very well articulated.
Yeah, you have to, the bridge.
The real world businesses and a medium to kind of enter that, right?
Yeah, because who pays? Who pays money? Yeah, that's a brilliant example. So many brands, like 200 brands are working with Rajat right now. There is a reason, right? Rajat has been able to put these traditional brands in a fun environment. People like to have fun. If there is a fun engagement happening, if there is an environment where there's fun, we are sitting here. I hope you are finding this conversation interesting. That is why you are sitting here. If it was boring, you would have left by now. Right? So, how can you engage with the people? And any brand who has money, brands, if you build games, who's going to fund it? Who's going to pay for it? Some or the other brand. Right? Not me. I'm going to buy a game of like $1,000, but somebody will have to pay for the whole bill. Game development is an expensive exercise, right? Who's going to be it? Some or the other brand, right? So because they have the money, so getting closer to people who have the money in the most productive manner. And I always put it in two baskets. One is a proper core game development that in itself is one of the best things to be done. But if you have to connect it with the traditional side of things and using your game development skills, then gamification is the answer, because you become a bridge between the hardcore game development and the brands who want to reach out to their consumers. Again, coming to my point, numbers. How do you reach more people? If you're able to connect more people, you make money.
Also, yeah, I mean, excellent way of looking at it. So if there are some startups, right, that or games that essentially are in Web 2, we were just chatting, and that probably will see better light in Web 3 environment, right? Where there's a better scope, for example, to sell NFTs or to have more monetizable options. Not forcibly do it. So he was actually, you were saying Brahman Studios can also see a Web 3, So in case there is such thing, right? What kind of resources in terms of technology? Because making in Web 2 is relatively different, making a same thing in Web 3. Yeah. So how do you see such a, what could be the changes?
Yeah. I'm a firm believer of taking gradual steps. If you are in Web 2, you have made an amazing game, don't directly jump to Web 3. You have a game development team, hire one person or get one person to consult you that okay, this is the game, अब इसमें क्या-क्या next changes कर सकते हैं which opens the door to monetize it. You have like it's a battle game, so you have swords, you have this thing. So now if you have the users, can I sell these swords as NFTs? Right now, if I have sell it, why should somebody buy my NFTs? You provide some utility to it. Baby steps. So that is why somebody asks me, like I'm a firm believer of Web 2.5. not directly jumping into the whole Web3 element, but again taking it gradual, because then the numbers are important. Ultimately, people are gonna play the game. Ultimately, school going kids, college going kids, they are gonna play the maximum amount of games. Right? So the more simpler you keep it for them, the better the chances of mass adoption. So if you directly switch to Web3, your audience becomes Web3, which currently is comparatively lesser. There is the biggest number of people sitting in the Web2 world. So if you like Rajat put it, right, you will be operating in the metaverse without even knowing that you are operating in the metaverse, because that will be the underlying foundation of it. That's the right way to put it. Your game, if you don't even realize that it's a Web3 game while playing, but it is still like the backend, you have taken care of it so nicely that okay, I don't even realize it's a Web3 game. I'm making money, I'm playing, I'm having fun, everything is been taken care of. That's the success. But that does not happen like this. Take some steps, like how gradually you transfer your game and adding more elements to it, building some community around it, building some NFT elements to it, putting whatever parts are required to be put on blockchain. First of all, does it even require to be on blockchain? Just because Web3 is so buzzing does not mean that you have to create something in Web3. No. If already it is so cool, then why do you need Web3? Don't put it on Web3. But some elements, because Web3 provides you with a lot of more flexibility, a lot of more, there's a reason it is known as a creator economy, because it opens doors for many things. So put those pieces there and then see how it is working out, and then take the next step. That's very important. So slowly and steadily, one step at a time, not completely transitioning, because then again the whole debate that we were having, it becomes an economic focus instead of a game focus. Keep it a game, add economic elements to it, and that will take it to the next level.
Yeah, I think what we've done for this game expo, right, is, so there are some parameters that every game has, like the environment, the gameplay. We made some sort of interesting parameters, and the feedback loop, right, for each of the games. Are there any techniques or ways in which you can get a feedback in a very good way?
Oh yeah, amazing. Good.
Of course, there is Discord and other communities, but what are some hacks and growth hacks where not just the feedback, but also a very constructive critic, right? Where you can probably get elements like, okay, maybe I should add something like this on top. I think the success primarily depends on how quickly you are making that pivot. Yeah. Right? If it is already good, it is okay. If it's not, then you have to take a call.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simplest part actually. You get to know, like, if somebody is sitting and playing your game for more than 15 minutes and they have a big smile on their face, you're doing something right. As simple as that. Even if it is new, nobody has known about it. I'm not playing Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty. Right? So sorry, like most of the people play Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty, and that's when they get introduced to it, and then they fall in love with it, right? Because there's a huge billions of dollars spent on marketing and everything. That's when, but we buy it because it's a big thing coming out. But your game, you built it, you came out of your room, you came out of your development studio, and somebody's playing it for the first time. Nobody knows you, nobody knows your game, but they have a huge smile on their face when they're playing it. They're engaged, they're asking you 10 questions. That means you've done a good job. If they leave your booth in 5 minutes, that means you've done a bad job. Sit with them, grab them, take them for a coffee, do whatever, take feedbacks, what went wrong, and spending time with the right set of people. That's important. I think this is very important. Build something, go out, spend time with people, be in every community, every Discord, every Telegram channel where people discuss games. Keep sharing it with them. And like, of course, and try to spend as much time in person with people, because ultimately you make games for humans. It's a tech product, it's an online virtual thing, but humans are going to use it. How their emotions, how they respond to your games, that's important. You need to study that. That's very important. That does not happen way too much in virtual world. You have to do that, like virtually share it. You can't be everywhere. It's important. But I'm a firm believer of these kind of things. If you have to be as much as you can do in person, because you can study. Ultimately, just keep this in mind. Whatever you are making it for real people. So the people connect, understanding people, what brings smile on their face, what immediately drop the focus, where did you lose them, was the game too difficult, was the game too easy, was it engaging? I was recently in Singapore this whole week for a Web3 gaming conference by Google and Jump. There, the games that had come, they have been building since last 2 years, 3 years, and then they did this whole demo of the games. Every gaming booth, because of course it was Google, they called only the best ones. Every game that you played, people were hooked onto them for half an hour, 1 hour, they were not getting up. They got up because they wanted to move to the next booth.
I use the right word, hooked. Right? So how many of you find it extremely hard to make something that's hooked? Like, how many of you feel that you already arrived there?
How do you judge that somebody is hooked or not? First of all, that's important. They completed the whole mission and then, but again, so I will just like respectfully add another layer to it. They completed the whole mission, but while they were playing, again, judging these things are very important because people usually want to be nice. Anybody who will come to your booth, they say, "Hey, loved it, very good job." Nobody's gonna say, "Hey, shitty game." No, why would they say it? They're meeting you for the first time, right? And if they're giving that time, they will play. But while they are playing, judging, spending time with them, sitting next to them, what do you think, explaining them the game, asking them questions while they are playing, that's very important. Reading each and every minute of how they are spending their time on your game, that's very important. That's judging, and that's how you get to know like whether they were hooked or not hooked. Taking that extra effort by sitting with them when they are playing, and spend as much time after you have played, spend as much time as you can with strangers. People who know you, they will be nice. Go out, find new people to kind of spend time with and making them play your game. And especially people who are going to be like really honest, and strangers, but that they can, you can judge them a little because of their body language and everything. That's going to be very important.
So, any kind of synergies that you see with these startups or as such in metaverse, right? So, anything that you see can be done. If you have some ideas, let's kind of brainstorm and probably forward to people.
I would rather like to.
3 things that you have in mind in terms of talent, in terms of synergies or strategic partnerships. Like when you call yourself a meta studio, right? Like you have a host of metaverse things, I assume.
Yeah.
So what are some synergies that you think can be explored?
So I would rather like to put it the other way around. What do you guys think? Right? Because we had this chat and I'm really keen, right? Rather like let's trying to make it interesting, right? Starting with you because you mentioned like game studios came. What's your plan to kind of take it to the next step? How do you see that happening, and what kind of partnerships do you have in mind to take your game to the next step? That answers.
That's a very interesting way of putting it.
Exactly, and that answers the question that we are talking about, right? You didn't need anybody else to tell you this thing. You figured it out while playing, more people playing it and understanding what's working, what's not working. That's exactly the key. The more time you spend on this, you figure out these hacks. Other people, when they come and advise you, that is why the term is advise. They advise you. They can enhance what you are doing, right? But the heavy lifting has to be done by you, right? So this is, I think this answers. I don't want to spend more time on it because this has been a beautiful example from the people themselves. Yeah, I mean,
About like culture, tourism.
Exactly. So
What is it? So,
Ministry of Culture or anything. But one thing that I would like to add a flavor to that is you are taking the traditional approach, like telling people how traditionally Hampi used to be, right? That's what you want to do. Exactly. How does people want to see it on ground? What's the research that you have done on that? No, my question is, do people want to see the traditional Hampi? How? How do you know? No. So, sorry, let me rephrase my point. What you have done is brilliant. Of course, like Hampi has always had a traditional beauty. Would I want to go and experience that ecosystem? 100% yes, right? But I'm saying that this, again, you are making this product because you wanted to build it, and like, what was the reason behind, or let me rephrase it again. What was the reason behind choosing this to be built, like showing traditional Hampi to the people of today? What sparked this? Okay, and how do you plan to make money out of this? Virtual tourism. Why virtual tourism? And virtual tourism not to the current Hampi but the traditional Hampi. How many people? How many people do you think? How many people visit Hampi every year physically, and how many people do you think will visit it virtually? Architectures. Go ahead, continue. Sorry, please continue. I was just here. Got it. So yeah. So who can give you access to this? Who's going to be most interested in making sure that people visit the traditional Hampi? Yeah, schools, right? But who will be most interested that the traditional Hampi gets highlighted to the people of today? Who will benefit the most out of it if that happens? Students will learn, but who will benefit? Who said government? Yeah, right. So you got the 4 partners that you have to focus on. Yeah. Sorry.
The F&B guys and the hotels around Hampi also.
Yeah, that if you are able to capture these 4, these are the 4 doors that you have to knock on, and you yourself gave the answer. That is, please, my apologies, I was drilling it because I wanted to get the answer from you itself. These are the 4 doors that you have to knock. You knock these doors, make sure you build an amazing product that can make them happy because they are gonna win. Ultimately, as a product developer, you win if the person who's going to use the product wins. So you have to step yourself in their shoes, right? So who do you have to make win? Them, these four, not yourself. I'm not making the traditional Humpy because I want the world to see traditional Humpy. No, nobody, it does not matter what I think. I'm making traditional Humpy because these four bodies would benefit if traditional Humpy gets highlighted and gets viral. So these are the four doors you have to knock with this narrative that you just explained. And if you get them, and because they will then make sure that it becomes like a popular thing, you will get users. And if you have users, the industries will come who will pay all the bills. So this is like the same, that is why I did. Yeah, that is why I wanted to do this exercise, drilling down, because every product that you make, just keep drilling this, you will have your own answers.
You highlighted the role of community. Let's wrap it up by actually saying, maybe kind of pledging on how we can build a better community methods. While I think there are many that Rajat may be part of, but being in Hyderabad or any other city, right, even Bangalore, for example, I think there needs to be a lot of folks, right? Every startup here, they might be part of an incubator at STPI or the Image Tower, but I think still idea validation, accelerating, getting this exercise and drilling well, it will be much faster at a rocket speed if there is a community. And there is a regular sort of, not just talking shit and going on, but I think an actionable sort of a steering things. If, for example, maybe after the second month, there has to be a review on like where they've gone. It could be interesting correcting of jobs. As you rightly said, 2 months later, I think the industry may kind of be in a different place. And your model also, you might find better partners in different domains.
Yeah.
So Amika jo assumption and all that, today it might look good. So we have to be so fast, and it's all speed. And so, what is your any specific sort of commitment as Meta Studio?
Oh,
Build a metaverse community.
As Meta Studios and as Couple, 100% committed. Anything. But again, before even I answer that question, I want to take a step back so to kind of make sense to what I'm going to say. Community building, right? What is community? If I can ask you, anybody, just raise your hands. What do you understand by community? Okay. What is the purpose of building a community? The reason I ask this question is majority, and this is how majority of the people perceive communities as one-to-many approach. I built a community for this purpose. Let's say Meta Studios built a community. Why will Meta Studios build a community? So that tomorrow I can benefit from the community I made, and that is why I will invest, and that is going to be in my favor. So that's the purpose of, let's say, Couple will build a community for Meta Studios because I want to benefit something out of it. But this becomes one-to-many. This is not the typical community. This is a business marketing. This is real community. Yeah, this is real community, not one-to-many, many-to-many. When any group is created with this ethos, that in this group we will achieve something which benefits everyone. Not if Couple is creating a community, I will build a story that everybody gets something, but eventually I get the most. That's not a community, that's business. People do it. I'm also part of many of these communities. It exists. It's fine. Everybody goes somewhere. If I'm investing my time, I want to win something out of it. It's fine. But I'm not going to call it a community. I'm going to just call it to be a part of a network to achieve something. If we have to build a community, who are we again? Taking a community is what? Bringing people together. Who are people? How has human civilization survived so far? How has people grown? How have we evolved? By growing together. The world has moved forward because everybody has moved forward, right? So that's the real community, when if you can create a group, bring a group of people together in a manner that everybody gets something out of it. Everybody benefits, right? And that's why I particularly personally love Web3. Most of the people that you will meet here, they are more than happy to connect you with anyone. Because if everybody wins, Web3 wins, right? But again, Web3 this has become famous because it was a new industry and everything, right? But at the end of the day, that's human ethos, right? As good people, we get I'm from North, and this is what me and Rajat were talking. We like in Delhi, people are very this thing. You find this thing, let's connect. Come on, you need something, let's connect. It's similar. I don't want a 2% commission because I connected you to Ashok. Ashok is a builder, a publisher. You are building a game. I'll connect. Okay, deal happens. I'll tell Ashok, give me 2%. sometimes make money, fine, it's okay, but that's not how things work. That's not how a community grow, right? So first of all, the most important is accepting that fundamental, that we are building a community, we are building a group with this purpose that everybody wins. If everybody wins, then everybody wins, right? I don't have a conclusion. I was thinking I'll have a mic drop conclusion to it, but hey, everybody wins, then everybody wins. Then what the hell? Come on. And it won't survive. Trust me. How many communities have we seen building and being fizzling out? Many, because of this very reason. Unless why in Web3 games, how does that take connecting it with the whole economic model angle, right? How Web3 games make money? What is the game publisher or game developer thinking? Is the game developer, the moment game developer starts thinking कि मेरे पास ज़्यादा token रहेंगे मैं बनाऊंगा and everything, then slowly and steadily the game starts moving out. But the moment they think I make a strong group of people and keep rewarding them in a manner that they want to keep playing. So I, as a game developer, start thinking for my gamers कि मैं इनको और क्या दूं, right? So that everybody, each one of them also start connecting with each other and everything. Those are the kind of games that succeed. The same ethos. Like you rightly said, I agree with it. The value system, that has to be very correct. And if everybody starts, and this is a thought that I love to patronize because I'm a firm believer of that we should really be happy to support each other. In any manner, in any capacity, हर किसी की capacity, हर किसी की position अलग होती है. But in whichever position you are in, trust me, everybody can support everybody. If that happens, and with that value system, if we create a group, then the success is going to be manifold. More and more people will want to be a part of it. More and more people will win out of it, and everybody will succeed.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
First, I want to say thank you, Kashyap, to give me this opportunity. And as I was into the gaming industry, I always fascinate about metaverse. And I think today is the best time to introduce in a very normal language so that people will understand. So before that we continue, I want to call upon Rajat Oja, CEO and founder of Gametronics. So Rajat, before we continue, I just want to set up some ground. So for that, I want you to explain about what is metaverse in a very general perspective so that everyone can understand.
Before that, I'll take the liberty of explaining Hyderabad to people who are ignorant, right? So Hyderabad is the most thriving ecosystem there can be, right from the government level. When we started Metaverse, I'll come to that. The second client I had was the Telangana government. When did you see that, a government taking, plunge into something which is so new and so this thing, and so very forward thinking. And when I made Hyderabad my home, there was a reason. Hyderabad was the capital and it still is almost the capital of, the game industry in India. Of course, DSK happened in Pune and that stole some, shine from us, but Hyderabad is awesome. Coming back to what is metaverse, right? So the question, but Hyderabad is super awesome. Right from colleges to the government, to the companies, to this ecosystem, to T-Hub, to people like STPI Image Tower and dedicated Image Tower and everything. So let me sell Hyderabad first, it is done. So now coming to the most interesting thing, what is metaverse? Too much confusion? Even developers, they are confused or they sell the confusion because that makes the whole world go round, because it's easy to raise fund when you start calling something as metaverse. It's easy to go out and say that you are metaverse hero because it's easy. So we also have our own, definition, just like everybody has. The only thing is we are not out there to raise fund, and we are not. We actually sit at the other side largely. But so our thesis is very simple. People call immersive world as metaverse, right? Gamers are living in that world forever, right? Even if you talk about social immersive world, Second Life has been around for ages, right? 2003 August onwards, right? So that's also done. Even if you say immersive world where you can do certain activities and then there is a lot of social interaction. Even Call of Duty and other games you can actually talk, like Counter-Strike also. Like you're meeting people, you are in an immersive world. For me, immersive world again, and then people started selling their old dabbas in the name of metaverse with their VR headsets. Put in VR headset, it's metaverse. Like, come on guys, if that is metaverse, that was there since 2006. They're pulling out all their old junk, and bringing it back in the name of metaverses and saying, see, here it is. We made those kind of things in 2006 with Vuzix headset, where we actually delivered to defense forces. And I was talking to Colonel here and I said, like, we have simulated every single weapon Indian Army uses, every single tank, not every single, but T-72, T-90, BMP, ICVs and all we've done. So then what is the missing element? What is so we have covered the social interaction part, we have covered the immersive world, we have covered VR. All these things they don't define metaverse. For us, metaverse is when there is economy in the center of everything, and the interoperability, which we keep on saying, decentralization part of your assets. Imagine your Hello game, but can you take your gun around in other games and stuff? So it should be on a layer, it should be on a chain where we can actually, it should be interoperable. It's again, we are not there yet, but everybody, whoever is part of some part of the, I'm in the board of World Metaverse Forum, where we are trying to define what is the right definition, and this is the current accepted, this thing, economy. And when KPMGs and people like KPMG, they come, KPMG, Accenture, and lovely PwCs and Deloittes of the world, they come and they say people are going to spend 4 hours in metaverse, right? In next few years. What are they going to do? Why are they coming? Are they coming for just the assets, just for immersive world experiences, just for this thing? No. Immersive world experiences just for this thing? No. They're gonna live in there, right? And why are they going to live in there? Because that's the place where they're going to make money also and spend their money and earning also. It's the Instagram, how you see like kids, they live in there, right? And there are people who are creating reels, right? They make a lot of money for buying things. They go out the Instagram. Now Instagram shop is also there, is a thing. But they go out, go to their Mintras and Flipkarts and all these guys, and then they do it, right? While in a true metaverse, and we are working with some of the largest possible player in this domain, where we are bringing both the options of earning and burning there, will probably unfold, because I don't want to answer this question such a long one. So, very simply, social immersive world where our assets are interoperable and at the same time it's completely decentralized, as we say, and economy is in the center of it. When we actually have our trailer, the biggest font and the biggest thing what we throw on people's faces is economy, right? वो नहीं है तो सब बकवास है ना, कोई नहीं आने वाला, न कोई टिकने वाला, आके निकल जाने वाले हैं सब, ठीक है? And मैं उस जगह 4 घंटे तभी निकालूंगा जब मैं वहां पर जी सकूं. जीने का तरीका वही है कि वहां पर मैं कमा भी सकूं और उड़ा भी सकूं. And that's what is happening. This is what metaverse is for me.
Even I was imagining something else. So yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah, we can come up with even 50 or more. Everyone have 2 or 3 definitions for that. Yeah, and also I want to highlight one of the thing, like you supported Hyderabad, right? I'm from Hyderabad. Hyderabad made me a game developer. Hyderabad made me a founder. So I'm very glad to Backstage Pass. I'm passed out from Backstage Pass. I was in Hyderabad, and I started my first gaming company here. So Hyderabad is a good place and good ecosystem where I can meet people and get mentors. So definitely, guys, Hyderabad is not a bad place to start on. So moving ahead, I wanted to ask you a personal journey, how you came up to a metaverse from a gaming industry. Okay, I want to just have a quick snaps of that.
Quick news. So yeah, I'm in the industry for 28 years now. I've been making video games. I still don't see metaverse different from video games and all. So I'm still continuing that journey. I'm not branching out or anything like that. So I started. So some of the games you guys, I don't know if you're aware, and some of the games I have IPs of. Prince of Persia, Resident Evil, Battlefield, Splinter Cell, Asura's Wrath, my names on it in various forms and factors. I worked with Jordan Mechner for Prince of Persia in the earliest days of Prince of Persia, and very closely associated. So I have been making games. I own the theme park and arcade rights of all the games I named already. So I'm like the global, even Capcom wants to do it, they cannot, they have to come to me for, and I built a video game theme park in Dubai called Hub Zero, which actually got nominated for Brass Ring Award, which is the Academy Awards of theme park also. So that's a long story. But yeah, so I've been doing this, and other than that, I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2012 in the US. So most of my time was, of course, there. Then only you can work on these kind of titles and stuff. Briefly for a year in Belgium. But yeah, so in 2012, I decided to get into the before that also, like while operating out of there, we built India's first PlayStation 3 games back in those days, called SNS, which reached worldwide top 10 charts also on PlayStation. Surprising, because it was kind of a Lagan movement for us, because the game was completely done here in Hyderabad. People who never made games forget about making console game, and that too on PS3, which used to, that architecture of PS3 suck. A big time. So we did that, and in 2012 I started my company, today we have presence everywhere. How metaverse happened in 2014? Again, the wrong definition of metaverse, as people say. When we were doing a lot of, I started another vertical within my company called Games For, which now is a dedicated thing and all, but where we were doing for businesses. Like Games For is like games for banks, games for hotels, games for hospitality, games for this, games for that, all corporate level games, basically for training purposes. So one of the leading private sector bank reached out to us, and then the same thing we did for Microsoft as well, where 5,000 people were in the single room, and 3 of the CEO and ex-CEO of Microsoft were talking to them. Same thing happened with ICICI Bank also. So if you were still saying that immersive world where people can come and people can talk, another thing, we did it in 2014, right? And we did that, but when we were doing other IPs, another IP we did is SGS, which is the virtual. It's a pre-alpha right now. It's a virtual reality game. It's on Steam. We are going to launch it very soon on all the platforms possible. So now, especially now, quick, because he mentioned quick. So we brought it back to life in 2020 before pandemic happened. We wanted to get into the Web3 space because we were like a believer of that, especially understanding from different games and success stories and stuff. And we built our own chain instead of going after any existing chain and stuff. First step was building our own chain. The second thing is building the game layer on top of that. And all the successful metaverses right now, be it UEFN, which is now getting into the true sense of metaverse also, you can always see that their genesis is games, right? Fortnite is a game, and that gives the reason for people to keep coming back. So I'm still continuing that journey, so, and it's been awesome. If I've spent 28 years in one industry, I'm pretty sure it's a great industry. Otherwise I get bored very quickly and easily.
That's amazing, actually. So actually, I also wanted to your perspective to the policies metaverse needs, especially with how the government is going to tackle this, because like that's one of the questions I always have in my mind. Today I think I got an opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of, in fact, I have been interviewed, I think maximum number of times this question has come up in all my interviews globally or whatever, even on the TV is always like how the government is going to handle, so again, it needs to be that big that government takes it seriously, so it's not even, like there is this Biparjoy is coming somewhere, Biparjoy, however you want to call it, I don't know, then there is election coming, all these things are coming. Is such a minuscule thing for the government to even bother about, at this moment to be, is unfortunate. But the thing is, crypto and other things, government will definitely, come with, their regulations very quickly, because it creates the alternate governance, right? Government hates to share power, right? And if you give power to the public, the government power is gone, right? So they don't like it. So first thing, crypto maro, done. Unfortunate thing is most of the people think Web3, blockchain, crypto are the same thing. Crypto is a use case of that thing, So people have a different, again, a lot of confusion is created by developers also. Forget about, in the community. So government is right now it's taking the only steps government is taking is because Daler Paji कपिल शर्मा शो पे चले गए और हमारे नंबर जाके बोल दिया उन्होंने कि हाउ मच वी मेड मनी नेक्स्ट डे द गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट वाज सिटिंग इन माय ऑफिस आस्किंग पैसा कहाँ है but the thing is that there is just like we spoke about 50 different definitions of something. How do you regulate something which has different definitions? But we are working closely, and especially our Twaga, which is a very active forum we have in Hyderabad, and we are working with different kind of policy makers, just like we have policies for our animation industry and other thing. We are figuring out how we can do that in the blockchain and Web3 space also. In fact, from what I'm seeing is that we are getting tremendous amount of support. I will talk about the regulation, but support wise, when ISRO wanted to do something, they came to us immediately, and like we want to make ISRO cool, right, and especially for kids and all those things, and that has been my pitch. One of the theme park we are making in Bangalore is with ISRO, right, and my problem is always that in India also people wear NASA t-shirts. You ask someone, I want to be astronaut. Oh, really? Okay, what's your goal? Oh, NASA. Like, why? ISRO has 85% success rate compared to 63% success rate of NASA, but NASA has done way too many things. So if we are talking about it in terms of percentage, we have a great success rate technically speaking. So yes, so there has been amazing things. So I think there has been support at one hand. The second side is the NFTs and all those things, because there is a lot of crypto part associated, which I think will take its own sweet amount of time, especially just like online gaming and other things are being regulated. The similar kind of regulations will come. Bigger problem, and the number one problem for me is how people actually treat each other there. All the kind of issues like Facebook came up with their capsule system, to protect harassment kind of a thing and stuff like that. So I think there has to be some onus is on us at this moment to make it a safer place. Government will not come and regulate this anytime soon. Government will definitely regulate things happening on the NFT front and crypto front, but rest of the things onus is on developer to make it a safer, good, happy place so people come and spend time. I'm a metaverse guy, not necessarily a crypto guy, so I will not even go down that path. So metaverse is a safe place, and we need to make it a safe place, and we are providing a safe place for people to come and enjoy.
I think I agree you more on the path of where everyone has to take the responsibility to make it safe, because even as a gamer we used to do online gaming, and there's a lot of toxic gamers around the world. So yeah, nobody can stop that, because it's public. People will, if they have the mouth, they will speak. So it's all about We do KYC when we think the content is sensitive.
We had a Daru Adda in one of the events and stuff. So we did, we did KYCs for people coming in, because even though you're having digital Daru, we didn't want you to have that, and we didn't want you to patronize that. When we did Telangana event and ISRO event and all those, every single person had an invite. It was an invite only. So all the checks and other things were done before that itself. And metaverse is much more open than closed events. We are not an event platform. Events happen. People are, even when you go there, you will see people visiting, talking to each other and all those things. So we are like Chalta Firta Facebook, Chalta Firta Tinder, Chalta Firta LinkedIn, however you want to use it. So again, there will be a lot of AI use cases. People say, oh, suddenly all the metaverse guys moved to AI. No. We didn't move to AI. We are using AI to complement whatever we are doing. And to enable things where whatever you are talking, can I actually censor if I want to? Whatever you are texting, can I censor that? If you are putting all those kind of things, can I make your KYC digital? Can I make it? Even the creation of the world, we recently released a tool called Brahmand. Right, so in Brahmand, you can just with a text prompt, you can get the 3D world the way you want. and there has been a lot of news about it and stuff, Money Control and or ET Times and all these guys actually covered it. It's still accessible only to people like Atkins and Bangalore Airport and some guys, we haven't openly give it out to everyone, but in October we are handing out to the public. So you want to build your store, you can build the way you want, but there will be a lot of other AI filtering the content which will go there.
Perfect. I think this is too much of knowledge. So, so actually, I wanted to specify a very specific use case of metaverse, like working in collaboration. Okay, like what do you think? What's the future of it, and how is going to expand in its own?
That's a very simple, easy, immediate use case of metaverse working in collaboration. We learned it, with Zoom, Meet, and all those things, and people like. We had been using Discord, for our internal meetings and everything, people share streams and, that's our everyday review meeting tool also. We have people across the world working with us, and Discord is so that is already happening in one format, right? Passing it on it to the avatar systems and all those kind of other things, there has to be so there is a reason why you'll be doing it. Are you guys aware of Skyroot? Shame on you guys. so come on, India's the first private sector rocket which actually hit the space, came from Hyderabad. Pawan, right? So amazing guys. I love them. I love what they're doing. Imagine they're working in collaboration, right? They have 10 scientists sitting in America, 15 scientists sitting in Hyderabad, 5 scientists in Bangalore, 2 scientists in Bombay, and so on and so forth. Now they want to discuss the, the thruster systems or something like that. There is no other better way than immersive world. I'm not getting into the metaverse per se, because I'm going to the Facebook's horizon definition of metaverse right now. You bring the whole system right here, possible with video format or PPT format or format. So working in collaboration in these kind of scenarios is absolutely no brainer. I still don't call it a true metaverse because of my definitions and stuff like that. And soon the world is also kind of differing, more. I have seen your platform just now, pretty brilliant stuff. That is actually fit into my definition, where people are coming, creating, building on their own, running on its own. That is the power of that thing, interoperable chain where things are moving back and forth without your interference. There is no authority on that, permissionless environment kind of, so these are like complicated words to confuse the people sitting here, but going back to that still fits into my thing. But yes, working in collaboration in all those kind of things. If I want to discuss any master plan, even tactical forces tomorrow, they can bring all the kernels, all the Faujis from different places and stuff, and they can actually do the tactical planning right here itself. There is no better way to do the tactical planning than in an immersive world, where multiplayer immersive social world basically. So yeah, so it's definitely it's absolutely no brainer. Like you're gonna see more and more use cases. I still don't buy my Mark Zuckerberg's solution, but still, thank you.
Yes, definitely. Even I work in Unreal, so even I work in a 3D like collaboration way, and it's amazing. It's one of the best things, and it's useful. It's very useful for even especially for designers. Yeah. So my next question goes to you. What role can cryptocurrency and the blockchain holds in the metaverse? Like what exactly?
Blockchain is the backbone, right? So it's running on, it's the soul of a true metaverse, as I'm speaking, and that's why off the chain metaverses are not metaverses for me. Again, I'm biased, but I'm biased because I took a very calculated decision when it started. I could have gone with the off the chain metaverse also, which is off chain kind of thing, because that time that was easier for me, coming from the Unreal background, coming from game background and all those things. Build an immersive world, add VR and say hello, here is my metaverse, right? It's as simple as that, what Horizon does and all these guys do. So I don't think, so blockchain remains, because we are talking about interoperability, we are talking about NFTs as and utility based NFTs. We are talking about how we can actually earn money, how we can spend money. Of course, that can be switchable to the, money is always bringing the crypto part, but not necessarily. In our system, we have a Razorpay system as an ETH system as well. So it's a bullion. We set it to, okay, take fiat currency, it does fiat currency. So crypto, I won't say at this moment, just to be safe and just because it's getting recorded, and I don't want, government officials to knock my doors again, is a choice. But blockchain is the soul. You can't live without that, so.
Perfect. So at the end, actually, I wanted to ask you, what was your lessons in this journey, the translating from the gaming industry to a metaverse industry? Okay. Yeah, you definitely. Even I agree, metaverse is nothing but an expansion of a gaming industry. But if you see what challenges you face in the transitions, I get. Yeah.
Oh, so very interesting question though. Sorry, that was just a joke. When you are making a game, what defines the game? The rule sets, right? You are playing by the rules of the designer, not by your own rules and stuff, right? It's even though you're playing Far Cry or you're playing Elden Rings or you're playing Witcher, where tons of options are there, all the options are provided by one guy somewhere, sitting somewhere, right? He is the core guy, right? So consider this like my house rules, right? Versus the minute you step out, right? It's the things you can do and you do, right, are your choices. There's so many choices you make, so many things you do, and that's why I hate some of the. Have you played Riders Republic? Recently got to know you. Just in case if you want to keep using their bikes and stuff, you need to keep paying them 2,000 rupees every year. Like why? Like why should I do that? I bought the game, right? So we all know how Ubisoft and all these guys have lost the plot with in-app purchases, even in the console games and stuff and all. But still, the rules are defined by someone. Now I'm talking about a Wild West, right? You come in, you do whatever shit you want to do, right? You want to make money, you decide the rules of making money. Instagram. There's this guy, Trevor, right? Golden Retriever dog. Makes $5 million a year. Right? Banana and 5 million or 5 crore, sir. 5 crore. Sorry. But a year. Dog. Right? So my dog sleeps. So, but the thing is that interesting aspect here is that it's giving you a platform, where people are taking decisions and doing whatever they want to do, right? Similarly, in Metaverse, I had to think from that point of view. What all possibilities I can provide that people feel that they can do pretty much everything, but still be somewhere under my governance, be the god, be the government, right? Where tax lenge, they cannot commit certain crimes. So I'm doing the policing part right now a little bit, but people don't realize. Van Heusen recently opened a store in my metaverse. It was their choice what kind of store they wanted to open. It was their choice. It was their choice to bring in the band also for the opening day. Of course, band part was done by us because we have not handed over that tool yet to the people. So we did the showbaji and all those things, but we are in November also. We are also handing it out to, like your 4 friends. One guy can go and drum, one other person can hold the guitar. You can create your own band with all the aesthetics and everything. One click particles, one click this, one thing click this. So it's a wild west. So thinking of all possibilities or kicking out all the possibilities and letting them do whatever they think is possible is the power of metaverse and what the power so that required a lot of understanding and everything, and still I won't say that we have even scratched the surface. We're working with 240 plus brands right now. We have a very decent 180,000 daily active users coming on our plate. To the entire thing, yet we are figuring out. It will take 5 years probably. Then we'll call ourselves whatever launcher for their devices and stuff.
I'm very much amazed. Home elevators has a huge scope. Elevators require regular maintenance for sure. Planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. This is the day 2 and we can already feel the buzz. We can hear the buzz here. I think it started off on a great note on day 1. Today I have with me Avinash Challa, who's the founder CEO of Cube IoT. And let's understand, they have put one of the stalls here and let's understand what their business into. They're doing some amazing products with a cutting edge technology, state of art. So let's talk to them and understand what their company is into and what kind of product they're building and how they're going to revolutionize the construction of the real estate industry with it. Avinash, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
So Avinash, let's start by understanding you itself. Avinash, as a founder, CEO of the company, tell us something about you.
I'm very much amazed to see the outstanding response what we are getting in our FTCCI stall, which we have placed just nearby the stage. And see, I started my journey into entrepreneurship in 2006 when one day I got stuck in an elevator for about 2 hours. And then I have realized that if there is any company which can give instant service within 1 or 2 hours, it would be very helpful. Then I found that there is no company such. Then I started a maintenance company in 2006-7, and then later on, immediately within 6 to 7 months, I have realized that having maintenance company is not just enough until and unless it is your elevator. So our first product is Cube elevators. We started our journey with that, and in Hyderabad we have installed so many elevators, which are hydraulic home lifts, which are electric traction elevators, machine room lifts, machine room less elevators, screw based elevators, rack and pinion lifts, goods elevators. You name any type of elevator, we are into manufacturing of different types of elevators, and starting from 2 passenger up to about 50 passenger, we can provide elevators with. And we started this whole journey so our first product is actually elevators. For about 10 years we we supplied elevators, and then in 2017 we have named the whole organization as Cube IoT, which stands for Internet of Things. So because with the latest innovation and technology which is developing across the globe, we thought we should bring it to our company, to our country, and explore new opportunities, export our products across the globe with the latest smart elevators. So we have made our elevator, which is we made it a voice operated elevator. You can operate the elevator with your mobile. And the panels, earlier you have a regular stainless steel panels. We have changed those panels and integrated them with the new touch panels technology. So then with the new item to the cart of touch panels, we started supplying touch panels to homes as well, apart from elevators. So our Cube IoT, apart from elevators, as we have entered into touch panel manufacturing, so you can replace all your old switchboards with the latest, 100% reusable with 100% reusable plastic. You can have a beautiful touch panel with your family photo or a beautiful scenery of Mona Lisa. So, if you look at constructions, generally you will observe all the button switches are hidden to one of the corners. Now with this technology available, you can have a proper switchboard. It can be center of the hall as a beautiful photo frame, and it can have touch switches also. So with Internet of Things, we have elevators, we have touch switches which are integrated with Alexa and your mobile or Google Home, voice control, and we have switchable glasses as well.
That's interesting. A big range of, or huge range of products that you're doing, and within elevators, you kind of different varieties which can be customized based on customer requirement. Now I understand it. So we regularly see paper ads and TV ads coming up where people are trying to say, promoting home elevators. Where do you see the market today? What is the size of the market, and where do you see it's going in coming time?
See, home elevators has a huge scope. Example, if you just think about, Hyderabad, Hyderabad is a growing city. You go to GHMC and get the stats of how many elevators or how many buildings are getting constructed in a month. We came to know with a proper analysis. I'll tell you how we have done that analysis, but we came to know about 3,000 homes are getting constructed and getting handed over every month in and around Hyderabad, that is in our Telangana state. So out of which 10% are apartments, rest all are independent houses. If it is an independent house, if it is more than a floor, ground plus 2 floors, if you don't have an elevator inside your building, the second floor is going to become basically no one is going to use that. It will become a storeroom. So people are opting for this new technology of home elevators in almost every house, because now in especially Hyderabad, you can see per SFT cost in a villa is costing about 8,000 rupees. Imagine your second and third floors in a villa are not utilized at all. So you are at loss of money, right? And elevator is only a product where in which it adds value to a building. Imagine a apartment ground plus 3 floors without an elevator. Each flat would cost about 30 lakh rupees. If you have an elevator, each flat would cost about 40 lakh rupees.
So elevators are value add to your house, even if it's an independent villa, right? Absolutely. So the obvious question is, around safety of the of these elevators, because regular maintenance would be required in home. Domestic maintenance is usually ignored as compared to in gated communities, let us say flats where there is a maintenance corpus, people spend money on maintenance required, whereas in a domestic one, probably people would not spend so much. So safety, is that something would be of a concern?
When coming to elevators, all across the globe, there are some safety standards. And in our country, you have BIS standards. So any installation company should follow all these guidelines of elevator standards which are already there. However, in some states, it is mandated. In our state, it is yet to be mandated. So for now, we have safety standards, but there are no rules by the government.
What my question was, if you see, maintenance is not on the priority list, when it comes to domestic household, right? If somebody was to ignore that, would that be a safety concern for a domestic or a home lift?
Absolutely. See, for elevator, just like a vehicle, elevator is vertical transportation, right? So it should have all the safeties and the maintenance should be done regularly. If anyone ignores safety, then it may cause any kind of accident. So that is the reason government should have some mandate rules on to how a lift should be installed, who should install the lift. Like in all other states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Delhi, you have certain rules. If someone doesn't follow the rule, there is penalty. Telangana government also it formed a Lift Act, but it is yet to be implemented. Hopefully, after these elections, we'll get Lift Act as well. So, yeah. So elevators require regular maintenance for sure, and you cannot ignore on it.
So Indian market is very price conscious market, right? So if somebody wants to know what does it cost to have a 2-man lift or a 4-man lift, how would you give a costing? Is it per square feet? How does it work?
Elevators, so sometimes we get calls asking for, sir, do I get elevator for 1 lakh rupee? Okay. So no, you will not get an elevator for 1 lakh rupee. Elevators as of now are little expensive, especially in Indian market. If you see, most of the parts we are importing. At manufacturing setups needs to come in our country. So as of now, few parts are imported. So especially home lifts are very expensive. The starting range of a home lift starts from about 6 lakh rupees with a manual door elevator. If it is a hydraulic lift which has no pit requirement and no headroom requirement, it costs about 6 lakh rupees. And generally, if the size is small, the lift cost is more. Why? Because if it is a standard 6-passenger elevator, you have more apartments which are using the same standard 6-passenger elevator. So the cost is average, because all the parts which we buy for a 6-passenger elevators are standardized most of the time. Whereas in a 2-passenger elevator, because there is a lot of customization which needs to be done, the cost is, as of now, it is on higher side. But hopefully in coming years, India will have better manufacturing facilities, and we are also planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad, so making the cost on lower end.
That was my next question actually, that you as a innovation company, would Cube IT get into manufacturing of some of the parts that you're importing? You already answered that. So what I would like to know is, if you are planning to get into that, what is the size of the market for that particular part, if you could talk about?
See, basically it's a very simple calculation. Like in India, there are more than 12,000 lift installation companies. Johnson, Schindler, Tyson, Mitsubishi, Kohn are our competitors, who are multinational companies. We have also supplied lifts to UAE and Mauritius. In whole world is looking at Indian market, because there is rapid growth in construction industry over here, and the market size is so huge. Like, each elevator would cost about, on an average, 5 lakh rupees. And if you just multiply 5 lakhs with about 3,000 elevators just in Telangana and Andhra, just multiply with 20 states at least. So the market is about 3,000 crores market is there for elevators per month. So the business is so huge. But once if we have regulations like how you have in other countries, then the entire industry will be streamlined. As of now, the industry is unorganized. We are also waiting for for one rule across the country, so that an elevator company in Hyderabad can, as of now, can't install lifts in Bangalore, because again you should take license in Bangalore. But imagine you have a single rule across the country, so we'll have better opportunities throughout the country. But
you get a better marketplace.
Yes, but as of now, once we become a manufacturer, currently we are OEM, we manufacture few parts, rest parts, as I have mentioned, we are importing from other states and other countries. So manufacturers has a better opportunity, because supply of goods anyone can do. But installation of lift is regulated, and there is a license system in it.
Now coming to the other product that Cube IoT do, I know you are into specialized doors, into windows. So if you could talk about architectural lighting, if you could talk about that as well.
See, now you understood that we are manufacturing elevator cabins, right? When we can manufacture an elevator cabin with a CNC machine, with the same machine we can also manufacture a door and a window. So basically we are currently using Tata steel with galvanized iron and manufacturing beautiful wooden finished steel doors. And also we have manufacturing windows with composite panel. To talk about advantages of wooden finished steel door first, in our country most of us like that wooden finish, right? Over here also you can see wooden finished tables here and all. So when people like wooden finish, but each door, if you need to manufacture, you need to cut down 2 trees. So a whole planet is conscious about how it is with global warming, how it is going to affect our planet and all. So to save the planet also, there should be some new regulations. And more importantly, advantages for a customer who buys a steel door compared with a wooden door is, wooden door, it changes size with the weather conditions. If it is a rainy season, this is a rainy season we have entered, right? You can also see in your home that some doors will keep getting stuck. But whereas in steel door, it is always the same door what you will have. And imagine that you have a wooden door and you use it for about 20 years. Okay, then you will scrap it out. You will not get anything, right? Whereas in case of a steel door, even if you scrap it after some time, Tata says that their steel will not get rust for about 50 years at least. But even if you just think about it, after 20 years, if you need to change these doors with the new doors, even if you scrap it, the steel rate will always go high and you will get back whatever investment you have done. So we are giving if you Tata has their own product called Tata Pravesh. Now we are doing cube steel doors and windows, and we are associated with a manufacturer called Axis, who has a manufacturing setup in Hyderabad itself. So our cube steel doors have the speciality of the customization. Generally, whatever size you want, even for your existing house, if you want to replace the doors, or if it is a school, if it is a hospital, if it is a shopping mall, whatever custom sizes requirement you have, just like how we are customizing our elevators to the required size, we are customizing doors and also windows to the requirement of the client. And generally we take about 30 days to deliver our steel doors and windows, whereas for elevators we take about 90 days to install the elevator. Coming to our windows come with composite material, like the window frame is made out of galvanized iron, and it has inbuilt grill. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill on top of the window, which may look very ugly, because you need to get it fabricated from outside and you need to get it fixed on top of the window. Whereas when you look at our window, it has inbuilt grill facility, and the grill is also made out of galvanized iron. So you have a galvanized iron grill, galvanized iron door frame, and openable windows and sliding windows which are made out of aluminium. And if you want a mesh to it, we have stainless steel option, galvanized iron option, we have fixed meshes, sliding meshes, and also roll-on meshes. So we have multiple options in window segment as well.
That's impressive range of products. Also, one advantage is with your iron doors and windows, wherever there are a problem of termite, this can, you save that. So, now coming to the event itself, how's been the experience at Expo? What are your thoughts?
See, I got amazing connects over here. This event is outstanding. Mr. Varun, who is joint director here, he has helped us a lot. Mr. Kiran, who has actually introduced us to FTCCI, was so cordial. So it is happening in a very good way. See, I came to meet you also here. And yesterday, there was a team from Vietnam who said that they'll help us in exporting our products to Vietnam. So I met our energy minister. I told him about Lift Act, and he said that, he'll also help us and our industry as well.
Well, many congratulations and all the best to you in your future. And I hope your Vietnam export business starts off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So the latest technology and innovation that's happening. The FTCCM management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And going by what we've seen so far, we witnessed it's been one of the well-organized events. And I have with me Kathy Narane, who's the CEO of FTCCI. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, first thoughts, first reaction, first event under your leadership. How do you see it?
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So I think the next 2 days we want to ensure that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of MSMEs who can, participate, interact with the, stall owners. So it's just the beginning. So there's no reaction as of now, but I've asked my team to continue pushing and bringing in as many members as possible.
And it's been a 3 months work, isn't it? And short time, but within that...
Short time. It's definitely a very short time because if you look at the FTCCI for one presidential year, we organize around 110 to 120 events in a year. And this is the first time that we've got into an exhibition sector. And definitely FTCCI is not a commercial organization like any other exhibition organizer. So we just a very neutral not-for-profit organization. However, we have to organize everything on a very sustainable way. And end of the day, the objective is the same, to empower MSMEs for connection, to bring to them the latest technology and innovation that's happening. And the objective was very simple. Definitely, we only had 3 months to work on it, and I think team has done fairly well, and we could have 130 exhibitors and a lot of visitors, as you may see. But the biggest challenge is the feedback, because I think we should be much more open to taking their feedback and what is it and what was lacking, and how can we perform, how can we evolve as a better chamber, because end of the day it's all for them. So if we just give them an open ear, I think we'll be able to perform better.
You also had a very good lineup of partners, coming from different segments. You had somebody from the Passport, somebody from T-Hub, and they play a key role in FTCCI and the partnership.
Yeah, they do, because I think it's the state government of Telangana has been very, very supportive towards the federation, and they really encourage all the activities that we organize. Usually we go to the industries department, you say Mr. Jayesh Ranjan or Dr. Vishnu Reddy, they're all been very, very supportive to the federation. In fact, before even we start working on any project, we go to them, seek their support, because that's the time when we really think that they'll be able to guide us well. Sometimes when we curate things, we just completely forget about what is it that we need to cater to, so that's how we get connected to the actual industry and then come back. So even from the government or the industry or the startup community or the enterprises, the feedback is very important. One, that is after the event, and one, even before we start curating the event, what are the real-time issues, the challenges, and what is it that we should do? So I think these are two learning lessons that we've been taught, and we're trying to stick to that. So
And now, as mystartuptv, we are the world's first TV channel dedicated to startups. And I need to ask this question: there is a big push within FTCCI for startups also. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, so this was like probably I would say last year in July was the time. June, July is when the FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee, and that's where we have the chair, the co-chair of the committee, and of course they have been tying up and signing MOUs with not just T-Hub but series of, I think, other organizations. The whole exercise is, we know, everyone knows that there are specific organization, whether it's state government or private entity, but then from the federation platform, what is it that we can bring on board? And I think Industry Connect is something that we can bring on board. Mentors are something, because we have enterprises who have grown over a period of time, and today they are the big name in the industry. So that's where I think FTCC again can play a key role. So one, definitely, besides angel investors and all those, which you may find in any other, I think mentorship is one, Industry Connect is the second. And I think also we have our own FTCCI Pokarna Skill Center. So that's also something that we are very, very passionate about. And we would we organize a lot of mentorship programs, and we would like to see many more startups come up in the future. And if FTCCI can play a small role in that, we'll be very happy.
Going forward, what is the vision or what's your plan of action with FTCCI? Both in the expo sector and also reaching out or outreach.
So going forward, I think what also we've realized is it's very, very important to calendar all the annual flagship programs of the FTCCI, so that we have enough time for the Industry Connect to bring right partners on board. We are planning an outbound trade delegation to Brazil in the month of October. In the month of January, we would be taking a MSME delegation to Turkey. We also have a lot of inbound trade delegation visiting us. So that's again for the promotion of bilateral trade. In terms of skilling, we have a lot of skill programs planned throughout the year, and soft skills, export import management. In fact, I'm very happy to share that yesterday we got an approval from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for conducting 5 export import training programs in districts of Telangana. So that's what I think our president or the whole management is very keen that we extend our services to district level. So that's second. We also have our FTCCI Excellence Award that's being planned, and that's an annual award which is being given to 23 different categories. And in fact, I'm again happy to share that this year for the first time, we we always had 22 categories, and this time we thought we will also initiate or establish the 23rd category. And SBI came forward because they've just come out with the SBI Startup Bank, and they came forward to institute this. So again, we have 23 different categories. So that's the next plan. And in terms of this exhibition, I think we would make it as our annual exhibition. So we would wait till we get the feedback from our members and then plan. But it would definitely be on technology innovation for MSME. So whether it would be again sector specific or general for the MSMEs, we'll decide on that.
Well, all the very best for your forthcoming events and for the awards ceremony especially. Thank you very much.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FTCCI, was held from 28th to the 30th of June 2023 in Hyderabad. The event saw the latest advancements in the technology, also provided startups an opportunity to network with industry leaders.
Welcome to the FTCCI Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023. We shall soon commence the inaugural ceremony, and I request all of you to please join us for the ceremony. Can we have a big round of applause for our chief guest for today, Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana. I also take this opportunity to invite President Mr. Anil Agarwal onto the stage, Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, Hyderabad, Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, Hyderabad, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS, Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affair, and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, Mr. Dasriya Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, as well as the representative of the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President FTCCI, Mr. Meela Jaydev, Senior Vice President FTCCI. A very warm welcome to all of you on the stage. We also thank Government of Telangana for partnering with the FTCCI for this event. The Expo is supported by Ministry of MSME, Indian Institute of Millets Research, International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Index of Industrial Production, Telangana State Girijan Cooperative Corporation, mystartuptv, T-Hub, PNI Hyderabad, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, Grid Club, and Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, TSIIC. We would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors, ICICI Bank, who is our banking partner, Quantum Energy Associate Sponsor for EV, 4 Solar Energy Systems Private Limited Associate Partner for the Renewable Energy, Standard Kitchen for Food Sector, Pokarna, our annual partner, Vishwarni Associate Partner, Nistala Organics, our associate partner, Dana Pani, who is handling the food court, as well as last but not the least, our title sponsor, Greenco. So a big round of applause, and thank you so much to all our sponsors and partners who have come together and had this faith in the FTCCI, because this is our maiden exhibition that we are doing. Your feedback is very, very valuable, and we will come back to you with that. I now invite Mr. Anil Agarwal, President FTCCI, to give the welcome address.
Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy Garu, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and Joint Managing Director of TSTPC, Dr. Mrs. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Sri Dasari Balaya Garu, our Regional Passport Officer and representative of MEA, Sri Srinivas Raoji, CEO of T-Hub, and all the other dignitaries on and off the dais, print and press media, ladies and gentlemen. It's very good afternoon and hearty welcome to FTCCI iTech Expo 2023. On behalf of FTCCI, I extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time to join us for this expo. We are also happy to inform you that this is our maiden and first edition. More to come. Expo of FTCCI, in which we are covering innovation and technology, and it is being supported by Government of Telangana and Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Expos are generally created, and this expo is mostly created to make aware of the latest innovation and technologies which are taking place in various sectors, so that all the industries, particularly MSME, can adopt and benefit by modernizing their operation, thereby reducing their cost and become more efficient. I thank Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu and other esteemed guests for inaugurating this expo. I also invite MSME fraternity to go around the expo to have a look at all the products and innovations that are being displayed, and also they can have a B2B meeting with the exhibitors. And I'm happy to inform you also there is a delegation which is coming from Vietnam. 14-member delegation is coming from Vietnam. They will be visiting the expo, and already there are more than 100 requests for B2B meetings. I thank all the sponsors and supporting organization for their cooperation and encouraging us for the success of this expo. Last but not the least, I also want to thank Team FTCCI and congratulate and compliment them for organizing this expo. Special thanks to Mr. Varun, our Joint Director, who is in charge of this expo along with his team, and who is well supported by our marketing department headed by Mr. Vishal Chauhan and Mr. Rajesh. He is the person who is on the field and executes all our programs. They have worked hard, and it is their dedication and hard work has resulted in this. So once again, thank you for joining us for this expo.
I now invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, for the special address.
A very good afternoon to you all. Most respected Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, IFS, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Khyati Narwani ji, Suresh Kumar Singhal ji, Meela Jaydev ji, then Dasar Balaya ji, and all other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me to this program. All of you know that this year 2023 is International Year of Millets, and India is marching from food security to nutritional security, and all of you, or aware that most of you are either troubled with blood pressure or sugar or some other ailment, because our lifestyle is so that it is hectic, stressful, and we forgot to eat what our ancestors or our grandparents are used to eat. We are totally dependent on rice, wheat, and other refined flour-based items, food items. Even if you look into the most available food products in the market, all are based on the refined flours, which are really not good for health. So, with this background, I try to bring to you that millets are the most nutritious cereal grains, and they're named as nutri-cereals because they're rich in many important nutrients, vitamins, essential elements that are really, really essential for our body. And if you look into the international export market, there is a big market, very, very big market, where there is big demand for organically grown food material and gluten-free material, gluten-free foods. Gluten, that is celiac allergy, people who are suffering with that, they can understand. There is a big international market. So India is having lot of potential because millets are grown here all over the country. Many types of millets are grown and many products are being developed from millets. We at Indian Institute of Millets Research, where I'm serving as the director, we have our own Nutri Hub, a Section 8 company where we do hand-holding of entrepreneurs, startups, and there are many products being developed and trainings are given to the people who are interested in coming up with their own employment or entrepreneurs or startups. So we give them training and handhold them and launch their products into the market, and all kinds of trainings are given there. So if someone is interested in this gathering, who are interested in taking up millet promotion, there is good fund coming from government, MSME, and many other channels are open for this taking up of exports and developing products and sending abroad based on the millets. So if you have time and if you are interested, you can visit our institute, Indian Institute of Millets Research, or you can also visit our website. There is another website called Nutri Hub, which is again dealing with all these millet-based products and technologies. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Really, it would be heartening to see that there are many millet products and other things here, but the world is going towards millets and there is big market. So I request all of you to kindly look into that and tap that unexplored area and benefit. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, for the special address.
Honorable Minister Sir, Anil Agarwal Ji, Vishnu Reddy Garu, Sri Balay Garu, Jati Garu, Jaydev Garu, Satyavati Garu, dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is a particularly memorable day for us at T-Hub because today was the day exactly a year ago we moved into the new premises. So T-Hub was unveiled last year, and yesterday was also a particularly important day because yesterday was MSME Day. Right? So two important dates for all of us, and clearly, the two things I wanted to talk about is when we are, the role of T-Hub we are looking at is T-Hub is a ecosystem orchestrator, enabler, facilitator. So when you're thinking of a entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies, you need funding entities, you need media, you need academic institutions, and you need large industry bodies like FTCCI to come together to build a entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think two things which stand out is the consistent support we receive from FTCCI all along. I'm also happy to, I think they announced a new category this year, the Startup Award, the 23rd category. I think it will be a big boost to our startups. Obviously, we believe that many of our startups today are micro entities. They will scale over a period of time to becoming small and then also become medium, right? So I think all the support we are getting from FTCCI by way of, for example, this event, ITEX, is a great opportunity for our startups to get market access, right? So we put together a framework at T-Hub in terms of how we can support our startups. One, of course, is methodology. Second is market access. Third is money. Fourth is mentoring, and so on. So the market access part, which today, many of our startups are here already, I think they'll get a tremendous opportunity for exposure to meet, so many B2B opportunities as well as meet, partners. So thank you for having us here, and look forward to building a very strong ecosystem for scaling our startups with the active support of FTCCI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we also would like to thank T-Hub for all the support that you've extended to our team. I now invite Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, for the special address.
Honorable Energy Minister Jagdish Reddy Garu, President FTCC Anil Agarwalu, Vice President Devigala Garu, Srinivas, my colleague Srinivas Garu from T-Hub, Dasri Balay Garu, Regional Passport Officer, Ms. Satyavati from ICAR, and of course Ms. Kathy, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and media colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate FTCCA and bringing this big show in a very short span of, I think, less than 3 months that they have been working on. The exhibition is very impressive. There's no doubt about it, and and it's also good to know that you also have international participation. You've been able to attract and encourage international participation in the first edition itself. It's a matter of pride for everyone. I think a big applause to FTCCA and their entire team. This exhibition also happens to be special because I think this year, from Telangana government perspective, as all you know, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our state formation. And I think this is another area of pride which we should all, acknowledge, because the kind of achievements that government of Telangana has spearheaded is unprecedented in independent India history. It has been across all sectors. It has been holistic. It has been inclusive. There are n number of ways we can showcase our achievement, whether it is agriculture or IT or industry, or for the matter the main three reasons that inspired Telangana's struggle for an independent state, whether it is water, power, or resources or employment. In all the areas, we have done spectacular achievements. And I think we should be proud of all these achievements, irrespective of whether you belong to Telangana or not, because this has become a role model for the entire country. That's number one. The number two responsibility that we all should take is that we should showcase these achievements. Its time has come where we need to showcase this not just to the rest of the country, but also to the world. Because today you look at the areas that we have shown tremendous progress. I mean, basic thing like water. We are the only state where we have been able to achieve 100% piped water distribution to all households in the country. This is something no other state in independent India has achieved. So from say water to energy, we have been, and to industry and IT. I think in all areas, it is time that we take pride of our achievements and showcase them. And in that particular context, I think the industry and IT stakeholders who have come together and have supported the government in its various endeavors has been tremendous. And of course, industry association like FTCCA have been taking the lead from the beginning. Without their support and without bringing all the stakeholders together, we would have not been in this position. So I'm very glad that you have conceptualized this and also executed in a record short span of time. Today's topic happens to be innovation, and this is another area where again government of Telangana has done some amazing things. Mr. Srinivas, represents one of the biggest achievements that government has done in the innovation ecosystem, creating a world-class infrastructure and also process flows through an institutional framework that spreads from T-Hub to T-Works to V-Hub to RICH to TSIC. So the entire area of innovation from startups and entrepreneurship to social innovation to rural innovation, I think all the areas have been covered, and that shows the kind of forward-looking perspective that government of Telangana has exhibited in terms of promoting job creators rather than job seekers. I think while we have established ourselves as the innovation hub of the country, I think we have to ensure that in the next steps that we take, this innovation percolates across all strata of the society, and the actual benefits I mean, in terms of social impact, are achieved in the coming years. Having said that about innovation, I should also leave with a final thought that innovation is not necessarily related to technology processes or IT processes. I think one area which our Honorable Minister K.T. Ramana sir repeatedly says is the 3I mantra, which inspires the government of Telangana, is innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. I think when he says about innovation, it's not just about technology or industry innovation. It's also about how governance is also innovates. The classic example here, and where I represent the industries department, is the kind of transformational policy that we have taken in terms of supporting the industry through the policy called TS iPass, which is one of the best and well demonstrated single window system in the country, which assures the right, which bestows the right on the industry to start its operations from day one without any permissions that are required from the government. I think so. Innovation is essential not just for industry but all spheres of socio-economic activity, and that is an imperative for the next generation also, because unless we inculcate that innovative thinking in our day-to-day work, whether it is education, or whether it is employment, or whether it is industry or IT, I think we cannot reach the ultimate goal of making Telangana and making India as a knowledge economy. I think to reach that ultimate target, I think innovation becomes the crux for everyone. And today's exposition, which showcase innovation across multiple sectors, we've seen many stalls. Minister Garu was very patient to go through all the stalls. So you could see the innovation from packaging to food processing to logistics to electronics everywhere. I mean, we've seen that, but I think more and more innovation should happen. While startups and next generation entrepreneurship will help us achieve that, even the traditional industries should also spend more energies and more efforts in incorporating R&D and trying to compete not with their counterparts in India, but try to compete with counterparts from abroad, so that slowly but steadily we become integral to global supply chains, and we achieve the ultimate objective of making Telangana an industrialized economy, a knowledge economy, and achieve, as our Chief Minister says, Bangaru Telangana. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and wish you all success to organizers and to all the participants who are attending this expo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and also the reassurance and for the support of Government of Telangana towards the FTCCI. I now invite Mr. Dasraya Balaya, IFS Regional Passport Officer, and also the representative of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning all, and good morning sir, the guests on the dais and the guests in the audience. It is a great day in the history of Telangana, the first ever industrial exhibition on the part of the FTCCI being conducted here. And we all know, we are all celebrating the 10 glorious years of Telangana formation, and Telangana as a state achieved so many great things, and we as a passport office Telangana, we are also making so many inventions so that we can meet the requirement of the Telangana people. And whenever any industrialist, especially from this MSME sector or any small scale industry people comes to us, we are cooperating with them and giving the best possible efforts. So to match the progress of Telangana state, we from the MEA side are scaling up our operations, and we are trying to match the development and aspirations of Telangana people here. So in this process, Saturdays we started working so that the ever increasing demand post this Corona break. We have been extending our operations on Saturdays, and in the RPO Secunderabad also we opened one a special counter for the daily dealing with the people. So to match with the aspirations of Telangana, we are also making our best possible efforts. And on this maiden industrial exhibition, I congratulate FTCCI and I thank all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and also the support towards the FTCCI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the keynote address by Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana.
FTCCI ప్రారంభించిన ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్కి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న ప్రెసిడెంట్ అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ జయదేవ్ గారు, ఇతర గెస్టులు శ్రీనివాస్ మాంకాలి గారు, సత్యవతి గారు, సురేష్ గారు, విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు, బాలయ్య గారు, ప్రోగ్రాం మొత్తం కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్న ఖ్యాతి గారు, కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ పెట్టే ఆలోచన ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన. కొత్త వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడానికి, కొత్తగా ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ అలవాటు చేయడానికి ఇది ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించిన FTCCIకి నేను అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, వాస్తవానికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, అన్ని రంగాల్లో వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, దానికి సంబంధించిన ఫలితాలు ప్రజలకు అందించడంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తున్న కృషి, భారతదేశంలో అత్యంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న రాష్ట్రంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం నిలబడింది అనే విషయంలో ఏం సందేహం లేదు. కేవలం 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలోనే 90 సంవత్సరాల అభివృద్ధిని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించింది అంటే అది తప్పకుండా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క విజన్, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క కృషి, పట్టుదల. విష్ణు గారు చాలా విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తావించారు. అదేవిధంగా మిత్రులు కూడా చాలా విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సంబంధించి భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఎవరి ఊహకందంత వేగంగా తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్లో ఇవాళ ఇండస్ట్రీ విస్తరిస్తుంది అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం మన తెలంగాణ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ కేటీఆర్ గారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు ఇండస్ట్రీ మినిస్టర్గా, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా తీసుకోవడం అనేది నిజంగా కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు అందరి అదృష్టంగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. ఇవాళ టీ హబ్ కావచ్చు, వి హబ్ కావచ్చు, మనం తీసుకొచ్చిన ఐపాస్ కావచ్చు, అనేక అద్భుతాలను సృష్టిస్తాము. కొత్త కొత్త యువత బ్రహ్మాండంగా, ధైర్యంగా ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు తనకున్న పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని, తనకున్న అనుభవాన్ని ఇతర దేశాలలో తను చూసి వచ్చి నేర్చుకొని వచ్చిన ప్రతి అక్షరాన్ని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ అమలు చేస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకి దాని ఫలితాలు ఎట్లా అందించాలని చెప్పి చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ ఇంత మంచి ఫలితాలు ఇస్తా ఉంది. నిజంగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత తొందరగా అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుందని ఎవరు కూడా ఊహించలేదు, ఎవరు అనుకోలేదు. ప్రత్యేకించి విద్యుత్ రంగంలో వచ్చిన అభివృద్ధి, దానికి తోడుగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా ఆలోచించి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ, వీటిని ప్రపంచంలో మార్కెట్ చేయడంలో కేటీఆర్ గారు చూపించిన చొరవ, కేటీఆర్ గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ వాటన్నిటి ఫలితంగా మనం ఈ స్థితిలోకి వచ్చినాం. ఇప్పటి కూడా భారతదేశంలో ఇంకా అనేక రాష్ట్రాలలో మనం విద్యుత్ కోతలు చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి కూడా ఇంకా పవర్ హాలిడేలు ఇస్తున్న సందర్భాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మనం మనుషుల కొరకు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న విషయాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఈ పరిశ్రమల కనుక వెళ్ళే అక్కడ లేదు, తాగడానికి మనుషులు దొరకని పరిస్థితి ఉంది చాలా రాష్ట్రాలలో. అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు అట్లా ఉండగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ముందుకు పోతుంది. ప్రత్యేకించి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన పెట్టిన శ్రద్ధ ఇవాళ తెలంగాణ వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో కూడా భారతదేశంలో నెంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా నిలబెట్టింది. ప్రత్యేకించి సత్యవతి గారు మిల్లెట్స్ సంబంధించి ఎవరైనా ముందుకు వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. నేనే రావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. మీ ఒకసారి మీకు దగ్గరికి వచ్చి సందర్శించాలి. ఐ వాంట్ టు విజిట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్. ఎందుకంటే మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో తెలంగాణ నెంబర్ 1. అసలు ఒకప్పుడు మనం పండించిందంతా మిల్లెట్సే. పత్తి రాకముందు తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా అవి కనిపించేది. కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు అవి మాయమైపోయినాయి. పత్తి వరి వచ్చింది. మనం ఆరోగ్యానికి సంబంధించి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు వస్తున్నాయని చూస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ చూసిన చాలా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ కొత్తవి కూడా చాలా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఆహారం తీసుకునేది ఆరోగ్యం కొరకు, కానీ మనం తీసుకుంటున్న చాలా రకాల ఆహారం ఆరోగ్యాన్ని చెడగొడుతూ ఉంది. మళ్ళీ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేసుకోవడం కొరకు మందులతో పాటు మళ్ళీ ఆహారాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం. సో మరి తప్పకుండా మిల్లెట్స్ను పండించడానికి, ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా ఆ అవకాశం తీసుకొని, అయితే ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను FTCCIకి నాకు ఒక విజ్ఞప్తి. ఇది కేవలం ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ హైదరాబాద్లో కాకుండా జిల్లా కేంద్రాలలో కూడా పెడితే బాగుంటుంది. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ వెళ్ళాలి మనం అక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణలో ఇవాళ మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా ఇవాళ ఏ గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళినా, మీరు ఏ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసినా తప్పకుండా లక్ష పైనే ఇవాళ డిపాజిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు అప్పు కొరకు ఎదురు చూసే తెలంగాణ రైతాంగం ఇవాళ ఇంకొకరికి అప్పిచ్చే దశకు వచ్చింది. గ్రామాలలో మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది. కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు మాకు తెలంగాణలో ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ తక్కువ. మేము వచ్చిన డబ్బును అయితే భూమి కొనడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇల్లు కట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇంకొక రకంగా ఖర్చు పెట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. కానీ దీని నుంచి ఇంకా మనీ ప్రొడక్ట్ చేయొచ్చని, మనం కూడా ఒక పరిశ్రమ పెట్టొచ్చని, అది ఎక్కడ ప్రారంభం చేయాలని ఆలోచన కొంచెం తక్కువ వెనుకబడి ఉంటుంది తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో. కానీ వాళ్ళు తప్పకుండా మనం టీ హబ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, ఇతర ఇవాళ మనం పర్టికులర్గా మీరు MSME నుంచి ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఈ కార్యక్రమం, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం తప్పకుండా జిల్లా స్థాయికి తీసుకురావాలి. ఇవాళ ఇక్కడైతే కేసీఆర్ గారు, కేటీఆర్ గారు ఎంతైతే రాత్రి పగలు శ్రమ చేసి కొత్త రంగాల్లో అభివృద్ధికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, కొత్త ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, వీటన్నిటినీ ప్రజలకు అందించాలంటే, ప్రజల నుండి మనం ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలంటే, వాళ్ళ యువత వేలాది మంది అనేక రకాల గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్లు పూర్తి చేసి ఉన్నారు. అది కేవలం వాళ్ళు ఏదో ఉద్యోగం వైపే చూసే అవసరం లేకుండా తప్పకుండా అనేక రకాల అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయనే విషయాన్ని వాళ్ళ ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయి వాళ్ళని ఈ రంగంలోకి, MSMEలోకి తీసుకురాగలిగితే రెండు రకాల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది. ఒకవైపు గ్రామాలలో వస్తున్న ఆర్థిక ప్రగతి ఏదైతే ఉందో, చేపలు ఇవాళ వరి, వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులు, చేపలు, మాంసం ఉత్పత్తి, పాల ఉత్పత్తి అన్ని కూడా పోటీపడి అభివృద్ధిలోకి వస్తున్నాయి. వీటన్నింటినీ కూడా వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్గా మార్చడానికి, మనకి ఇంకా ఇతర ఇంపోర్ట్స్కి సంబంధించిన అన్ని అవకాశాలను మెరుగుపరచుకోవడానికి మనకు తెలంగాణలో అనేక అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి వాటిని గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకు కూడా విస్తరించడానికి, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉండే యువతకి ఆ అవకాశాలను కల్పించడానికి తప్పకుండా FTCCI ప్రయత్నం చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటూ, మరి ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి నన్ను పిలిచి ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రారంభం చేయడానికి నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన FTCCI కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. జై తెలంగాణ, జై భారత్.
Already we have reached districts and towns of Telangana. We have organized few programs on women entrepreneurship, magazine programs, export-import management programs. So definitely we'll take your suggestion to reach to other cities, and regarding the expo also, mini expo we can organize in these tier 2, tier 3 cities of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our chief guest for such an inspiring work, and of course Federation will take forward all the points that you have given it to us, sir. I now invite Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President of FTCCI, to present a memento to our chief guest. I request President to present a memento that is being prepared by one of our partners, Standard Kitchen, to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I invite Senior Vice President to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all. ప్రప్రదంగా FTCCIకి మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ప్రత్యేకంగా మంత్రి గారు జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు పవర్ వెళ్ళెళ్ళగానే ఇమ్మటే ఓకే చేయదే వచ్చేస్తానన్నారు. చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ సార్ నా FTCCI తరఫున. అండ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మొత్తం అరేంజ్ చేసిన ఖ్యాతి గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ సురేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, అండ్ సత్యవతి గారి స్పీచ్ చాలా వండర్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నది. మినిస్టర్ గారు అన్నట్టు ప్రతి గ్రామాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే ప్రపంచానికే ఎగుమతి చేసే స్థాయికి మన తెలంగాణ ఎదుగుతాము. అప్పుడు అన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం మిల్లెట్స్తో మనం చేయొచ్చు. ప్రపంచంలో అందరూ మిల్లెట్స్ వాడటం మొదలుపెట్టారు. మనం కూడా మీరు ఇంకా ప్రోత్సహించి గ్రామాలలో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే అందరికీ ఇదవుతుందండి. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, టీ హబ్ CEO గారు, అందరూ కంప్యూటర్స్ కావాలి అంటున్నారు. దాంట్లో ఎవరైనా కానీ ఇన్వెస్ట్ లేకున్నా కానీ ఆర్థికంగా తక్కువ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా దాంట్లో ఏమైనా కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 1 సీటు నుంచి 50 సీట్ల వరకు వారు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆఫీస్ అవసరం లేదు, అన్నీ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. 20,000 ఒక కుర్చీకి, కాఫీ టీలు అన్నీ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. అది తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే కొత్తగా స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైనా నలుగురు కలిసి పెట్టుకోవాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది KT రామారావు గారు అరేంజ్ చేశారు. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. మేము 3 times విజిట్ చేశాము. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్ చూపిస్తుంటారు సార్. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ బాలయ్య గారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైతే ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారో ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో ఎవ్వరు లేని ప్లేస్లో మన తెలంగాణలో శనివారం రోజు పనిచేసేవి కల్పించిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి బాలయ్య గారు. ఎక్కడైతే ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇమ్మటే వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్. అది మామూలు మాటలు కాదు. 2 నెలలు బ్యాక్లాగ్ నడుస్తుంది. అయినా కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉంటే అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ అది కనుక కరెక్ట్ అనిపిస్తే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్కే ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు అయితే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ప్రమోషన్ అయితే ఇక బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. మాకు MSME కానీ వాటికి కానీ ఎవరికి కానీ ఎంత హెల్ప్ కావాలంటే అంత హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి పవర్ 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి పవర్ అనేది ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. అంతకుముందు మేము ఎవ్రీడే ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ వచ్చేది. ఓన్లీ జనరేటర్స్కి ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ పడుతుందంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి ఎంత ఖర్చు అవుతుందో. అలాంటిది 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఒక్క డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ కూడా కరెంటు కోసం కొనలేదు. అది చాలా చాలా గ్రేట్ఫుల్, వండర్ఫుల్ అనమాట. మనకు అది సమ్మర్లో 3 నెలలు కరెంట్ లేకపోతే మా ఫ్యాక్టరీ బంద్ ఉంటే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పైపులు వచ్చి అలవాటు అయిపోయి ఆ కంపెనీలే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాయి. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉన్నదనేది తెలియకపోయేది. ఇదివరకు పవర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మేము సప్లైస్ ఫుల్ చేశాము. ఎప్పుడైతే మా సప్లైస్ తగ్గాయో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అమ్మారు. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉందని వచ్చారు. తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ మంచి ప్రోత్సాహకరము, పవర్, అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్నీ సాల్వ్ అయినాయి. జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారు చేసిన కృషి, ఎవరికి ప్రతి ఇంటికి కరెంట్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు లేకుండా ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. జనరేటర్ వాళ్ళు ప్లస్ యూపీఎస్ బ్యాటరీస్ అమ్ముకునే వాళ్ళు సార్ని ఏదో ఒకటి అంటుంటారు, మీరు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మా బిజినెస్ పోయింది సార్ అని. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకొచ్చిన జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. I thank you very much total staff of FTCCI. Since 3 months they are doing excellent job for this. Wonderful. This is the just born baby for this exhibition. Born baby అలా ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే నడవలేదు, అటు ఇటు తిరగలేదు, అయినా కానీ ఈ పొజిషన్కి ఖ్యాతి గారు తీసుకొచ్చారంటే చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ వీ విల్ ట్రై అగైన్ హౌ టు వాక్. We will show what we are. And thank you very much for all organizing this, all the stall holders. Excellent, you will have the good business and everything. Thank you very much.
Great pleasure here participating in this expo. Lot many persons are suffering from BP, sugar, these gas problems, arthritis and all. Our main concentration is we want people to be healthy.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. We are at day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see the number of people who have visited so far, it exceeded the expectation of the organizers, the companies that are participating here. And I have with me guests who are from Genie, which is into millet products. And let's quickly jump into Mr. Vishnu here on my left, and then in the red shirt is Mr. Hanmant Rai. And let's understand what kind of products they make and how they're adding value to already the list of existing products that are there, millet-based products that are there in the market. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, sir. It's our pleasure actually being here. Thank you for inviting us. And yeah, as I mentioned, actually we are from Genie. He's the super stockist actually of Telugu states, and I am the advertising manager. And actually it's been a great pleasure here participating in this expo. We basically, like you told, Genie is a millet mix product, sir. We are concentrating on millets currently actually. So completely we have a lot many products. We have divided it on age group wise, methodology wise, like that. For adults, we have Genie millet healthy mix product, sir. And for women strong actually we have, for women we have women strong product, and for junior actually 2 to 12 years we have Genie junior product, that's our top product. And actually for infants 6 months to 2 years babies we have Genie infants product. And also we are also having other products, especially Genie millet milk powder we have it. And in Karnataka we have launched like Genie ragi dosa mix, Genie millet dosa mix, Genie millet chapati mix. And we have lot many plans, sir, to come up with millets. And our main concentration is, our sales is secondary, sir. Our main concentration is we want people to be healthy. Because actually if you are seeing it now, nowadays especially from the last 40 to 50 years, lot many persons are suffering from BP, sugar, these gas problems, arthritis and all. These terms of longevity issues. because before 50 years it was not there, sir. Because before 50 years, especially before 1960s, our elder generation, our grandfather or grandmothers, their primary food was millets. They used to eat millets every session actually. All 3 sessions they used to consume millets.
Yeah, but then those days, because millet was grown by, in all across India, and it was easy to access, plus the cost was not a challenge, right?
Yes,
but
sir,
today, when we commercialize the millet product,
yes, of course,
it is out of reach of most people. How are you positioned cost-wise? Are you affordable for a lower middle class, families, even rural, I would say? Are you affordable?
Sir, first thing, sir, I want to tell it in 2 things. First thing is what you mentioned is absolutely right, sir. Because nowadays actually millet kg, like whatever you take it, like foxtail millet or little millet, it's costlier than rice. But when people start eating millets, then definitely farmers are going to come and they're going to produce more. Because before, if you see it, like those biryani rice, it was actually too much costly. It was like 120, 130 rupees, those basmati rice. They have actually started eating biryani rice and all, biryani a lot. And now the prices has been reduced. I hope that then definitely people are going to understand millets and they are going to start eating millets, sir, because we know it, this 2023 year, like our Narendra Modi sir and United Nations, they have declared it as International Year of Millets because they want. And when they announced it, right, 70 countries accepted, sir, because everyone knows the importance of millets. Millets consists of lot many nutrients. Everyone knows it. With millets, we can get lot many health benefits. So that's the reason why 70 countries accepted, and Narendra Modi sir also felt very happy, and they have announced 2023 as International Year of Millets. I hope that everyone are going to start eating millets and production will be more. And the second thing, sir, actually we are charging just 396 rupees per kg, sir. Our Genie main product is there, Genie millet traditional mix actually we call it. Also we call it Genie adult product actually. So we are charging 396 rupees. One can drink actually 60 glasses in a month, sir, 250 ml of glasses. One can drink 60 glasses. One can drink twice a day, morning and evening. So that actually he can drink for 30 days. So per glass actually we are charging 6 rupees like that, sir. But the benefits what you are going to get now, not only protein and fiber, we are going to get amino acids, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, lot many things, sir. Micronutrients, we are going to get lot many things. It's like instead of drinking tea or coffee, if you drink not only Genie, sir, any like millet mix, especially that has to be prepared as natural as possible. So if you drink any millet mix now, we would get lot many health benefits.
No, that's very good. You brought up that point of how you make it. So tell us about, for the benefit of the user, the process that you tell us about your factory, the processing unit, and the process itself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, like you see here actually, this is our product, sir. Genie millet health mix, Genie millet traditional mix. Like how we are doing it now, like I mentioned you before, it consists of 9 types of millets: finger millet, proso millet, little millet, 9 types of millets and 15 types of healthy cereals and pulses, sir. So these things, especially millets, these all things actually we are soaking in water for 9 to 12 hours, sir. We are soaking in water for minimum 9 hours. Because lot many persons knows that actually with millets they can get lot many benefits. But they don't know, but they doesn't know that how to prepare millets, how to cook millets actually. So we should have to soak in water, sir, for 8 to 9 hours. And after soaking in water, we are drying it in the sunshade. And we are drying it in the sun also for 1 hour. And after drying, and what we are doing, we are roasting in clay pots, sir. So that is the thing. That is the traditional way of approach we are following. Because if we roast millets in some steel or aluminum vessels, the nutritional value in those millets will get loose. So that's the reason why we don't want the nutritional value to get lost, sir. So that's why we are actually following the traditional way of making. Like before 60 years, before 1960 also, our elders, they used to cook millets and other grains in clay pot only. So that's the reason why they were healthy. So that's why we are cooking we are roasting in clay pot, and then we are grinding it in the stone mill, and then we are packaging it without any chemicals and preservatives, sir. So that's why people started trusting Genie, sir. Like it actually got enhanced in 2021, sir, our product. From 2021 onwards, there has been tremendous sales, sir. Like wherever you see, in Flipkart and Amazon, it's genuine reviews will be there. Even in Apollo Pharmacies, actually, the sale has been extremely good, sir. I cannot tell the figures here. The sale has been extremely good, especially in Karnataka and in Telugu states, Tamil Nadu, and we are planning to place in lot many like stores actually. Currently it's been there in supermarkets and we've been planning to place in Ratnadeep and other stores also, etc. It's been going good, sir, because it's a genuine product. We want people to consume this product and we want people to be healthy. because eating white rice and all, it gives actually lot many, what you can say, like it gives some negativities to us, because only we get carbohydrates and fats. We are not going to get nutrients from it. At least we cannot stop eating rice, sir, because it will be difficult.
Yeah. So you talked about using earthen pot for for roasting it. Now there are no industrial scale earthen pots, so the timeline that it takes to roast it would be very high. So what is your capacity today? I mean, given that you use the traditional method, how much do you produce in a month or a day?
Sir, apart from marketing executives and distributors, we have 400 employees in the Genie plant itself, sir. In those 400 employees, actually 150 persons will be there for roasting the millets, roasting the grains in clay pot. 150 women are there, sir. We are encouraging women empowerment also.
So are you also training them, because that requires a separate
we have trained them, sir.
Knowledge of it.
Yes, sir. Basically, they are from village only. So we stay in Yerragunta actually. We make all these things in Yerragunta. So that's in Sira Taluk and that's in Tumkur district, sir. Our plant is there. And all the, at least I can say 95% of the employees are from the same village only. At COVID time, actually, they have lost their jobs. They are forced to leave from their hometown, from cities. So that is the reason why at that time, actually, we have provided them these opportunities. And they know it, sir. So because they are all like village persons, right? And they can roast it well.
They understand.
Yeah, probably our team might have trained them 5 or 6 days. They would have got it, so they would have grasped it so early. And they have been doing it, sir. They know it properly. They are roasting it in clay pot. So like that.
So how has been the experience, at the event?
Yeah, the experience has been pretty good, sir. It's been fantastic, actually.
The response?
Yeah. The response actually from yesterday onwards, sir. And of course, yesterday, like we know, our energy minister actually, yes. Yesterday I was not there, but actually my team has given me this information, and he told that actually, like, I'm happy about this product. I'm happy about the innovation you have. You picked up about millets. We would have picked some other things also. Some, what we can say, some non-healthy, some business-going things we would have picked up. But actually, our MD Dilip, sir, he's actually more concerned about this thing. So, okay, we are doing business, we are accepting it, but actually our primary intention is we want people to eat millets and to be healthy. Millets, everyone has to know like that. So that's the reason why our production is like 6,000 kgs, sir, per day. It's been there like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We are in the food processing industry. We are doing seasonal fruit, 6 varieties of seasonal fruit. In India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India. Compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stall.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. We are the day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see, there is a lot of excitement, a lot of B2B meetings happening, and a lot of return value for money for the exhibitors and people who are visiting here. I have with me, my next guest is Mr. Venkat Ramana, who is the managing partner of Foods, Agri Foods. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. This is Venkat Ramana from Agri Products.
Sir, Venkat Ramana Garu, tell me about what is Food into? What do you manufacture?
Yeah, we are in food processing industry. Moisture is the culprit for any food decay or spoiling the food. We are removing the moisture by technology is called vacuum freeze dehydration. This technology is being used in pharma industry as a lyophilization. The same technology we are adopting into food industry. This is vacuum freeze dehydration technology. The technology dehydration can be solar dehydration, thermal pump dehydration, but this is we are doing in low pressure and low temperature. This dehydration is done, and we are the.
So this technology can be applied across any food, or there are specific foods where you can do it.
Sky is the limit in this technology. We can from egg powder to anything we can do.
Tell us about the products you are doing currently. You are manufacturing or processing in India.
At present, we are doing seasonal fruit. 6 varieties of seasonal fruit and 1 variety of marine fruit, that is prawns. Prawns is the one of the in India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India.
So, if you can talk about the business currently. What is, what's your turnover? Where all the product is available?
Yeah, ours is the startup company, sir. 1.5 year back only we have started. We are searching for exporters and good collaborators also. With the innovative technology, this is excellent technology, I can say. The audience are ready to eat products are there, like ready to eat millets and ready to eat biryanis and all. One Insta food company is there, our contact. They are selling to in airlines. We are concentrating on defense and sailors. They have to. In marine industry, we are exporting to marines in other countries like Japan and all. They are sending in frozen state. There is a chances of developing decay fungus in moisture. This is the best technology, I can say, but time is required for adaptation.
How's been the response at the expo?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stalls and almost we have exhausted jackfruit. Tomorrow I am getting from my factory.
So thank you very much. Thank you for being on the show and all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI. I think great opportunity for both the countries. Seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. What I see here is a lot of people, great stall. There's a delegation from Vietnam, and I have with me to share what's going on, how the event went around. President of FTCCI, Mr. Anil Agarwal. Sir, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
So, first reactions, Pala edition, first expo. Tell me what your thoughts are.
You're seeing me, how happy I am. That tells all. This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI. And this is not the first. There are more to come. And I'm happy that our Honorable Minister Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu has inaugurated this expo today, along with other esteemed guests from the state government and from the central government. Mr. Dasari Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, was available. And the kind of response which we see is tremendous. And moreover, there is a delegation from Vietnam and we have arranged B2B meetings. There were some 100 requests from our participants and the exhibitors to have B2B meeting with the Vietnam delegation. So we are fortunate enough that during the time of our expo, the delegation of Vietnam has visited our expo.
So, sir, I just had a chat with the Vice Chairman of Xizang province and Mr. Tap. What are the areas you think Vietnam and India can collaborate or work together?
I feel agriculture is the main area which we can collaborate, because we have taken our own delegation to Vietnam some 3 months back, and when we visited there, it was just like India. We were not feeling that we were in some other country, and moreover, they were very friendly towards Indians. and lot of opportunities and synergies do exist between the two countries. Agriculture is one, as I said, and there is pharmaceutical. Lot of scope is there for pharmaceuticals, and also lot of scope for aquaculture also. So I think great opportunity for both the countries, and such type of delegations, if they come India, this is the second delegation which we are hosting from Vietnam. In the recent past, there was one more delegation which we have hosted. And when we visited, we took our delegation to Vietnam. Consul General Mr. Madan Mohan Sethi was very kind enough to host us and make all the arrangements. And we have visited 3 provinces. We had a very good interaction meeting with them, and we signed MOU with all the 3 provinces.
Sir, one of the suggestion that came from the minister was to take this expo into the rural India. I know it's too early. It's only a few hours back, he said. So, what are your first thoughts? Aapko kya lag raha hai?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Actually, as a federation, we are already moving to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. We have done few programs in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. Like we have done one program on women entrepreneurship in Nizamabad, Warangal, Karimnagar, and we have done EXIM program, export import management program in same Nizamabad, Warangal, Khammam. These districts we are reaching now, and I'm confident that we have done one program in Medak also on women entrepreneurship. Response was very good. So seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, not only for our programs on dissemination of knowledge and information, but also we can think of having a small expo, because lot of potential is there in the districts. Since central government has come out with one district, one product, so there is big opportunity for all of us to develop and to have business opportunities in the districts.
So you also talked about agriculture being one of the key areas between India and Vietnam, and with millets being millet being the focus area now, millet year. Where do you see that going? I mean, can we make something with that between the two countries?
Yeah, there is a lot of scope, because Vietnamese are also health conscious, and millet being like in the budget, our honorable finance minister said that millet is Shriyan. That means it's God's son, God's food. So I think a lot of opportunities, and seeing the conditions, like we have been to Vietnam, we have seen there, they are typically just like Indians, very friendly towards Indians. So I think a lot of scope and a lot of opportunities are available.
As a FTCCI, any roadmap that you're coming up with to push for millet in Telangana?
Yeah, we are planning one program on millet also, and we are discussing with the Indian Institute of Millet Research, and some discussions are taking place, and definitely we'll do one program on millet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's be on.
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है. हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए
राइट नाउ वी आर placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart and all social media, all platforms.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI, and we're on day 2. I have with me guests who are local Hyderabadi entrepreneurs. Afzal, who's SM Afzal, who's the founder of the company, and his partner, Mr. Mateen. They are also the sponsor for the event, and the company goes by Standard Kitchen Ready to Eat Food. Let's understand what the company does, what kind of food product they make, and how has been their experience being part of the expo. नमस्कार, सलाम अलैकुम, ईद मुबारक आप दोनों को.
आपको भी ईद मुबारक सर.
So, अफजल जी, जो स्टैंडर्ड फूड रेडी टू ईट की बात कर रहे हैं हम
जी।
अभी एक नया चैन आ चुका है जिसमें रेडी टू ईट फूड को लेकर काफी डिमांड है, तो आप पहले उसके बारे में बताना चाहेंगे कि आपका जो पहले आप कुछ अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताएं कि किस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स आप बनाते हैं।
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है, बट और भी कंपनीज रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कंपनीज है, बट हमने जो है नॉन वेज में ज़्यादा काम किया है। 100+ से ज़्यादा हम लोग नॉन वेज में प्रोडक्ट किया है। तो जो लोग बिजी लाइफ है, जिसकी लाइफ बिजी है, जो अचानक अगर कोई गेस्ट आ जाते हैं या कोई इश्यूज हो जाते हैं, तब हमारा फूड जो है बिल्कुल 2 या 3 मिनट में आप सर्व कर सकते हैं।
और आजकल तो वैसे भी स्विगी और जोमेटो का जमाना है जिसमें आदमी के पास इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मतलब बनाए, तो ऑर्डर कर लेते हैं। पर आप कह रहे हैं कि आप उससे बेहतर ये कि
उससे बेहतर इसलिए है सर क्योंकि आजकल हेल्थ इश्यूज बहुत है, तो हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए इसको स्टरलाइज करते हैं हम लोग, और अपने प्रिजर्वेटिव ज़ीरो प्रिजर्वेटिव है, ज़ीरो बैक्टीरिया है, तो इसके लिए जो है हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छी फूड है ये। आप अगर फूड लवर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका है हैदराबाद में, जो 100+ नॉन वेज में हम लोग प्रोडक्ट लेकर आए हैं।
तो एक बात जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है फूड के मामले में जब हम बात करें, एक तो आपने क्वालिटी की बात कर दी, सेफ्टी की बात कर दी फूड में, आप 100+ प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। आप बता सकते हैं कि मतलब हैदराबाद जैसे सिटी में बिरयानी के अलावा ऐसा क्या प्रोडक्ट जो आप लोगों का जो सबसे ज़्यादा बिकता है?
हलीम है, बटर चिकन है, दाल मखनी है, पालक पनीर है, पनीर बटर मसाला है, वेज बिरयानी है। ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा है सर, आपको जितना अगर एक आदमी को खाना है तो वो ऑलमोस्ट 300 ग्राम 500 ग्राम में सफिशिएंट हो जाएगा, वेस्ट नहीं होगा। प्रोडक्ट में ये खासियत ये है कि आपको वेस्ट नहीं होगा। जितना आप अपनी मर्जी से, जैसा 300 ग्राम का पाउच आप परचेस कर लिए या 500 ग्राम का 1 kg का, हमारे पास 3 kg तक है इसका, तो जितनी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो आप यूज़ कर लीजिए। इसकी शेल लाइफ जो है 18 मंथ रहेगी और 0 टेम्परेचर में आप इसको सेव कर सकते, तो नो नीड फ्रीज आइटम।
तो ये जो जब भी एक रेडी टू कुक आइटम होता है और जिसमें लॉन्ग शेल्फ लाइफ हो, जैसे आप 18 मंथ्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें फिर प्रिजर्वेटिव का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ता है।
प्रिजर्वेटिव सर स्टरलाइज करके इसके बैक्टीरिया को हम मार देते हैं, तो ये फूड सेफ हो जाता है, इसकी लाइफ बढ़ जाती है।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो आपका फूड प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें कोई प्रिजर्वेटिव नहीं है,
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि आपका टेक्नोलॉजी आप यूज कर रहे हैं वो ऐसा है जिसमें कि बिना प्रिजर्वेटिव के आप स्टिल लॉन्ग लाइफ दे रहे हैं।
यस।
तो अगला सवाल ये है इम्पोर्टेंट, जो एक फूड लवर के लिए हो जाता है, वो है टेस्ट।
यस।
क्या मुझे वो घर का खाना का टेस्ट आएगा?
बिल्कुल सर। आप जब खाना, अगर मैं आपको रेडी टू ईट का फूड प्रोडक्ट का कोई आइटम अगर आपको मैं पेश कर दूं बताए बगैर कि ये रेडी टू ईट है, तो मैं आपको 100% बताऊंगा कि आप महसूस ही नहीं करेंगे ये कि मेरी फैमिली में मैं अपना टिफिन बॉक्स खोल के खा रहा हूँ खाना।
कुछ फूड हमने कोशिश किया रेडी टू ईट, खासकर जो पैकेट्स में आती हैं, तो उसका एक अलग सा टेस्ट निकल के आता है
जी,
है ना वो है। अच्छा, अब मतीन जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, करंटली आप लोगों का मार्केट साइज कितना है? मतलब कितना आप किस जगह में आप अपना बेच रहे हैं? क्या वो सिर्फ हैदराबाद में है या ऑल ओवर इंडिया है, और कितना टर्नओवर है आपका?
Right now we are placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart and all social media, all platforms. अभी जैसे फूड इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, हम इसको और दूसरे स्टेट्स में भी ले जाना पसंद करेंगे। अब वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेडिशनली हैदराबादी स्टाइल फूड, वेज एंड नॉन वेज में है। आपको जो है इन फ्यूचर नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ्स का जो हमारा टारगेट है, मुंबई को कवर करना है, दिल्ली को कवर करना है, इन फ्यूचर आपको मिलेगा।
तो क्या किस तरह का मॉडल आप कर रहे हैं? क्या फ्रेंचाइजी होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स अपॉइंट करेंगे, या खुद का आपका आउटलेट रहेगा? क्या मॉडल लेके जा रहे हैं?
एवरीथिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल बाय अ सिंगल कंपनी। वी विल अपॉइंट सम डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स एंड दे विल लुक आफ्टर इट।
Would you like to share, for the benefit of people out there, our viewers, and probably out of them some potential business owners who might want to become your distributor, as to what would be the terms? अगर आपने कुछ decide किया किया हो कि अगर कोई आपका डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर बनना चाहता है, if somebody wants to become your distributor, what could be the basic terms and investment required?
Yeah, basically, if they are going with which segment first, non-veg segment, veg segment, or sweet segment, or ready-to-cook segment. We are having 4 segments. It depends upon which segment they would like to go, state-wise. So we can give them like 30 to 35%, and this thing.
And what kind of investment they have to do?
They have to make a minimum of 5 CR.
5 CR.
Yes.
So that is for stocks or for setting up the factory?
No, that is for stock. Setting up is everything is different. We'll provide them everything, complete support, marketing support, and offline support. Whatever support they require, we'll provide them.
And currently, in how many cities are you? Your products are available?
Currently, we have in Telangana, and we are working with the Mumbai-based company and Delhi-based company, and we have already exported our product to Canada and Saudi also. You can check out in YouTube on our channel. It has been placed in multiple supermarkets. All videos are available.
So, अफजल जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि जो अभी आपका जो अगला क्योंकि आपका 100 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, तो इसका मतलब जो आपने जो सेटअप किया होगा फैक्ट्री का सर, वो भी काफ़ी एक, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह का सेटअप है आपका, कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है आप लोगों के फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में?
फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में जो हम लोग अभी तक जो है 15 CR तक इन्वेस्टमेंट कर चुके हैं, बट ये टेक्नोलॉजी जर्मन की टेक्नोलॉजी है और डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत सारा न्यू फीचर्स आते रहते, उसको चेंजेस लाना रहता, जैसा पैकिंग मशीन्स है, कुकिंग और रिटॉर्ट मशीन्स, ये सब।
So, क्या इंडिया में कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में आप मिल के काम कर रहे हैं फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, या आप खुद ही अपना इन हाउस डेवलपमेंट करते हैं?
इन हाउस अभी तक तो इन हाउस है, आगे हम प्लान करेंगे अभी।
और आप लोग ये इस इवेंट के स्पॉन्सर्स भी हैं, तो आप लोग कैसा रेस्पॉन्स रहा आज?
FTCCI एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा है सर कि जो भी काम शुरू करना है इस प्लेटफॉर्म से करना है, तो अपने आप को इंट्रोडक्शन कराना है, इंडियन मार्केट हो या एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट हो, ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है। इससे हमको काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ, हमको कई इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हमारे कई अच्छे कस्टमर्स जुड़े हैं। मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करना चाहूँगा FTCCI और ऑल स्टाफ, बहुत स्पेशली वरुण सर बहुत अच्छे कोऑपरेटिव है। वैसे तमाम लोग हमको शुरू से ही, हम जब से मेंबर बने हैं, हमको गाइड करते रहते हैं सर।
चलिए, बहुत मेहरबानी और आपको मुबारक और ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फ्यूचर आपके मार्केट के लिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch. Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ, tỉnh Gia Lai cũng có thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có, bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là
để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tip, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27%.
Theo như cái chuyển dịch kinh tế ngày hôm nay và thời điểm hiện tại thì các cái chuyển dịch kinh tế đang chuyển dần ra khỏi Trung Quốc và chuyển dần vào Việt Nam và Ấn Độ, thì ông cảm thấy là cái điều này sẽ tiến tới bao xa nữa và nó sẽ mở rộng như thế nào để tạo ra các cái lợi thế cho Việt Nam?
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch và chúng tôi cũng biết là chúng tôi sẽ phải chuẩn bị những cái gì. Chuẩn bị những gì để cho cái sự chuyển dịch này khi mà nó được chuyển dịch về quốc gia Việt Nam chúng tôi thì chúng tôi sẽ sẵn sàng đón nhận nó và cùng với các đối tác của mình để phát huy nó trong thời gian tới.
You are in city of Hyderabad and from the Zalai province. What do you see?
Thì bây giờ ông đang ở bang Telangana và thành phố Hyderabad, thì giữa thành phố Hyderabad và tỉnh Gia Lai ông cảm thấy là ở hai cái bên này có các điểm gì mà chung và là những cái điểm gì, lĩnh vực nào có tiềm năng để cùng phát triển giữa hai bên này?
Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng, nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này, những điều mà Gia Lai cần, tỉnh Gia Lai cần thì chúng tôi đang ở đây để tìm cơ hội hợp tác, thì tôi thấy bên bang của mình thì có rất nhiều điều mà đáp ứng được cái nhu cầu của chúng tôi. Tôi nói ví dụ như hồi nãy tôi đi tham quan là thấy chúng tôi đang tìm những cái kho thông minh, để lưu trữ hàng hóa, nhất là chúng tôi có những hàng hóa rau củ quả trái cây để xuất sang các nước khác, chúng tôi cũng rất là cần. Ví dụ thứ hai nữa là đó là cái quản trị về kinh doanh, quản trị về doanh nghiệp và các phần mềm về quản trị đấy, thì chúng tôi cũng thấy rất là hữu ích cho đợt chuyến công tác này của chúng tôi.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam?
Thì có những cái lĩnh vực nào mà ông đang cảm thấy là có cái tiềm năng để cho các cái công ty Ấn Độ được vào Việt Nam hay là vào tỉnh của ông một cách nói riêng, và để mà có thể có các cái cửa hàng công ty và cũng như là để có các cái đầu tư của lĩnh vực đó vào tỉnh của ông hay không?
Vâng, tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà có tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà qua tôi đánh giá sơ bộ rồi qua ý kiến của các doanh nghiệp với các ông mà ở các cơ quan đại diện về thương mại thì từ hôm qua đi bang Tamil Nadu phải không? Hôm nay sang bên này thì tôi thấy những cái cơ hội mà có thể hợp tác sắp đến mà có thể qua tìm hiểu mà nó phát huy hiệu quả ngay, đó là cái áp dụng cái công nghệ này vào phát triển nông nghiệp công nghệ cao tại Gia Lai, bởi vì hiện nay Gia Lai là đang hướng vào cái công nghệ cao, nông nghiệp công nghệ cao để hướng tới các thị trường xuất khẩu như Mỹ, Nhật, Hàn Quốc, Trung Quốc.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right?
Thì ngoài các cái về nông sản mà ông vừa trình bày thì gia vị cũng là một cái lĩnh vực mà rất là mạnh của Việt Nam, và cũng là Ấn Độ cũng rất là mạnh về cái mảng gia vị. Thì ông có thể cho biết là có một cái tiềm năng hay là một cái cơ hội nào để có thể Việt Nam và Ấn Độ cùng làm trong cái ngành mà gia vị này không?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng có thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang thực hiện cái chương trình là phát triển cây dược liệu. Cây dược liệu có thể dùng trong các ngành như thực phẩm này, rồi ngành về thuốc chữa bệnh theo y học cổ truyền của Ấn Độ tôi nghĩ cũng rất là cần, và của Trung Quốc cũng rất là cần, và Việt Nam thì hiện nay đang phát triển cái dược liệu. Vâng.
You're at the expo. What's your
Thì hôm nay ông có thể cho biết một số cảm nghĩ khi mà tham dự cái buổi triển lãm hôm nay, và cũng là có một số đôi lời với các cái công ty doanh nghiệp Ấn Độ hôm nay ạ.
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân, vì tôi bước vào đầu thành phố, tôi xuống sân bay tôi thấy một cái sự ngăn nắp, một cái sự phát triển ngăn nắp của một đô thị phát triển, và chúng tôi qua cảm nhận ban đầu chúng tôi rất là tin tưởng vào những đối tác mà hôm nay được chúng tôi gặp mặt, và chúng tôi hy vọng rằng là cái sự phát triển này, sự kết nối này sẽ được phát triển tiếp trong tương lai sắp tới.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups,
Thì tôi xin có thêm một câu hỏi, đó là tôi là từ một cái kênh về các startup, thì có thể nào ông cho tôi biết các cái cơ hội hay là một tiềm năng để mà các startup của Việt Nam và startup của Ấn Độ có thể là hợp tác với nhau trong tương lai không?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi, thì đối với lại cơ quan chuyên môn của Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh, thì Sở Kế hoạch Đầu tư cũng đã triển khai và cũng đã thực hiện nhiều cái hội nghị xúc tiến đầu tư, hội nghị xúc tiến du lịch, và đã diễn ra tại tỉnh Gia Lai cũng như ở tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh và Hà Nội. Và vấn đề đó cũng tỉnh của chúng tôi rất là quan tâm và tiếp tục duy trì thường xuyên, và mong rằng qua cái cầu nối đó thì doanh nghiệp giữa Ấn Độ và Việt Nam có điều kiện giao lưu và gắn kết với nhau phù hợp với cái mục đích, mục tiêu của kinh doanh của mình. Trên cơ sở đó thì sẽ đối với lại chính quyền của tỉnh Gia Lai thì hết sức là ủng hộ đối với các doanh nghiệp, đồng hành cùng doanh nghiệp để cùng nhau hợp tác đầu tư phát triển kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai ngày một tốt hơn.
Thank you, Mr. Tep. Thank you very much for being on the show. Thank you, sir. And thank you for the translations. Thank you. Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tep, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving, away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27% of the share coming there, and India. How do you see this going forward? Do you think this is going to expand further, and where do you think it will up to what level can we go?
Vâng, chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch.
About this transaction from the China to Vietnam, we have the knowledge about it. We have acknowledged, and then we are working with our businesses and also from the government side point of view, so that we can, when it's directly come to us, we will be prepared and have all preparations for everything of this.
You are in city of Hyderabad, and from the Zalai province, what do you see together as a province, as India, especially with Hyderabad and Telangana in focus? Where are the areas where we can we can collaborate and work together?
Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này.
Today I have walked through a lot of the store in this exhibition, and I've seen that there's a lot of potential to cooperate between Zalai province and Telangana. And for example, I have visited many stores, and I've seen that we are looking for some chances to work with more business Indian companies in to have that smart warehouse. So to help us to store the vegetable for better time and better quality, so that we can export to many countries in the world. And the second one is that we also need softwares for business administration, and these kind of two things that are very suitable for us. And we are here looking for some very good Indian companies, so that we can surely cooperate for future.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam, and especially for your Zalai province, where they can set up shop, and the kind of investments areas where you were looking at investments to come from Indian businesses into your country?
Tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà có tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà
So businesses, they will have to like do more research on that. But from my perspective, from my very prior like perspective, I think that one of the things that we can learn and import from India from this kind of perspective is that we can use the high technology in agriculture. So because high-tech agriculture is from Zalai province, we are trying our best to develop this to make better quality products so that we can export these agricultural products to US, Japan, and many other like quality country with high quality.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right? And India is one of the big consumer market. Also, we export process. Is there any scope there that we can work? You see scope between India and Vietnam to work together?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có
Zalai province, for your information, we have the strategy to develop herbals products. So herbals is like one of the most the product that we have strengths, and also we are focusing on exporting it to many countries like India and China, because we think that herbals are very useful for not only in like food eating but also for creating medicines for the medical purposes also.
You're at the expo. What's your take on, or how did you feel about your experience here being at the expo, and also any message you have for the Indian business community?
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận để tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân.
So for your information, when I stepped out of the airport, I've seen that this is a very developed, well-organized city and has a lot of potential for cooperation in the future. And we are very honored to have the chance to meet all the Indian businesses and companies joining us today. And we think that is like the breakthrough and like the kick-off of every like future cooperation in the future.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups. What scope do you see for Indian startups and Vietnamese startups to work together?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
So Zalai province is working very hard on the creating like the platform so that businesses from Vietnam and also India can meet together. Of the startup, we also having like a lot of encouragements for them to go out and meet, and so that I think that from the government side or like from the business side or from our side, we are so hoping so that we can have more chance so that then startups can work and come and meet together.
In the investing lab. They took more than 1.5 years. They built a huge computer, and almost 6 people were working for more than 1.5 years. Finally, that did not work. And after that, they imported one data logger, which is not even 1/10 of the size of what that public sector company built. Those days when IT exports were on the rise, and if any company wants to find any software company to provide a solution, there are no manpower, because all the export companies, their profitability was very high, whereas the local whatever the time what they spent for that building the solution was very less. So many people they were not able to really get any solution for their companies. Because of these problems, no company in India, except one or two, they never attempted to go for digital transformation.
That shows is very, very important. It shows that a lot of focus has to be there on this particular issue. And it also shows the time criticality of addressing this particular issue. I think digitization is the initial steps of using digital tools, of making all your analog systems into digital mode. Digitalization is about bringing in new products, new solutions. Makes those incremental improvements efficient.
Ag Hub, an agri-innovation hub of Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University, organized an innovative workshop in Hyderabad on March 17, 2023. The workshop was titled Gen Y, the Game Changers and Challengers. This feature gives glimpses of the event and josh with which youth participated. India assumpted the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, formerly known as Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub PJTSAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Make Good in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
दो 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल सिबकथुन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
बिहार भागलपुर से हूँ और मैं 2018 में सेवा में जुड़ी हूँ। उसके बाद 2016 में सेवा से जुड़ी हूँ और 2018 में मेरे कर्णभूमि कंपनी का गठन हुआ है। उसमें हम लोग अपना बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं, जैसे कि सब्जी, गेहूँ, धान, मक्का। इसमें मतलब बीज भी बेचते हैं। उसके बाद जो खरीद होता है उसे धान, गेहूँ, मक्का खरीद कर अपना सेल करते हैं। तो उसमें अगले यानी कि 21 और 22 में हम लोग लगभग 1,32,000 का सेल किए।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub BJT SAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Make Good in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
Coming to Sustainable Development Goals, NABARD is not new to this. Maybe yes, these goals have been outlined and how one has to achieve by 2030, whether it is no poverty, hunger, gender equality, so on and so forth. I think in 90% of the Sustainable Development Goals, NABARD has always been a part of it, and it has been spearheading the entire program across the country.
2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में हमारे लद्दाख